Good morning and welcome to ConsumerHallaTV News at 8. I am Iri Hayomi Konle AK. Let's start with the headlines. Nigeria gross domestic product is up by 4.23% in the second quarter of 2025. Crude supply to domestic refineries hit 67.6 million barrels. The House of Rep backs President Bola Ahmed Tinubu borrowing plan. Thank you so much for joining us this hour on the news. We begin the news this morning with statistics as Nigeria gross domestic product grew by 4.23% year-on-year in the second quarter of 2025. The National Bureau of Statistics (NBS) revealed in its second quarter of 2025 the GDP report. According to the report released yesterday by the NBS, the figure shows a significant improvement compared to 3.48% recorded in the second quarter of 2024 and the 3.13% recorded in the first quarter of 2025. The figure signals a strengthening economy driven by recent rebasing, a rebound in oil production, and a resilient non-oil sector. The report said, following the rebasing of the gross domestic product (GDP) using in 2019 as a base year, a previous quarterly GDP estimates were benchmarked to the rebased annual estimate to align with the old series with the new rebased estimate. This procedure provided a new quarterly GDP series which is compared to the 2025 second quarter estimate. Meanwhile, the gross domestic product grew by 4.23% year-on-year in real terms in the second quarter of 2025. Further report says this growth rate is higher than the 3.48% recorded in the second quarter of 2024. Moreover, during the quarter under review, agriculture grew by 2.82%, an improvement from the 2.60% recorded in the corresponding quarter of 2024. According to the NBS, the growth of the industry sector stood at 7.45% from 3.72% recorded in the second quarter of 2024, while the service sector recorded a growth of 3.94% from 3.83% in the same quarter of 2024. Let's talk about the federal government now. The federal government has disclosed that a total of about 67 million barrels of crude oil was supplied. 67 million barrels of crude oil, rather, were supplied to local refiners for processing between January and August 2025. The figure confirmed by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission highlights the ongoing challenges in bridging the crude allocation gap facing the indigenous refineries despite Nigeria's rising production levels. Speaking in Abuja, the FCT on Sunday, the House of Media and Strategic of the NUPRC, Mr. Eniola Akekotu, said the crude allocation was made in line with the Petroleum Industry Act of 2021 as the crude supply obligation policy. Meanwhile, today in Abuja, while speaking at the 8th Annual African Network of Parliamentary Budget Office Conference, Mr. Tajuddin Abbas dismissed reports suggesting that the House supports President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's borrowing plans, calling them mischievous and misleading. However, recently, a speech delivered by the House leader for the West African Parliamentary Conference (WAP) was erroneously and mischievously reported out of context, creating the false impression that the House of Representatives does not support the borrowing strategy of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. The statement says, "We wish to state clearly that this interpretation is both inaccurate and misleading." Now on business, where the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission and NUPRC has now reported a revenue shortfall to 459.6 billion naira against 8 August 2025 budgetary target of 1.2 trillion naira after remitting 745 billion naira to the Federation accounts. On a month-on-month basis, the remittance reflected a 3.05% increase from 723.17 billion naira recorded in July. The report says the total collection increased by 22.04 billion naira, equivalent to 3.05% when compared with July 2025. The increase in collection for the month of August 2025 can be attributed to revenue drive that led to an improvement in almost all the revenue heads. Meanwhile, an analysis of the submission, however, showed that the underperformance was driven largely by poor royalty inflows from oil and gas, while the monthly budget projected 1.144 trillion from royalties, and only 682.28 billion naira was realized in August, leaving a gap of 461.89 billion naira. Still on the news line, so far, NUPRC said it has transferred 5.475 trillion naira to the Central Bank of Nigeria to the Federation account between January and August 2025. A statement was added, and it says the Commission's performance from January to August 2025 is 7.103 trillion naira, inclusive of NNPC Limited JV and PS Realty receivables to 1.50 trillion naira for the period, as well as Project Gazelle receipts to 730.24 billion for November 2024, which was received in January 2025. Furthermore, from March to June 2025, report says the GDP remained over there. We've come to the end of the news. As I am Ire Ayomi Koleke. But before we go, let's bring you the recap of the headlines again. We told you this morning that Nigeria's GDP is up by 4.23% in the second quarter of 2025. That is a report according to the NBS over there. We also told you could supply to domestic refineries 67.6 million barrels that is coming from the federal government. We also told you about the House of Representatives as they back President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's borrowing plan. This headlines and more news story will bring to you again at the hour of 10. Thank you so much for joining us. Stay with us for the rest of the day. Good morning.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
and you're welcome to another beautiful episode of Market Today on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Market Today is a show where we'll be visiting different markets across Lagos to check, track, and compare the prices of different food commodities, cosmetics, and every other thing in the market. And today is not going to be different. We are at Obada Market located at Isolo. In Obada Market, they sell a varieties of different food items from rice to tomato to fish and all that. And because of that, we are here today to talk to the traders and ask them the prices of the different things they sell in this market. Today promises to be very insightful and interesting. So come with me as we explore Obada Market in Isolo. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sis.
How you doing?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm good too. So what's your name?
My name is Olamilekan Popola.
Okay, so what do you...
The son of Alhaji Fatai Popola, the Lagos State Butcher Association, is Solo Market Chairman.
Okay, so what do you sell in this market?
I sell livestock, meat, cow meat especially, cow meat.
Okay, so can you give us a breakdown of the price of the meats that you sell?
Breakdown of the price of the meat. At least we sell in no price, we sell in retail, we share cow for people. At least accordingly to your price.
Okay.
Starting from 1,000 naira upward.
1,000 naira?
Yes, if you want to buy, I can sell 1,000 naira for you.
Wow, okay.
Yes, we sell 1,000 naira upward.
Okay, so you say you sell in wholesale.
Yes.
So like how much is it when you want to sell in wholesale?
Let's say assuming now that I want to sell in wholesale, we share the cow. A cow cost of 1,300,000, 1,400,000. So there will be a 4 quarter, whereby the cow will be divided into 4. So you have the last quarter of the head, quarter of the intestine, quarter of the leg. So to be shared accordingly to the price of the cow.
Okay. So as a last month, did you sell it for the same price?
No, as a last month, we couldn't sell it for the same price.
Why?
Fine. Firstly was the season we are now. During the rainy season, the cost of the cow gets high.
How is it connected? Why?
Yes, one, due to the bad road. Because some of them were not able to deliver to Lagos. Most cows were bring from the northern side. Madogori, Katsina, Bauchi, the cows were bring down from there. So when the road is not good, surely there has some shortage and some delay on the road, which will affect the price of the cow.
Okay, so how has business been since the beginning of this year for you?
Since the beginning of this year, let's just say we are managing, but we want a good from the government. We beg him, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu, our good governors of Lagos State. We plead him to please just intervene to us. Because like some months ago, there is a bridge that linked the southwest and the northerners, the Niger bridge. We heard by that the bridge collapsed, which affects some of our goods. We are not able to pass. They have to go and pass some other way around, which is illegally. So we plead them and beg them to just please come to our aid. The price of cow are just getting higher every blessed day. So that's the way it just is.
Okay, so for how long have you been selling meats in this market?
Yeah, as at this market, let's say from 20 years plus.
20 years?
Yes.
How has it been that time and now? If you were to compare it, do you prefer that time or you prefer now?
Due to the economic presently, let's just say all thanks to thy Lord. Because if I said it's not good, we are saying we are sorting some bills, but we want more difference, more good difference. So we want more good difference.
Now, aside, I know that at the beginning you told me about the challenges you're facing, why the meat has gone up and down. So aside, let's imagine those challenges are not there. What other challenges you face selling this meat in this market?
The other challenges is that that this is livestock. It does not have secondary value. Once it has been preserved, the value depreciates. Once it's being stored in the freezer, the value depreciates. Because a situation whereby a customer came around, wow, this meat is cold, wow, it's not proper, is this, is that. So from there, you will have to lower the price for the person so that the person can buy. Once it has entered the fridge, the value already deactivated. So if they can tell them that whenever it's cold meat, it's still okay, you can see our environment. It's well tidied up and clean. So you can see everywhere is neat, everywhere is okay. But in the case of that, we are not able to meet up for the day. If we preserve it inside the freezer, customers might be complaining that, okay, It's for second aid meat, it's not like that, it's not this. They can just help them to counsel them. So say you get that whatever is freezer, it's still okay, it's hygienic, it's still okay to eat. So that is the way it is.
Okay. So where do you buy your meat from?
We order from the north.
From the north, directly?
Directly. Somehow, myself, I went to Katsina, Bauchi, Maduguri. I can name like 4 markets.
Wow.
I know Miadua. I know Ketengiri. Yes, I see some. There are up to 10 there are markets that we livestock market only that we run in the north.
Okay.
So we left here on Saturday evening. We get there by Sunday morning. We buy the goods by Sunday evening. So by Monday, Tuesday, if there is no casualty, latest by Monday night we should be here. But due to the motor need for all this and that, by Tuesday we'll be here. So all because of the livestock, we are spending 3 to 4 days on the road.
Okay, so where do you slaughter the meat?
Yeah, our slaughter was at Mushi, Ladipo side, Matori slaughter slab.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so now, why did you choose to sell in this market, and why did you choose to sell meat?
Why did I choose to sell meat, or why did I choose to sell in this market?
Both of them.
Which one of the questions do you
Let's
want?
start with why did you choose to sell meat?
Why did I choose to sell meat?
Yes.
I was born and brought up with meat.
Oh.
My dad was a butcher. My grandpa was a butcher. My former grandpa was a butcher.
Wow.
So that is why. So that's why I seen as easily. I didn't count it as stress. I see it is very, very easy for me to run.
Okay.
So we just pray that we want more assistance, especially loans that can help our business, so we can make it affordably for the market women and men, so that the market can continue boosting.
Okay. So why did you choose Isolo market to sell this? Obada market, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So why did you choose Obada market in Isolo to sell this meat?
I was once an apprentice in this market. I learned from people. I can name my bosses. I have talked to like 4 bosses. Alhaji Abdullah Akinola is my bosses. Alhaji Rahimi Jamiu is my boss. Alhaji Taufik is my boss. So I served like 4 bosses before I could manage here. More than 10 years having them. So all thanks to thy Lord, all thanks to thy Lord today. So then, when it comes to selling of livestock, you can't just go to where they didn't know you to start selling livestock. It will take you time, because it was not a day job. You have to learn first.
How long did it take you to learn?
It depends on your knowledge, but the least I've seen is 4 years.
Oh, okay. 4 years.
The least I can say is 4 years, but to me, I spent more than 7 years on the learning. Here and there, sending them message, going here and there. I spent more than 7 years on the learning, but all thanks to thy Lord today that we could make it, but not yet. Okay, but we know with time, and the prayer, we keep praying to thy Lord. So one day we'll get to our real destination.
Yeah. So now let me ask you this: what's that one thing you love about selling in this market?
One thing I love selling this market is that we have rich cities among us here, around us here, like Yakari, Agokota, Ajawe Estate, Jakonde Gate, where good people do patronize us. So, but due to the economy, some complain that they were not able to meet up. We still have to sell for them accordingly. Yeah, we still have to sell for them according to their demand. Like this, my daddy there you are seeing, Coach, he's buying from this market more than 25 years ago.
Wow.
Up to date, he was still here. So that was those who are saying that old time customers, you have to treat them well, you have to treat them properly. So that's the way it is. He has been buying from us the time a cow was 200, 300,000 till date.
And now that it's 1 million.
1 million plus, 1,300,000, 1,400,000. Till date, he's still buying from us. So kudos to him. Kudos to him.
Okay, so last question. I know that in the course of our conversation, you've also told us little things that you want government to do in this market. So I want you to spell it out now, right now. What are the things you want the government to do in this market to make it better for you, the sellers, and also your customers that come to buy from you?
Firstly, in this market we have been here since. First time it was being demolished, either by the council or by the local government. We have to pay for this key club we are saying, we have to pay another bill to sort the key club. But that happens generally. It happens even when it comes to construction of the road here and there. Some other things do occur. But due to this market, what I think they can do for us to help on this market, they can bring us down a loan. Even though it's minimum of 100,000 or maximum of 300,000, once you have your NIN or your BVN, everything will be okay. Look at people now, they wish to sell, but the capital, we need capital to run this business. We need a capital. Even now, assuming now we have a, let's say like a cooling freezer here by the government, is not too much, whereby they just install this for us, that everybody, should the case you have a leftover, you cool it in the freezer for preservation. Secondly, let's assume a solar. Here now we use lights, we run electricity, we pay the electricity by ourselves. So let's assume they install the solar. Once we have the solar, day and night everywhere will be bright. People will be saying things they are buying, everything will be clean and clear. So there are many things, but we just have to brief it because of the time. So most especially, they give us the license on the freezer, that in the case we have a leftover goods, we put it there. When you bring out the other day, it should be fresh. And then they should help us to give them a counseling. Whenever they see a meat or livestock in the freezer, they should not just condemn it, that is second day meat. No, they should have to patronize it, that it's still well okay and it's very fine. Look at here now. Here is a pest control here. You can't see flies. Look at the ground, it's well swept. Look at the tables, they are well swept. Everything is good and fine and going under good condition here. Just that we beg him, we seek him on the behalf of the, let's say, the loan, the cooling ban and everything. So we plead on him, His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu, our good governor. We appreciate him so much.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
How you doing, ma?
I'm fine.
Tell us your name.
I'm fine.
And your name. What be your
My
name?
name is Aisat Ajoke.
Okay, so what do they sell for this market?
I dey sell tomatoes. Tomatoes and pepper and tatashe and shombo.
Sure, if you tell us the price of this tomato and pepper, where you they sell?
Yes. This one is tomato is 500.
Okay.
Pepper is 500. Shombo is 500. Tatashe is 500.
Okay. So as our last month, share you sell them for that same price?
Yes, now the same price.
So you never go up since that time?
No.
Okay. So how business don't be for you since beginning of this year?
The market no too move. No say children dey holiday. Market no too move. Market no dey at all.
So anytime when children dey holiday, market no dey move.
Market no dey move. Market no dey move. If children dey for school holiday, market no dey move.
So where you dey buy your market from?
My 12.
My 12.
Yes.
How much then they sell them for my 12?
My basket of tomato is 80,000.
80,000.
Yes.
How about pepper?
Pepper is 50.
Okay, 50,000.
Yes.
As our last month, was it that same price?
It's the same price. No change price. It's the same price.
Okay. So anytime where pepper and tomatoes, the price they go up, waiting they always make them go up.
I don't know. Now every year they go up. Now don't they come down small.
Okay.
Before it cost well. I dey buy basket 200,000 before.
Yeah.
Now they buy 80,000.
Wow. Okay. So for how long you don't they sell for this market?
It don't be like 20 years.
20 years?
Yes, we are done this market.
So if you compare that time when you start and now, which one will you prefer?
The time we are first start, 9 day okay pass this one.
Why?
That time market is dey cheaper. Now market no dey cheaper at all.
Okay.
That time I dey buy basket to 5,000, 6,000 before.
Okay, so why you choose to sell for this market?
It's for 500 now they sell it.
And why you choose to they sell this thing where you they sell for this market? Why you choose the solo market? Why you they sell for solo?
Na here I dey. Na here I dey since. That's why I no fit comot for here. I don sabi here well.
Okay. So is there anything you want the government to do in this market?
May
Make it better.
May bring money out. May anything all the market where they go by may dey okay. May go down. It took us. The market where they go by it took us now. May help us. May carry on down. Small.
Share customers still they come like before.
Customer no come o. Since morning I no say anything because no money outside. Na everybody dey manage now. No money outside. Shebi you see market how e be. People no enter market because market e cost.
Okay, so wetin be that one thing wey you like about this Isolo market?
Na only Isolo I like.
So why you like Isolo market?
I like Isolo market because na Isolo I dey live.
Okay. Okay, thank you, ma. Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
How you doing, ma?
I'm very fine.
Okay, so what's your name, ma?
My name is Alaja Abiodun Ogunkola.
Okay. So what do you sell in this market?
I sell fish,
What kind of fish?
Titus and Panla,
Okay, so it's smoked fish.
smoked one.
Okay. So can you give us like the price of the fish?
The Titus is 2,000 per one, 2,000. And I have Panla. This three is 2,000. And the one in front is 1,500. That is three.
Okay. So as our last month, did you sell it for the same price?
Exactly.
Same for the same price.
Mm.
So whenever the price of this fish go up, what makes it go up?
We don't know. Maybe it's the price control. I don't know.
So now, do you do it yourself?
Yes, I did it myself.
Oh, so where do you go to buy the ones that you do yourself?
In the fish company where they sell fish.
Okay, so how do you buy it? Is it in carton?
We buy carton 170.
70,000.
Yes.
So how many is inside the carton?
In a slate. We have original Titus. We have Kampala Titus.
What's the difference?
The difference is that the original, it has oil and white, while the Kampala, it doesn't have too much oil and it's red inside when you cut it.
Okay,
That is the difference.
so how has business been since the beginning of this year for you?
From the beginning of this year, we are just managing it because the price is too high. At times you go with your money. The money you carry to that place, you will not buy what you want to buy. You have to borrow money to join your money because the prices always go up. So that is how it is. That is how it is. But in the middle of the year, around May, June, it comes down a little. It comes down a little bit. As the rain started again, just that is it.
Okay, so for how long have you been selling in this market?
For about 10, 15 years.
10-15 years. Wow, that's very nice. Okay, so now that time that you started and now, which one do you prefer?
I prefer the one that time that I started. It is not costly like this, and you have your gain immediately. You buy, you have your gain. There is no suffering, no wahala. But now the wahala that you do is more than the gain you are having. Yes.
So now that before that you started, how much are you selling this one to people?
This one 500, 400. As at that 15 years,
Wow.
yes.
Wow. So do customers still come like before?
At times they came before I carry 2-3 carton and sell it per day. But now, if you buy one carton before you finish it, you will pray to God. You will pray because there is no market. The customer complains about money.
Okay, so why did you choose to sell fish? Why?
Because my grandmother sells fish. So that time when I'm small, so I love as she is doing it. So that is why.
Okay, so why did you choose to sell in this market? Why Obada market in Isolo? Why?
Because I live very close to this place. So I love staying nearby.
So what's that one thing you love about this market? What's that you just love selling in this market? What
I love in this market is no matter how you put your market, you will still see somebody that will buy. You play, you chat, you make friends, So that is it.
Okay, so what are the challenges you face selling fish in this market?
Oh, the challenges at times, you know, this place.
Yes.
If rain started now, oh, it's a big challenges. It's a big challenge. Since morning, when the rain was falling since morning, I cannot put anything here. I cannot, because all this span, all this roof, we are the one that do it by ourselves. And no matter what, you cannot do beyond this place that you put it. So rain always fall on the table. That is one challenge. Another challenge is that, and when the rain was falling, flood everywhere, there will be no customer. You too, you just hide yourself somehow for the rain to go. When the rain stop, you now started shading your market. Even the place we are doing the fish, where we put it in the fire, rain is there too. If rain started falling like this, oh my dear sister, it's not easy. It's not easy. That is it. And the challenges we are facing here again is that we want government to come and help us here.
That's what I was about to ask you. So what do you want the government to come and do for all of you in this
All
market?
of us in this market, government should come. They help us do this market. Maybe they want to do it in Kiklam. They do it in Kiklam for us. The flood will not be many when the rain was falling. So you understand. All this ground flood, they help us to do it so that when customer come, they will be able to enter markets. We too will be able to sit down and attend to them. So you understand. And if they do that one for us, everybody will be happy. Will be happy.
Thank you very much, man. Good morning, ma.
Morning.
How you doing?
I'm cool.
Okay, so what's your name?
My name is Blessing Okafor.
Okay, so what do you sell in this market?
I sell soup item.
So can you give us name of some of the items?
Okay. For example, this is egusi, and this one is ogbolo.
Okay.
So this one is uba
Okay.
for nkwobi.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. So what's this stockfish?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this one is dry fish.
Okay. So can you give us like a price breakdown of some of the things that you sell?
Okay. Like this one now. This one is 500, but we do sell 400 sometimes. So this one is 2,000. We do sell 15. This one is 3,000 or 3,500, but we sell 3,000. So this one is 15, 13.
So how much is the tin tomatoes?
Like this one is 600.
Okay.
The big one is 14.
So with these prices that you've given us now, as our last month, did you sell it for the same price?
No.
Why? Were they higher or lower?
Last year was lower, but this year is
No,
high.
last month.
Last month, sorry. Yes.
Okay, so what made it increase?
I don't even know.
Wow.
I don't know.
Okay. So how has business been since the beginning of this year?
Oh, my sister. Because as I am now, I want to be government by myself.
We want to be government by yourself.
I swear down.
Why? Tell me why.
I want them to vote for me so that I will change everything. Oh my God. But don't worry. With God, all things are possible.
Okay.
I know by, let's say before December, everything will be fine.
Okay, ma. So where do you buy your things from? Where do you buy your food items from?
Oyigbo.
Okay, so is there a particular reason why you go to buy from Oyigbo? Or is that the only market that sell things like this?
No, it's only Oyigbo. They sell something like this.
Oh, okay. So, for how many years have you been selling in this market?
I was 20 when my mommy lived here for me.
Oh, wow. So since that, so you said 20, you were 20 at that time. Wow.
Then.
So as at that time and now, which one do you prefer? Business?
Is this one?
No, like you prefer now? You prefer the way the things are right now?
No.
You prefer why? Why do you prefer then?
You will not compare that time now. By then and now. there is enough long distance self.
Different. So at that time when you started, how much was egusi?
250, 200.
Even smoked fish, how much?
As of then, you can see something like 400, you sell 500.
Wow.
But now, the one we are selling 500, we'll buy 500 and sell 600. So,
So what are the challenges you face selling in this market?
well, most of them will come and price, they will go, they will not buy. That's only the challenges we have.
Okay. So we know that there are other people that also sell the same thing that you sell in this market. So how are you coping? How are you able to cope with the competition and all that?
My sister, I will not lie for you. This is competition market. Anyone that enter for you, you sell.
So is there anything you want the government to do in this market to make it better for you, the sellers, and also for your customers?
A lot. Let them reduce the prices of everything. That's it.
That's it. Thank you very much, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm fine.
Okay, so what's your name?
Taiwo.
Okay, so what do you sell in this market?
We are selling provision.
What kind of provision?
We are selling Neosis. We are selling Spark, Godimon, Milo, and we are selling mashes, soap, and so on.
Okay, so now can you give us like the price of some of these things you've mentioned?
This fire.
Like spaghetti.
We are selling Spark, 19,000.
Okay.
Indomie 9.5.
Okay.
Spark pack is 48. So, and the minimum is 8,000.
Okay, Milo. How much is the carton?
Milo is 35,000.
Oh, 35,000.
Yes.
Okay, so as a last month, with the prices of all these things you've given me, as a last month, did you sell it for the same price?
Yes.
Okay, so whenever the prices of all these things go up, what usually makes it go up?
I don't know.
Okay. So for how long have you been selling in this market?
For 6 years now.
So why did you pick Obada market in the solo to sell?
Because the Isola market is very good market.
Okay. So what's the one thing you love about this market?
Because we are selling market in Isola market.
That's what you just love about it.
Yes.
Okay. So what are the challenges you face selling these particular things in this market?
Oh, I don't want to say it again. Okay. About this market, Abby,
Challenges you face selling this market.
we are not facing any challenge at all.
Okay. So where do you buy your things from?
We order.
Other.
Yes.
Okay, so from where do they bring it from? Is it from the company directly?
Yes, from company.
Oh, okay, that's very, very nice. What do you want the government to do in this market to make it better?
To do our road in the market.
Okay.
And do something about this market. We need the security in this market. Okay, that's all.
All right, thank you very much. We have come to the end of today's episode of Market Today on Consumer Hala TV, and today was quite insightful. We got to talk to meat sellers, vegetable sellers, soup item sellers, and other traders in the market, and we've learned one thing. They all said and complained about one thing. They complained about how whenever it rains, it affects the things that happen in the market, and also the bad road in the market. So they are calling on the government to come and help make that particular place better for them, so that they can attract more customers and make good sales. That is all we can take on today's episode of Market Today on Consumer Hala TV. Do not forget to like, subscribe, and follow us on all our social media platforms: on YouTube, Consumer Hala TV; on Facebook, Consumer Hala TV; and on Instagram, Consumer Hala TV. I am Matilda Omenai. Until next time, bye for now.
My name is Tunde Olufowora. I'm the CEO of Bandai Communications. We are we call the publisher or the owner of the new initiative called ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV is actually Nigeria's first consumer-centered, or called a consumer-centric television platform that aims to bring voice to the over 220 million Nigerians. It was a vision that came to my heart about 10 years ago. I remember that I was traveling. I traveled out of the country, on airline, and I had this unpleasant experience. It was a trip to an African country from Nigeria, and I actually went with a local flight from Nigeria. I wouldn't want to mention the name of the airline, and then it was to South Africa, and we landed in South Africa, and let me just paraphrase it. When I was coming back, I had some money, some dollars, and that someone had given to me to hand over to another person in Nigeria. So I wanted to help out. I didn't want to carry the cash on myself. So for whatever reason, I opted to. I had a small case, and I felt that it was safer for me to put the money in my luggage. So I put it in a safe place in my luggage, got everything intact, and I checked in my luggage. My arrival in Nigeria, I was standing and was waiting about the carousel just so that I could pick up my luggage, and then I was there for 1 hour and waiting for my luggage. I didn't know that my luggage already arrived, and it was one of the luggage that was moving around on the carousel. So after about 1 hour wait, I looked to my left and my right. Almost everybody had gone. I think there were just about 2 or 3 left. So I beckoned on the woman that was on my side, and I noticed she was really in tears. Madam, what happened? She said, her bag has just been torn and a lot of things stolen. So I said, well, I've also been waiting for my own. She said, you better go and check those luggages there. Maybe yours is one of them. And lo and behold, I went around there. Mine was one of them. By the time I got it, everything inside my luggage was gone. All the valuable things there were gone. To cut the long story short, we felt there was need for us to report the case, at least to the airline. It was in the night, about 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. We went in to go and see the officer that was in charge. As soon as we got in there, the officer said, "Oh, so sorry, but you will have to go to our head office in somewhere in Victoria Island, to lodge a complaint." Okay. So the next day we went to the Victoria Island and we lodged a complaint, and that was it. And since that day, I'm talking a story of over 10 years ago, I didn't get a call, not even a call from that airline to talk to me about what happened to my luggage. Now, about a month after that trip, I had another opportunity to travel out of the country. This time around it was to US, and it was an official assignment. And I flew on, I will mention the airline this time around. I flew on a BA. I really didn't like BA. I usually go with Virgin Atlantic and things like that. But my protocol officer convinced me and said, "Okay, you will love BA. Why don't you go on BA?" Anyway, so I went on BA to US. And of course, when I returned from US to Nigeria, we had to do, of course, there'll be like a connecting flight from Heathrow. So we got into London Heathrow, and then because it was through Heathrow that we went, and then so they changed since it was BA, they changed the aircraft this time around to a bigger one. I mean, clearly because there were more Nigerians, more people that were planning to come to Nigeria, and then we boarded. Not quite 10 minutes into the flight, in the air, the aircraft started malfunctioning. The air conditioning compartment were not functioning very well. I was on what we call business economy. The whole of that business economy, all the way to economy side, the ACs were not working well. It was hot, and then I was watching, and then from that moment till we got to Nigeria. From that moment till we got to, I'm just trying to paraphrase. From that moment till we got to Nigeria, I could remember very well how many times the pilot, broke into conversation and had to apologize and say, really very sorry about this. He was giving us almost every 30 minutes. There's always a kind of update. So sorry, this is what we're doing now, this is what we're doing. While we were on that journey, I also remember an incident. So they came, the crew apparently couldn't resolve it. They couldn't manage the crisis or what was going on about it. They couldn't fix it. So they come up and said, we're so sorry, but for all the inconvenience, we're declaring, free lunch, free whatever it is you want, you can get. So trust Nigerians, you need to hear how everybody were jubilating, But something struck me. The experience I had just about a month before, and this experience, somehow I started comparing them. I was trying to see how this matter will be managed. Again, to cut the story short, we landed in Nigeria on BA. Before we landed, the pilot announced and said that for the inconvenience, they will be giving a voucher of £50 to every.
Good morning and welcome to Perspective on ConsumerHallaTV. A perspective as well, we'll talk about burning issues making the rounds. I'm Ire Hayomi Koneke. On today's edition of Perspective, we'll be talking about the Bank Customer Bill of Rights in Nigeria that was developed by the Central Bank of Nigeria to protect the rights and interests of bank customers. The Bank Customer Bill of Rights in Nigeria is a document developed by the Central Bank of Nigeria to protect the rights and interests of bank customers, and the bill outlines the rights and duties of bank customers, ensuring they are treated fairly and with respect. Since the early 2000s, there was a significant increase in complaints from bank customers in Nigeria, ranging from unfair charges to poor customer service. Reports by Access Holding at that time, there was no comprehensive framework to protect the rights of bank customers, leading to widespread dissatisfaction and mistrust. In response to this content, the CBN Central Bank of Nigeria recognized the need for a robust consumer protection framework and initiated the development of the bank. However, the CBN collaborated with various stakeholders, including banks, consumer advocacy groups, and regulatory agencies, to ensure that the bill addressed the needs and concerns of all parties involved. After extensive consultations and revisions, the Bank Customer Bill of Rights was finalized and published by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Meanwhile, the primary objectives of the bank customer bill of rights is to protect bank customer rights, to safeguard the rights and interests of bank customers in Nigeria, also to promote transparency and accountability. This has to do with ensuring that banks operate transparently and are held accountable for their actions, as well as enhancing customer satisfaction. This is to improve overall customer satisfaction with banking services in Nigeria. To foster a stable financial system. This has to do with contributing to the stability and development of the Nigerian financial system by establishing a clear framework for the protection of bank customers' rights. The Bank Customer Bill of Rights aims to promote a fair, transparent, and customer-centric banking industry in Nigeria. For such full insight on the program, with me in the house this morning, I have Mr. Moshudi Samotu, public analyst and creator. It's a pleasure to have you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, viewers.
Good morning. And also we have virtually we have Dr. Eddie Ademosu, banker and former president, Association of Corporate Affairs Managers of Banks, ACMB. It's a pleasure to have you, Dr. Eddie Ademosu. Okay, all right. I guess we're having network issues. So, Mr. Moshud, let me start with you. Let's help the Nigerian consumers to understand this new initiative from the CBN. What is this Bill of Rights? What is it all about by the CBN? And what is the importance of this bill? And what is exactly set to achieve?
Good to thank you for having me this morning. I just want to tell you that the Bill of Rights being put forward by the CBN is not actually new. It has been in existence for more than 2 decades right now, but just that because of the evolving development in the banking industry and the relationship that the banks want to build with their customers, and if you just go by the recent experience of what customers are experiencing with the banks, the CBN now think they need to be more responsive to the yearnings of the public. That is why they have come up now to recharge, so to say, to give life to what they already have before, and to take care of the development that have taken place between when it was initiated and now. I guess this probably will have been informed by the feedback they are having from customers and series of complaints that they are having from the customers. So the Bill of Rights that is being put forward right now is not actually new, but I just give you flavor to it. They want to give a life to it by codifying it and make people to be more conscious of their duties and responsibilities. Meanwhile, the bill is not just having to do with what customers will expect from their banks. It's equally two-edged sword. It's equally place a burden on the customers, their duties to their banks as well. It's a two-point thing, but primarily it is a bill that probably wants to let the public know their rights, what is to expect from their banks when they have interactions. And so it is good that the CBN as a regulatory body is taking it upon itself now to be more responsive to its responsibilities by ensuring that the bank customers expend the best practices. This is going to instill confidence in the system, and at the same time is going to make the inclusiveness with the CBN is preaching more appealing. And of course, bank is now, everybody is now a bank customer. Actually, everybody is a bank customer with the advent of fintech and what have you. So the challenges of banks are getting more, so which means they need to be more responsive to the development. So quite good. It's a decision that CBN has started to take, and I think it's a good direction. It will create sense of awareness for the people, for the public. So it is a good thing that's coming up at this very point in time.
Thank you for saying it's not a new bill. They're just adding flavor because a lot of consumers are thinking when they had the new bill, thinking what bill are they trying to, evolve out? And while talking the other time, you made mention of duties of the consumer to bank. What are the duties of the consumer to bank?
Thank you very much. When we are, there's no responsibility that doesn't go with duties. Understand? It's a two-way thing. Number one, apart from what you expect your bank to do for you, you equally have a responsibility. I'll give an example. If as a customer, it's your duty to have financial education. Understand? You should know that when you collect a loan, for example, from the bank, you must pay back. But the money is not a gift. If the bank gives you a financial instrument, it's your responsibility to keep it. And at the same time, if you have a login detail to your bank application, it's your duty to keep it. Okay, as simple as your ATM card, it's your duty to make sure that it is well kept, that your password is well kept. Am I getting me? It is your duty to ensure that when you collect, when the bank say do this, you respond and do what they ask you to do. Understand? So it is two-edged something. So it's not just probably what the bank holds you. You equally hold your bank in order to make sure that the relationship is effective and it's mutually rewarding. So we have you as a bank customer, you have a responsibility. Likewise, your bank equally has responsibility. But most of us, we talk more about what the bank needs to do for us without thinking about what we need to do as well.
Interesting. What's significant? Okay, we have Dr. Eddie. It's a pleasure to have you. Good morning, Dr. Eddie.
Yeah, good morning. Nice to also be on this program.
Good morning, Dr. Eddie. It's a pleasure to have you on the program. Dr. Eddie Ademosu is an ex-banker and former president, Association of Corporate Affairs and Managers of Bank. It's a pleasure to have you on board. It's an honor.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's start the conversation now. Let's start with this. Let the Nigerian consumer understand what this new initiative from the CBN is all about and what they're about to achieve with this bill.
Well, what I've acronymed or I've tagged as NBCBR, which is Nigerian Banking Consumers or Customers Bill of Rights, is a comprehensive document outlining the settlement, the entitlements, and the protections available to banking customers. In essence, the Bill of Rights aims to protect consumers of financial products, services, ensuring equitable treatment, and fostering consumer-centric financial environment. I've tried to liken this bill to the Bill of Rights in America. You talk about the Bill of Rights, which is a fundamental document that lines the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution, which guarantees essential rights and freedom for the citizens. But this time around, we are talking about the banking customers and consumers of financial services products. So, this bill essentially gives the customers rights, protection, and freedom. But if you look at it in detail, it also highlights the duties of the customers to the banks and the financial institutions. In essence, I heard Moshood talking about the two. That is true. It's like two sides of the coin. And as we all know, of course, we talk about rights. Rights comes with responsibility. So it's essential that we understand the fact that the bill addresses both sides. Your rights as customer and your duties as customer to the banking institution. So in essence, it weighs more onto the side of consumers, and that's why we talked about the bill being one that fosters customer-centric financial environment. That is, it's the government that we are beginning to see customer as king. Okay, we also we say in the banking industry that treat your customer as a king. Yes, he is a king because he holds the bread and the knife. So in that essence, this bill brings to fore the centrality, the power that customer holds in financial transaction business, and of course, it applies to all economies. So this is one bill that has come to address the rights and freedom of a typical Nigerian banking customer.
All right, Dr. Hediade. I'm glad for that, and I'm happy that you said you overheard when Mr. Moshood Samoto was talking about the duties of the consumer to bank. I would like to ask you now, what are the duties of the consumer to bank, and how significantly different is this bill from the existing consumer rights as already established under the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission?
Okay, let me quickly take it from the rear, and that is to talk about the existing laws that protects the consumers and customers. These laws that have been in existence are complementary. I must say that the consumer protection law complements essentially this very important Bill of Rights, except that in this case, the financial sector services is being highlighted effectively. Okay, so and of course, you would expect that there will be overlap in terms of the critical areas required in these laws. So generally, including the digital data protection law, they all tend to look at the customer as the center of all activity. So it's right to conclude that from all ends, we are working towards ensuring that the consumers and the customers are treated appropriately within the obligations of our constitution and the available law. And having said that, we must, like we rightly said, that the consumers too and the customers also have duties to offer or render to their bank financial institution. For instance, there is need for you to understand that you have financial obligations, and you also have the duty to be able to gain knowledge and understanding of the financial services. Today, the financial literacy level is very low, and that is to even say that those that are literate enough have been caught up in the web of not understanding financial product services or financial transactions. So a whole lot of an area that we will need to begin to understand. So as a bank customer, you need to keep abreast of developments in the sector so that you are not treated even as king as you should be. You are not treated like a slave. So it is important as a duty to have knowledge of the financial issues, financial products and services. And of course, also, you also know that it is your duty to also protect your instrument and all other information. I also was lucky to listen to Mochi, who talked about, for instance, even as little as your ATM card. Some of us can be very careless. We can toy with information relating to our ATM, sharing our PIN number, that is personal identification number, with third parties, which is not even necessary. And so you hold that duty to keep your financial instrument intact. Of course, one of the other things that comes as a duty to you is also the fact that you need to provide factual information at the point of inquiries. Some of us will think that by not being truthful to some of the information that they give out, they don't really mean it. Affects the data that the financial will need to work with. For instance, if you want to access a loan, basic questions relating to your biodata will be required. Your incomes and earnings will be required. And so if you juggle the figure, you'll be affecting the outcome of the process to reach conclusion, and then it ultimately leads to granting of loan that shouldn't be granted in the first place. So it is your duty to give accurate and factual information relating to things that are required. And of course, it is also the duty of the consumers or customers to report suspected fraud or errors. This is common, and then we tend to under it. A customer receives wrong transaction inflow into his account, and it feels it's his money or our money. That might not be right. You need to be sure that you're expecting an inflow, and if it doesn't, if it's not upon some of the inflow that you expect, you then have the right to quickly alert your bank and then inform them appropriately. That is the rightful thing to do, even as a citizen of any nation, not to talk of owning the bank not to be guilty. So what we are saying in essence is that the bill of rights works on two hands. One, the banks who use some obligations on you as customers to also pay them. I think that's the way it works.
Thank you for highlighting the duties of the consumer to bank. The one I hold vitally personally has to do with reporting suspect fraudulent activities. That's one of a vital consumer right that a consumer must do anytime they are suspecting any misappropriate activities. Let's take a look at this complaint of bank customer across 5 major Nigerian banks, soared by over 63.54% in 2023, reaching over 10 million compared to 6.12 million from the previous year. According to the audited financial results analyst, Access Holdings, Nigeria's largest bank, saw an 81.26% increase in complaints, reaching to about 5 million in 2023 and about from 2 million in 2022. However, according to the report here, the financial institution under review, including United Bank for Africa, UBA, Zenith Bank, GTC, Guarantee Trust Holding Company, and Wema Bank, faced significant challenges in resolving these complaints, with some customers escalating issues to the Central Bank of Nigeria for intervention. In response to these escalating complaints, the UBA unveiled a scan to resolve complaints portal aimed at swiftly addressing customer disputes and enhancing confusion. Meanwhile, Zenith Bank experienced a decrease in complaints about 25.29%, which indicates potential strategies for managing consumer grievances. About this, what metrics do banks use to measure the effectiveness of their customer service, and what are the primary cause of the surge in customer complaints across Nigerian banks?
Well, generally, you need to take a statistics also of the level of financial inclusion that has occurred in the past few years, say within the past 5 years. There has been a geometric increase in the number of the people who are able to make use of financial services. The statistics put it as of today as almost about 74%, which means the inclusivity, the financial inclusivity has increased geometrically back from that is the statistics as at 2023. As at 2020, as at the year of 2020, the figure was less than 60%. So when you that with the level of complaints that you begin to experience nowadays, it is expected, it is justified. There is an increase in the number of inclusion, which means more Nigerians now make use of financial services and they have access to financial products and services. So the number of complaints that will naturally come from such increase will also be as a measure of what we are beginning to do, which is a good development too. However, it is important to begin to look at the metrics in resolving this conflict. The brand communication will say talk about the complaint resolution mechanism. So we agree that banks at various levels have also been devising methods to address it. It is only when such banks couldn't get as fast as possible to the contentment of the consumers or customers that they can then begin to escalate to the regulatory authority. For me, in the past 5 years, the resolutions mechanisms have worked fairly better. It's something that you can call almost about 60% for the banking industry. But the issue is that even knowledge level, literacy level of our consumers or customers is still very low. There are issues, resolutions that can be resolved at their ends. In PR, we talk about PR financial literacy. If you don't understand basic requirements of why certain things need to be done in terms of services and products, and you venture into, you create complaints, you create clog, or you create noises along the channel for you to be able to get the best of the service you want. So what we are seeing in this regard is that the complaint can increase, but simultaneously the resolutions are also being worked on. It will be very difficult at that level to begin to talk about the mechanism being put in place by each of the banks. But aggregately, we know that, like we also highlighted in the statistics, at some point the complaints were just minimal. But like I also have alluded now, with more inclusion, with more people being dragged into the usage of financial services, we do expect that the complaint level will also slightly increase. But I want to believe that that is something that is being addressed by the appropriate authorities. But suffice to that what drives much of this is enlightenment, awareness, education, training at all levels, both within and outside, and also the customers. That is where maybe like currently the Association of Corporate Affairs Managers of Banks will need to intensify their efforts in the areas of advocacy, enlightenment, education, and being able to take on activities that would bring to fore the knowledge gap that exists in the financial service sector, particularly to the customers. So we expect that as we get more sophisticated, more means of mechanism to resolve complaints will be unfolded. Last time, the ACAM, the Association of Corporate Affairs Managers, highlighted the importance of AI, artificial intelligence, in resolving issues. So if we get to the point that even before the customer complains, appropriate mechanisms will have resolved to some great extent what currently exists as complaints.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy, for your take. Mr. Moshood, over to you now. Let's talk about this. Let's examine this bill in part, which says Nigeria bank customers has the right to be informed, right to choose, right to safety, right to privacy and confidentiality. and right to redress, among others. These are very fundamental areas that touched on the pillars of banking. Does it mean that Nigerian banks have not been fair in protecting customers or consumer along those paths this while?
Thank you very much. As I said earlier, this protective mechanism platform that CBN is just we are talking about has been there. But if they have been very effective, probably we'll be talking of something different now. But we can't blame them that it's never too late to do the right thing. Now, this right they are putting up right now, the right of the customers, it just suggests that if a research is done in Nigeria today about the reputation of Nigerian banks, honestly, I think they may not have a good grade. That's what I'm saying about Nigerian bank. That suggests that the mechanism already in place are not very effective. I will give an example. Okay. KPMG did a report in 2024 December, which was released last year. They said that customer resolution mechanism by banks remain the weakest link in the financial system, the weakest link, which means they are not effective. So bringing them up right now, and it's a way to drive that they become more active in enforcing it. So if it's not just being there, how do we enforce it? That is very important. That is why all the key stakeholders need to be involved. The banks themselves need to ensure that they activate their portals to be able to track every complaint, and then a resolution mechanism is put in place. It is when those things are put in place that this right can be enforced. And of course, Nigerian customers, bank customers, need to know how do I get redress if this right is violated. Understand? That is their right to seek redress. For example, CBN already has a consumer protection department. I mean, there's a standard form for you to fill online if you cannot go physically. I may not utilize that aspect. If your bank fails to redress your complaint within 2 weeks, you can escalate to central bank, who will get in touch with the appropriate bank and even put sanctions. That is why most of the banks now are now forced to disclose every infraction, every complaint they receive in the annual report, so that we guide the CBN to see whether we are making progress or not. So as a stakeholder, all of us have responsibilities. The mechanism put in place to activate the right of individuals, of bank customers, they are there. But the CBN responsibility is to enforce that they work. That is what they're trying to say.
Right. Thank you for that. Let's talk about this now. How save our bank customers information in this era of growing digital fraud? Because bank consumers have been made to bear the brunt of losses arising from the digital fraud, and how will this bill guarantee some level of balance or strengthen consumer safety? And as well, Dr. Ediwa was talking the other time, he made mention of AI, and how can AI be of help to bank industry to eradicate any fraudulent activities?
Thank you. There are two questions there. Number one, let me take from the AI. How the AI can help to AI is a human intelligence. I mean, intelligence because from artificial intelligence, and the idea is that to make the system faster and that it more secured, at the same time more smooth, and then because the idea is that you get it right, and then there is a system in place to put in order, and there's a mechanism that probably you can activate as an individual to resolve most of the complaints. So the issue of artificial intelligence is now taking over processes that are humanly done, that are built by woman. But the issue is that it's not a human being. It's been programmed to detect errors and to handle cases, but it is what we feed in that we get in. And meanwhile, there is no product of woman that is very perfect, and the things are evolving. As the issues are evolving, technology continues to evolve. So one of the feedback, one of the byproduct of that technology is the second question you asked me, the safety of consumer data, and then of consumer data and their funds in the banks. That leads to the second one. Now, the era of the digital banking, honestly, has posed a challenge. The challenge that is the way to go. The second level of it is that it is open to many things. Understand, like fraud and what have you. Because the technology you are having, somebody somewhere is ready to decode it. And that is why banks constantly upgrading their system, upgrading the applications, and encrypting the word and the whole process, so that it's very difficult to visit, to break into. Number one is that they ensure that their sites are very secured. There are many unsecure sites that are there. So as a customer, as a bank customer, if you visit a site, you want to use your card, if you visit a site that is unsecured, you need to run away. That's a problem. If you put out a password, how strong is your password? Understand? If you do your, how do you link your password together? If you reach a fish account, a fish call, do you respond to it? If you don't, you initiate a transaction and you receive a code, why do you need to activate that code? Are you getting me? So the education is there to be continued. The information technology technicians, we need to be, they are all to be up their game as well, so that they can think ahead of the first start. But I'm telling you, it's not a local problem. It's a challenge all over the world about this of a digital fraud. Understand? Even well-developed economies who have been using this digital banking for over the years, they still have these challenges. And even at a global scale, it is an issue. And I believe the ITU, they are equally taking record of all these things. But by and large, the issue more is that you as a customer, there's much you can do to protect yourself. Understand? And if anything happens, the technology can even trace it where it happens. Understand? That is the essence of it all. But as a customer of the bank, you have a duty to ensure that you protect yourself from digital fraud. And if it happens, there are levels to escalate it to your bank primarily, and then to the CBN, and they can then trace how it happens, and that form the basis of how the banks form the basis of what the bank needs to do next. That is why you keep banks regularly updating their system or bringing the system, as educating you, do not expose this, do not visit unsecure sites, and what have you. So there are a lot of things that go along that.
All right, thank you. Dr. Reddy, do you agree with what Mr. Moshood Samotu is saying? And as well, let's look at the area of enforcement. How are these rights of consumers being monitored and enforced within the banking system?
Well, generally, as an ex-banker like myself, Moshood is right to a great extent. I just need to add also that what we have currently is meant to achieve greater output in terms of compliance. The truth of the matter is that the bill will definitely strengthen customer service. And what is central to you and I as a consumer of banking financial products and services is for us to be well served, quality service, and safety in terms of security of our deposits and other instruments. And of course, also, it will standardize charges. You see, we've had so much talk and discussion and discourse around the fact that charges in the banking industry are outrageous, levies and all sorts of fees being put together. One of the fallouts and the positive fallout of this bill is to the effect that with time, and I want to be very cautious in measuring that, with time we will gravitate towards standardized charges. It's not that Bank A is charging 10,000 while Bank B is charging 5,000. Just like we have in the network world, the telecommunication world today. So, and also to underscore what you said, the effectiveness of this bill, in order to be favorable to consumers, must also be consistently and constantly monitored by the regulatory bodies, particularly the Central Bank of Nigeria. Yes, they have agencies set up to look at this, particularly the Protection Council agency. But then the banks and financial institutions fall under the CBN, and it is important that they do not let go When I emphasize do not let go, they must stay on top of the fact that serious complaints must be resolved within a specified period of time. And where that is not done, appropriate sanctions should be applied. Okay. I also will need to dwell a little bit more on the technology and customer service role of today. You see, technology, like we said of the bill itself, consists of two sides of the coin. As much as we look at the positive sides of technology in driving financial services and products, we must also begin to be wary of the limitations and the challenges, particularly in an environment like ours that has infrastructural challenges. So, not too much of optimism to be expressed as we are as of today. But we believe as we progress into the reform in the economy, we're likely to begin to see better and more secured applications of the technology in all forms. So, generally, I will just position that we have been lately lucky to have this bill highlighted. We've been there to some extent, but like I have taken this to the Bill of Rights in America, when you push out a commitment like this, even when it is not backed by law, you are under moral obligation to be sure that you just don't put out a document for the purpose of the shell. You must ensure that it is effectively implemented, and that is why we keep going back to the CBN, who has initiated this bill at this point in time, to ensure that all stakeholders need to, and then we get the best out of it. Just in the interest of all of us, at one or the other, you will become a bank customer, and so there is no way that nobody can run away from it. Either you are in practice or outside of the practice, or whether you are operating as a player, as you will need to understand the fact that it is in the interest of individuals and generally in the interest of the economy for this bill to succeed, and that is why some of us are clamoring for the fact that the CBN should not let go, should push further and ensure appropriate delivery.
Thank you for your take. Just as you said, we are hoping for a proper implementation of this bill. Because of the time, Mr. Moshe Disamotu, now, what more should the regulatory authority do to standardize and regularize banking services in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. You know, naturally, this is a business of competition. Bank is a business of competition. So there's a minimum level of standard that the banks will operate. For example, the central bank now being a regulatory authority has come up with a list of charges that bank must charge per product. For example, if you withdraw ATM from an offsite ATM machine, that's a charge that must appropriate. So that one, irrespective of bank, is a standard thing. If you obtain a loan, for this brand of loan, this is the number of charges you must require. If you have issues with your bank, the complaint will be resolved within the frame of time, which means there are some level of standardized rates, standardized time that issues must be resolved. They are already in existence. The only thing is that if you apply for a customer a bespoke product, you may pay by different rates. But this is that whatever generic products that are offered, the CB already has a guideline that guides such product. It is you now as a bank customer that you need to find out, or is part of your duty to seek this information. But primarily your own bank is supposed to give you. But if you think you have a doubt, you can equally seek the redress. I mean, get into the escalate it. You want to know what the CBN rates are in respect of this product, and then you can take from there. And if your bank is not helping you, you can escalate to central bank. That's what it means. Understand? Of course, the FCPC is there, but the FCPC offer generic coverage to all customers, whether it be network, whether it be telecom customer, bank customer, other shades of customers. That is what self-service does. But for the fact that for this border sector, where you are seeking a redress, where you have issue with, you go to a specific regulator for that business. That is what it is. But by and large, the CBN has a standardized rates and standardized practice. And before, apart from the manual of procedure which every bank operates in, the CBN regulation take precedent above others.
What is your assessment of the role of technology in customer service protection and safety?
Now, the technology have been doing a lot. For example, right now, if you input your age, if you put a password that probably is not correct, the technology will bounce you back. So which means you cannot force yourself into it. And at times when you log in a detail, after 2 or 3 times, you are bad. Go and visit your bank to face your registration. That is a safety that have been put up on it. Am I correct? And there's even a limit. You can put a limit on your bank account that there's a limit to which can be taken out of your bank for this period. Understand now? Which means technology has put a caveat on it. So if somebody wants to break in, technology will not allow you to break in. So technology is doing a lot. But as I tell you, as you are doing that, some bad guys are calling doing things to break into. So that's why bank continuously doing upgrading their system and equally educating the bank customer what they need to do. Understand? And if that is why, as simple as SMS, if you receive an alert from your bank and that is not yours, I mean you didn't initiate it, before you call us so that the person won't go for the next one, you can block your machine, your ATM. You can block your account from your phone. The phone. So that I don't need to go to the bank. You can then go to the bank and complain. But before then, by the time you receive the first alert for debit not initiated by you now, technology has put, you can stop that thing. Understand? And then at times, if you put in as a clause in your bank, please, any money below so amount, call me for confirmation. These are the steps that took in place. So, of course, there are going to be infrastructure left and right, but there are mechanisms equally that have been put in place. And the things are evolving. To this technology, what it was 10 years ago is not the same thing right now. So as the things are evolving, there's going to be more responsibilities, there's going to be more duties, that make a duty of care is more on the bank because the customers are king, whatever it is. So that is very, very important. So responsibilities on the part of the regulator, on the part of the operator, and on the part of the customers as well.
Thank you, Mr. Amosho Disamotu. Over to you now, Dr. Reddy. Let's have your parting shot, and as well, what is your personal assessment of bank customer service in Nigeria?
Okay, let me just be very factual. I will take it from the customer service assessment. The truth of the matter is that some of us did the research that is comparative in nature. For instance, my thesis is essentially on banks branch management between a period of 1996, just before the ACAM was formed, and then 10 years after when ACAM had taken root. And so the research conclusively indicated that bank services improved greatly, and it was essentially attributed to the impact of ICT generally. So we need to begin to talk about information communication technology, not to talk of technology alone. And so the parting shot here is this: that going forward with better innovations and applications of ICT more tactics and modems and mechanisms, we will begin to see better results in five, particularly in the Nigerian context. I'm not equating with benchmarking anyone with any part of the world, but honestly, the Nigerian banks have come of a great positive impact. Nobody can take that away recently. Now, to my parting shot is simply that consistently, what we lack in terms of connecting the next amongst stakeholders in the banking industry is the need to apply what some of us have said you call ARER, adequacy, relevancy, and efficiency of usage of policies. There's always a disconnect. That is the major issue. Now we're talking about Bill of Rights today. How consistent are we over time? How efficient are we in ensuring that we don't let lose of the nitty-gritty of the game? And how relevant are they with time? We need to begin to address all this and ensure that going forward we are at par with what the world is dictating. Sometimes we spoke about financial inclusion. It will surprise you that as of today, Nigeria is still far below some African countries in terms of elsewhere it has attained over 100%. We are still struggling to attain 90%. We are like 74% down, and that is not too good. It means that we have a lot of catch up to make. So we need to be able to connect the dots and link the various gaps. Like I said, it is among the triple of the stakeholders, the consumers, the customers, the operators, the regulators. And with that, I'm quite sure that we'll do more than what we are doing today.
Right, well, thank you so much, Dr. Reddy Ademosu, for your time and contribution on the program. Please do well to enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thank you so much for having me. And to my brother, Moshood, nice to see you all over again. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. Thank you very much.
All right, have a beautiful and pleasant day, Dr. Reddy. Now, Mr. Moshood, let's have your parting shot as well.
The banking is a serious business. If you don't get right in the banking industry, you may not get back in the rest of the sectors of the economy. So, which means customers is, and when you place that at with the customers as king, all the stakeholders involved, especially the regulatory authority, the banking operators, the bankers, they need to do more, ensuring that they get it right, because that is only when they can be able to deliver their role in growing the economy. Because when the confidence is not there, their image will be eroded, and the economy, their impact in the overall economy will be affected. Because if you don't get it right in the banking sector, you can be sure many things will go astray in the economy. So which means the central banking operators need to up their games, while customers also need to know their duties as well in their interactions with their financial institutions. That's what I have to say.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Moshood Samotun. He's a public analyst and a commentator. Thank you so much for coming on the program. We appreciate your contribution, your time, and your quota. I'm very sure all these things you've said, if all measures are being put in place, very sure the banking industry will be up to task, and there will not be issue for consumers or customers to be complaining about so many dissatisfactions activities that has to do with the banking industry. Thank you so much. Now we have to round things up on Perspective today. We appreciate you for being there, and most especially you as a consumer. You have a duty obligation to the bank. It's vice versa. As the bank has obligations to you as a consumer, you yourself, you have some things to do, necessary steps to take to the bank as well. Thank you so much. And for the bill, because a lot of consumers, there have been a lot of reactions. People are misquoting it. What bill? It's something that has been existing for a very long time. Just I'm using the word Mr. Moshood used earlier on when he started the program. He said they're just adding flavor to it. So they're just adding flavor to it. Thank you so much for being there. Another beautiful edition of Perspective. We'll be back again tomorrow. I am Irea Yomikuleke. Stay with us for the rest of the day.
My name is Corey Peters, and I am a product manager. So this is a very innovative idea, and first off, everybody is a consumer, and so this is the voice of the consumer, and this is the voice that is going to be heard. For the first time, the consumers in this country are going to be able to express their ideas and to get to know your rights, to know what belongs to you. And it's going to change a lot of branding. It's going to change a lot of things, because everybody knows that we're not just getting things out for the consumers. The consumers have a right to accept. You know, as they say, the customer is always right. So the customer is the consumer, and the consumer is always right. So, you know, when there is control, when there is feedback, there is bound to be change. So so I said, I'm a product manager. When you develop products, sometimes you believe you know what the users want, and through different kinds of surveys. But when the users actually get the product, they can tell you their mind, how the product is, their feeling about the product. So it's good to definitely change how products are being designed, how services are being given to people, because you can get a feedback, and that feedback can make or mar a company, you know, and everybody wants to have good feedback. So it's definitely going to change the behavior of people that make products. One very good thing is information. Information is power. So the consumer is going to get way more powerful. The voice of the consumer will be heard, the opinions of the consumers will be heard, and that opinion will shape how products and services will be made in this country going forward. Be on the lookout. You are now in charge. Several things coming your way through this station. I'm very excited about it. The things he's already brought out, and there will be many more things. But the bottom line, the consumer is now in the driver's seat. So ConsumerHallaTV, thank you for this innovative work. You're going to keep evolving, and just follow the consumers. The consumers will lead you to what they want, and that's how it's supposed to be, always. They're going to have different types of consumers, and they're going to pander to the different needs, but you're going to be making consumers very, very powerful. So thumbs up, keep up the good work. My name is Korede Peters. Thank you very much.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us on the ConsumerHallaTV News at 10. I am Iri Ayomekunleke. Let's start the news from statistics as Nigeria's gross domestic product grew by 4.23% year-on-year in the second quarter of 2025. The NBS revealed in its second quarter of 2025 GDP report, and the report says the National Bureau of Statistics showing a figure that improve the comparison to 3.48% recorded in the second quarter of 2024, the 3.13% recorded in the first quarter of 2025. The figure signals a strengthening economy driven by recent rebasing, a rebound in oil production, and a resilient non-oil sector. The report said following the rebasing of the gross domestic product using 2019 as the base year previous quarterly GDP estimate, were benchmarked to the rebased annual estimate to align the old series with the new rebased estimate. This procedure provided a new quarterly GDP series which is compared to the 2025 second quarter estimate. However, the gross domestic product grew by 4.23% year-on-year in real terms in the second quarter of 2025. Report says the growth is higher than the 3.48% recorded in the second quarter of 2024. During the quarter under the review, agriculture grew by 2.82%, an improvement from 2.60% recorded in the corresponding quarter of 2024. The National Bureau of Statistics says the growth of the industry sector stood at 7.45% from 3.72% recorded in the second quarter of 2024, while the services sector recorded a growth of 3.94% from 3.83% in the same quarter of 2024. Away from that, the federal government has disclosed that a total of about 67 million barrels of crude oil supplied to local refiners for processing between January and August 2025. The figure confirmed by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission highlights the ongoing challenges in bridging the crude allocation gap facing our indigenous refineries despite Nigeria's rising production levels. Speaking in Abuja on Sunday over the weekend, the head of media and strategic communications at NEPRC, Mr. Reniola Akikotu, said the crude allocation was made in line with the Petroleum Industry Act 2021 and Domestic Crude Supply Obligation Policy. Meanwhile, Mr. Reniola Akikotu said the barrels were delivered to both Modular state-owned refining facilities, including Walter Smith, Redel Energy, and refineries under the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited. He also said a total of about 67 million barrels were delivered to local refiners between January and August this year. All refiners got that amount within the 8 months. However, the volume supplied fell short of refiners' demand by a wide margin. Local processors had requested about 123 million barrels for the first half of 2025, meaning they received 55 million barrels, or about 45% less than required to meet their refining target. Over to the House of Representatives, where Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, has declared that the Green Chamber fully supports President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's borrowing strategy. The leader of the Green Chamber also described borrowing as crucial to Nigeria's economic growth and poverty reduction. Mr. Tajuddin Abbas made this known yesterday in Abuja while speaking at the 8th Annual African Network of Parliamentary Budget Office Conference. Furthermore, Mr. Tajuddin Abbas dismissed reports suggesting that the House opposed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's borrowing plans, calling them mischievous and misleading. However, recently a speech delivered by the House leader at the West African Parliamentary Conference was erroneously and mischievously reported out of context, creating the false impression that the House of Representatives does not support the borrowing strategy of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. He said we wish to state clearly that this interpretation is both inaccurate and misleading. On to business news, where the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission (NEPRC) has reported a revenue shortfall of 459.6 billion naira against its August 2025 budgetary target of 1.2 trillion naira after remitting 745 billion naira to the Federation account. On a month-on-month basis, the remittance reflected a 3.05% increase from 723.17 billion naira recorded in July. Report says a total collection increased by 22.04 billion naira, equivalent to 3.05% when compared with July 2025. The increase in collection for the month of August 2025 can be attributed to revenue drive that led to an improvement in almost all the revenue heads. Meanwhile, an analysis of the submission, however, showed that the underperformance was driven largely by poor royalty inflows from oil and gas, while the monthly budget projected 1.144 trillion naira from royalties. Only 682.28 billion naira was realized in August, leaving a gap of 461.89 billion naira. So far, a new PRC said it has transferred 5.475 trillion naira through the Central Bank of Nigeria to the Federation account between January and August 2025. Thank you so much for joining us. This is ConsumerHallaTV News 10. The news is pressing on. We are still on business news. Major petroleum marketers in Nigeria, including Connoy PLC and Etana PLC, have joined forces with Dangote Petroleum Refinery for the logistics free fuel distribution scheme. This is against earlier reservation expressed by some operators in the petroleum marketing industry, including the Nigeria Union of Petroleum and Workers Gas. The Dangote Group announced this in a post on its social media handles on Monday. Meanwhile, the collaboration, which also involved players like Golden Super, Nepal Energies, Kifayat Global Energy, and Request and Gas, aimed to slash logistic costs for fuel stations and drive down pump prices for consumers nationwide. The initiative promises a seamless, no-cost transport of refined petrol from Dangote's 650,000 barrels per day facility in Lekki to participate stations and bulk buyers. The statement reads, join leading marketers like Connoy PLC, Etana PLC, Golden Super, Nepal Energies, Kifayat Global Energy, and Request and Gas to enjoy the benefit of free delivery and offer Nigerians lower pump prices. The direct fuel distribution scheme is expected to kick off in 11 states, which are Lagos State, Ekiti State, the FCT Abuja, Ogun State, Oyo State, Ondo State, Osun State, Kwara State, Delta State, Rivers State, and Edo State, with expansion slated for the near future. Furthermore, the Dangote refinery will dealt over 1,000 compressed natural gas powered trucks for the free delivery scheme, sparking reactions from tanker drivers, depot owners, and oil suppliers. Let's talk about the NPC, the National Pension Commission. A new guidelines from the National Pension Commission have banned significant cross-shareholding in multiple licensed pension fund operators. And the guidelines issued on Friday at the weekend, which became effective immediately. The regulator stated that the move would promote transparency and good governance while protecting pension assets. According to PENCOM, significant cross-shareholding is a situation in which a significant shareholder in an LPFO thereafter acquires or seeks to acquire a significant shareholding in another LPFO. Otherwise, it becomes a legal entitled, whether directly or indirectly, to hold such significant shareholding in another pension entity by means including but not limited to the conversion of debt to equity, operation of laws such as transmission on death, or any other form of vesting. Secondly, significant cross-shareholding could arise from mergers and acquisitions outside the pension sector, which leads to individuals or entities holding equities of 5% or more with multiple LPFOs. Thank you so much for joining us on ConsumerHallaTV News at 10. Let's go on a short break. stated. According to reports, over 60% of Lagos residents live in informal settlements with poor living conditions, a reality that has pushed the state government to introduce land reform, including digital initiatives like the electronic certificate of occupancy, to enhance transparency and improve access to secure land tenure. The report stated, over 60% of Lagos residents live in informal settlement with poor living conditions in slum areas like Makoko and Ajegule, lighting the need for urban and renewal and inclusive housing. Furthermore, to obtain a certificate of occupancy from the government is to have legal rights and overland. While the act was meant to streamline land ownership and prevent land speculation, it has also led to bureaucratic delay and limit access to secure land tenure. In response to the challenges, the Lagos State government has now implemented several land bureau reforms aimed at improving efficiency, transparency, and accessibility in land administration. The Lagos State Land Bureau, which oversees land matters, has introduced digital innovation such as the electronic certificate of occupancy and the Lagos State Geographic Information System to speed up processing times and reduce corruption. Now we end the news at 10. Thank you so much for joining us this hour. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms and to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Let's meet again for the midday news at 12. I am Ire Ayomi Koleke. Good morning and bye for now.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our Consumer Hala brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
a big part of our lives. But what makes electronic appliances like TV important is because it provides endless seamless hours of entertainment, news, education, and lots more in the comfort of our living room. TV station is more than just a screen. It is like a hub for family bonding, relaxation, and lots more. I am Elizabeth Abefe, and I'm live here in Lagos, Nigeria. You're welcome to Consumer Voice on Consumer Hala TV, where consumers genuinely share with us their preference and give reason. And today we are putting different TV brands to a test. Which one elevates your experience?
Yeah, good morning.
What is your name?
My name is Olawale.
Okay, do you have a TV at home?
Yes, I have a TV.
Okay, which brand of TV do you own at home?
Right now, I use iSense now.
iSense. For how long have you been using iSense?
That's about 3 years now.
3 years. Okay, do you know of other TV brand, or have you used other brands?
Yes, I've used many other brands.
Like?
I've used Polystar, LG, Samsung, and then Sony.
Okay, so why did you now stick to iSense? What does iSense have that other does not have?
Well, I can't really differentiate what iSense have that the other TV doesn't have, because the last time I got my TV, I only went to the LG office. I had another plan to buy another TV, but not precisely an iSense.
Okay.
But it was during when they're doing this curve TV.
Okay.
So and I saw it and I like it and I buy it then. So immediately I bought it and I've been using it since then.
Okay, now you told me that you don't want to go for this brand, but then you have another brand in mind before.
Yes, I have another brand, and which is Samsung.
Okay, Samsung. So why did they now have to convince you? What conviction? How were they able to convince you for you to stick to iSense?
Well, what I saw there is just how the TV is being manufactured. The curved TV, precisely we've been using LED and some other TVs in the past, and the plasma and all that. So when I saw the TV, I felt so in love with it, with the curve, with the shape and all that. That's all. And the quality of the pictures. And that's what I love about it.
So now I will ask you this, even though you made mention of part of it, but then I still want you to explain it in an elaborated form. What do you look out for when purchasing a TV?
Okay, firstly, I look out at the beauty and the quality and the durability of the brand. That is what I look for.
So I will ask you this, what do you want iSense to improve on?
Well, right now, if I'm going to give them a review, I can say they were 99 over 100, because what I've seen, depends on the availability of the money you have. That is when you can buy a product that oh, this is what I want. So ever since I've been using it, there's no power failure, no electric shock, nothing like a power circuit, breakable, something like that. So I'm really satisfied with that.
I wanted to ask you, does it worth the money? But you already told me satisfaction. You are satisfied with it.
Exactly, I'm satisfied.
So what's your favorite show to watch on this your TV now? What favorite show do you watch on it?
Well, precisely, I'm a football lover, so mostly there's Disney, all those that. But mostly weekend and every Tuesday and Wednesday I watch football.
Okay, so TV now is for what?
Well, TV is just like something very important to humanity. You understand? You can't just sit down at home and feel so bored without watching a TV. There are many other visitors that can come. You understand? I could remember vividly when we were still very small that we're using all these presidents. You understand? I'm 40 years of age right now. So around 80s, when we go to our neighbors to watch TV, we saw a lot of hell, embarrassment and others. So as a parent now, it's a must you provide it for your children so that at least they feel more comfortable about it.
Thank you very much, sir. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
What is your name?
I'm Ebenezer Olodare by name.
Okay, do you have a TV at home?
Of course, yes, I do.
Okay, so which of the brand do you own at home right now?
Okay, I have an LG TV and Samsung.
Do you know of other TV brands?
Of course, iSense.
Okay, so why do you pick LG and Samsung?
Okay, I bought the LG because it was 2-year warranty, and the Samsung, I like Samsung because of the brightness and the sharpness.
Okay, because of the brightness and the sharpness. Okay, now what do you look out for when purchasing TV?
Of course, now the same thing as if buying phone, I look at the warranty, one, then the brightness, just as you looking at the camera of your phone. So those are the things I check out for.
Okay.
I look at the brightness and the sharpness, but I prefer Samsung or the LG.
Okay, so what would you like them to improve on? This is your LG and Samsung. Is there something you want them to improve about that?
You should improve on their color, the brightness, and the volume. Those are the things.
Okay, now this TV now. What's your favorite show to watch on these two TV?
It's just Arise News.
News.
It's just Arise News. Finish.
Arise News only.
Well, and sports, yeah. I like football. I'm a Barcelona fan.
Okay, now TV. Now, what does TV? What does it embodies? Why do we have TV?
So that you can be updated now with things happening around you now, what's going on. You understand? So that's why I believe many of us have it. And should the case the government want to pass any information, those are the places you can easily get it. Any other thing aside that is just see anything you see on online. It's people that type it there. So those are just content creators. But anything that you see on TV, is just believe it's real.
Thank you very much, sir. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
What is your name, sir?
My name is Sunday Idoko, but they call me old soldier because I'm a retired soldier.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so do you own a TV at home?
Yeah, of course I own a TV.
So which brand do you have at home?
The brand I have is LG.
So for how long have you been using this LG for?
I've been using this LG since 2015.
2015? Okay, now do you know of other brand? Have you tried other TV brand?
Well, I've tried Sony. The picture is clear too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now, why do you stick to LG right now?
Well, I stick to LG is that when I bought it, they told me that they gave me a 1-year guarantee.
Okay.
And for the first time, the TV, maybe the fuse had a problem. I took it there, and it was done without them collecting a penny from me. And ever since then, it has been serving me. It has been working fine.
So now, what do you look out for when you want to purchase a TV? When you want to go and buy your TV now, what are those features you look out for?
Well, I look at the sharpness of the picture, that is quality.
Okay.
Then, and the performance, that is the durability. Yeah. I look for the quality. In short, I go for quality.
Okay.
Yeah. And the name LG, it's a household name, It's what it was when I bought it was in vogue, and I believe it's still in vogue.
Okay.
So LG product is reliable. Yeah.
Okay, now is there anything you like them to improve on?
What I want them to improve on, I think the picture is okay, but like I said, there's nothing like maybe when you say something is of standard, the quality, let them maintain that their standard. I think the standard is okay.
Okay, so now on a scale of 1 to 10, how will you rate them?
I'll rate them 9.
9?
Sure.
Why
Because
9?
I'm even using my home theater is is something to is LG.
Okay.
My plasma TV is LG. My home theater is LG. And if I have to buy any other product again, I'll go for LG. Yeah.
Okay.
And I can always recommend LG for whoever wants to purchase it.
Okay, now does it worth the money?
It's worth the money because since I bought it, they only opened it once, and since then it has been serving me. So whatever you have and it does not cost you money all the time, definitely it's okay, it's reliable, so it doesn't cost me money.
Okay, so what's that favorite thing you love to watch on your TV?
I love Nollywood. I enjoy watching Nollywood because I have some actors that I'm in love with, so I like watching Hollywood, Nollywood, not Hollywood, Nollywood. Yeah.
So what is that thing now? This TV now.
Yeah.
What does he? Why is it compulsory for us to have it at home?
Why it's compulsory for you to have it at home is that after going to work in the morning and you are stressed off, when you come home, you need a kind of information, because you cannot be in the office and be watching TV. Definitely you'll be busy. So when you get home, you need to relax, check your TV and look at what's the updates of the day, at least the news. After watching the news, you can now switch off to sport or any other program. So that's how it kind of keep you company and stabilizes your mind and refreshing you against tomorrow job. Yeah.
It makes you feel more relaxed.
Sure, more relaxed. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
What is your name?
Rico.
Okay, so do you have a TV at home?
Yes, I do.
Which brand of the TV do you have?
LG.
LG. For how long have you been using this LG for?
2019.
2019. Okay. Which other TV brand do you know of or have you used?
Hisense, Samsung, a couple of others.
So then why do you stick to LG?
Nothing really. I would say the name. We trust the name. It's been a while. It's been around.
So you are the team brand's name.
Something like that.
Okay, what if the brand is just like that? It's not giving you what you want. So you're just going to say because it's a popular brand, you have to go for it.
No, if it's not giving me what I want, we'll change them now. It's ASAP.
Okay, now what do you look out for when you want to purchase a TV? Is there something specific you look out for when purchasing a TV?
Nothing really, but the color will show if it's original or not. Most times when I check to show if it's China or not. Yeah.
So do you want them to improve on anything?
The remote is so expensive and it spoils easily. So yeah, that.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, how well will you rate LG?
Good, 10.
10.
I have any reason not to give them 10.
Okay, it's your choice. Anyway, so how do you feel now? Why must we have TV at home?
Why must I?
Yeah.
For aesthetic. Yeah, aesthetic.
Okay, so what's that favorite thing you love watching on your TV?
Series, any good series, I'm good with that.
Oh, thank you very much. What is your name?
Ola.
Okay, so do you have a TV at home?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so which brand do you own currently at home?
An LG product.
For how long have you been using LG?
6 years now.
6 years? Yeah. Okay, so have you tried other TV brand before or have you heard of other TV brand?
Yeah, I think I've tried Sony before. Then I also tried, I forgot the name of the name, but it starts with Hisense or something like that. Hisense.
Okay, so why then do you now stick to LG?
Because I like the color contrast and the green, whatever, kind of like it saves energy. It doesn't consume much energy.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Now, is there anything you like them to improve?
On LG? Yeah. I would say stand, television stand. Stand.
Okay,
Yeah, the stand.
Okay.
They should have more types of stand rather than just one single type.
Okay, so now I know you already mentioned the color and all of that, but then I still want you to talk more. What other feature do you look out for when purchasing a TV?
Internet compatible, and also other device, like they have other input device like your USB, like your computer,
like your audio outputs and also other input and output device.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, how well will you rate this your LG?
I would say 10 to 10.
10.
Yeah.
You give it a 10.
Exactly.
Okay, now what's your favorite show to watch on this your TV?
It's good on Netflix. Why it's on Netflix? Because Netflix has a good color contrast. So yeah, and the internet's capability is really, really good.
Okay, so now what's that favorite show? Maybe football, news. What's that particular thing you love sitting that you watch on your TV?
I watch movies, all kind of movies. Foreign movies, Nigerian movies, yeah.
Okay, now,
Hollywood movie and Nollywood movie.
okay, so now can you tell us why is it compulsory for us to have TV at home?
Well, it's good to have TV at home because if you have kids, you can always browse for information, you can always browse for education, you can always get news, and you can always, when you have TV, you have other ways of displacing your inputs. Like we have a flash drive, you can look it through your TV and all that, and you can always, sometimes you can play audio video on TV.
So thank you very much, sir.
Good morning.
What is your name?
My name is Sam.
Okay, so do you own a TV at home?
Of course, I do.
Okay, so which of the brand are you currently using?
I use an LG.
LG. For how long have you been using LG?
Maybe 6 months, thereabout.
6 months?
Yeah.
Oh, so before you started using LG now, what other TV brand have you used?
I use an iSense, and before iSense, I used some other brands, but can't remember right now. But iSense and LG basically.
So then, why do you now stick to LG?
LG. I really wouldn't say, but I remember growing up, LG was DVD, those DVD players then was LG, TV set was LG. Even they just have this home theater then. Yeah, it was LG. So probably my father probably just transferred that loyalty to me. I just stuck with LG. Even other of my appliances to their LG as well. Yes.
Okay,
LG.
now you said something like you've made use of iSense before.
Yeah.
So what do you like about iSense? So if I ask.
I really don't know. I mean, if it's fine, I like it.
Okay, so you are the team looking at the outer part.
I'm not a tech geek at all. I don't know what features are.
Yeah, I wanted to ask for future, but the way you said it, you don't know really any. Okay, is there anything you want LG to improve on?
Give us better products. Just improve. Just innovate. I don't know. But I'm satisfied with what I have currently.
Okay, so what's your favorite thing or show to watch on this your TV?
I like to Netflix a lot. I like watching business-oriented movies. I'm currently watching this movie. This series is called Succession. You should watch it. It's very nice.
Okay.
It's about this family. They had this company, and the father was trying to, sort of like pitch them against each other to sort of compete for the next CEO of the company. So I watch a lot of. I don't watch a lot of movies, but when I watch movie, I watch business-oriented movies. Yeah,
It has to be business-oriented
or
stuff.
politically, or has a political intrigue. Yeah.
So now you connect your Netflix to your TV to be able to have this larger view.
It's a smart TV, so it has Netflix.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, why is it a must we have TV at home?
For entertainment, basically, and I mean also for aesthetics. I mean, just imagine going to your house without TV, so bland, and for aesthetics and entertainment, basically.
Okay.
Yeah,
So on a scale of 1 to 10, how will you rate LG?
LG 100.
You broke your scale.
Yeah, 100.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much,
thank
sir. morning, ma.
Good morning.
What is your name?
My name is Adeniran Kehinde Adeshewa.
Okay, so do you have a TV at home?
Yes.
Okay, which TV brand are you using at home right now?
LG.
LG, for how long?
Since years, from my childhood till this moment.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay, so do you know of other TV brand?
Yeah, I've heard about iSense, Samsung, and so on.
Okay, so why then do you prefer LG?
Well, I can't really say, but my dad and mom, they prefer LG. And most of our products, our home appliances is LG. Yes.
So you're trying to tell me that if you have to set up your own apartment too, you're going for...
I'll surely go for LG.
Okay, so what's that favorite show you love watching on your TV?
Well, actually, we use Star Time, and I prefer Star Time Yoruba. Yeah, because I'm a Yoruba girl, obviously.
Yoruba tata.
Yes, so.
Okay, so now, on a scale of 1 to 10, how will you rate LG brand?
9.
9?
Yeah.
Okay, is there anything you like them to improve?
Well, nothing.
You're satisfied?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, now why is it necessary for us to have TV at home?
It's actually to have it's important to have TV at home because people will know what's going on, like the news, sports, entertainment. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Good morning, sir.
Hi, good morning.
What is your name?
Clinton.
Okay, so do you have a TV at home?
Yes, I do.
So which TV brand are you using at home currently?
Currently Hisense.
iSense. So for how long have you been using iSense?
I think for about 2 years now. Yeah, thereabout.
So do you know of other TV brand, or have you tried other TV brand?
I've seen Samsung, I've seen LG. Which other one? I think those are the major ones I've seen so far.
So why do you prefer iSense?
Cost, according to the quality at the time. Yeah, so quality wise was okay, you know. Yeah, and the price was okay too at the time. Yeah,
So what do you look out for when...
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your favorite show to watch on your TV?
Do I have a favorite show? I mostly, what I do is I have movies on my hard drive, so I just connect my hard drive, so I just go seeing the movies on my hard drive. I don't particularly have a show that I sit down to hear. So when I'm just bored, I do that, or I play game, connect the game, play the game. So that's all. Nothing.
Okay, so why is it necessary for us to have TV at home?
You cannot be busy all the time. You know, you get bored sometimes. So for me, I like to experience, even when you've not traveled or when you want to go somewhere, you can experience places when you see some particular type of movies, you know, like maybe CIA movies, thrillers, all this kind of things. So you get to experience the culture, the people, even without being there. So I like to experience all that, you know.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. First, are you entertained? Of course, on this edition, we are all entertained on Consumer Voice. Consumers have made their choice and they have already picked who they want to go with. And on today's edition, LG won the heart of the consumers. Mainly, they have something to say on the sharpness, on the outer look, on the performance. As we already know, and we always say, we are not here to criticize any other brand or say a thing about any other brand, but just for them to improve. I am Elizabeth Abefe, and that is all we have for today's edition on Consumer Voice. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms on Consumer Hala TV, Facebook, Consumer Hala TV, Instagram, Consumer Hala TV. Remember, follow, like, share, and of course, put on the notification button so that whenever we upload a video, you will be notified. Bye.
My name is Tunde Olufowora. I'm the CEO of Brand Eye Communications. We are we call the publisher or the owner of the new initiative called ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV is actually Nigeria's first consumer-centered, or call it consumer-centric television platform that aims to bring voice to the over 220 million Nigerians. It was a vision that came to my heart about 10 years ago. I remember that I was traveling. I traveled out of the country, on airline, and I had this unpleasant experience. It was a trip to an African country from Nigeria, and I actually went with a local flight from Nigeria. I wouldn't want to mention the name of the airline, and then it was to South Africa, and we landed in South Africa, and let me just paraphrase it. When I was coming back, I had some money, some dollars, and that someone had given to me to hand over to another person in Nigeria. So I wanted to help out. I didn't want to carry the cash on myself. So for whatever reason, I opted to. I had a small case, and I felt that it was safer for me to put the money in my luggage. So I put it in a safe place in my luggage, got everything intact, and I checked in my luggage. My arrival in Nigeria, I was standing and was waiting about the carousel just so that I could pick up my luggage, and then I was there for 1 hour and waiting for my luggage. I didn't know that my luggage already arrived, and it was one of the luggage that was moving around on the carousel. So after about 1 hour wait, I looked to my left and my right. Almost everybody had gone. I think there were just about 2 or 3 left. So I beckoned on the woman that was on my side, and I noticed she was really in tears. Madam, what happened? She said, her bag has just been torn and a lot of things stolen. So I said, well, I've also been waiting for my own. She said, you better go and check those luggages there. Maybe yours is one of them. And lo and behold, I went around there. Mine was one of them. By the time I got it, everything inside my luggage was gone. All the valuable things there were gone. To cut the long story short, we felt there was need for us to report the case, at least to the airline. It was in the night, about 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. We went in to go and see the officer that was in charge. As soon as we got in there, the officer said, "Oh, so sorry, but you will have to go to our head office in somewhere in Victoria Island, to lodge a complaint." Okay. So the next day we went to the Victoria Island and we lodged a complaint, and that was it. And since that day, I'm talking a story of over 10 years ago, I didn't get a call, not even a call from that airline to talk to me about what happened to my luggage. Now, about a month after that trip, I had another opportunity to travel out of the country. This time around, it was to US, and it was an official assignment. And I flew on. I will mention the airline this time around. I flew on a BA. I really didn't like BA. I usually go with Virgin Atlantic and things like that. But my protocol officer convinced me and said, "Okay, you will love BA. Why don't you go on BA?" Anyway, so I went on BA to US, and of course, on our return from US to Nigeria, we had to do. Of course, there will be like a connecting flight from Heathrow. So we got into London Heathrow, and then because it was through Heathrow that we went, and then so they changed since it was BA, they changed the aircraft. This time around to a bigger one. I mean, clearly because there were more Nigerians, or more people that were planning to come to Nigeria, and then we boarded. Not quite 10 minutes into the flight, in the air, the aircraft started malfunctioning. The air conditioning compartment were not functioning very well. I was on what you call business economy. The whole of that business economy all the way to economy side, the ACs were not working well. It was hot. And then I was watching. And then from that moment till we got to Nigeria. From that moment till we got to, I'm just trying to paraphrase. From that moment till we got to Nigeria, I could remember very well how many times the pilot, broke into conversation and had to apologize and say, we're really very sorry about this. He was giving us almost every 30 minutes. There's always a kind of update. So sorry, this is what we're doing now, this is what we're doing. While we were on that journey, I also remember an incident. So they came, the crew apparently couldn't resolve it. They couldn't manage the crisis or what was going on about it. They couldn't fix it. So they come up and said, we're so sorry, but for all the inconvenience, we're declaring, free lunch, free whatever it is you want, you can get. So trust Nigerians, you need to hear how everybody was jubilating, But something struck me. The experience I had just about a month before, and this experience, somehow I started comparing them. I was trying to see how this matter will be managed. Again, to cut the story short, we landed in Nigeria on BA. Before we landed, the pilot announced and said that for the inconvenience, they will be giving a voucher of £50 to everyone that flew on that aircraft. I thought it was a joke. I mean, it was my first time with BA, but for what I knew or know of the British man would never even play with his 1 penny, talking of £1. So I felt that must be a joke of the year. So we left. I got back to my office. I think it was just about a week after. Our officer, our guys in our mail room came up and said, "Oh, you have a parcel." So I said, "Parcel? Yeah." So they bought this parcel wrapped. I opened it, and boom, I bought the document out. It was the £50 voucher from BA. So what's the tenor of this story? An experience with one airline was terrible, no apology. An experience with another one, even though it was a bad experience, but it was very managed, well managed. So managed that even if we have suffered anything in that aircraft, you probably, for the sake of how they manage it, will have forgiven them.
Good morning and welcome to Consumer Watchdog on ConsumerHallaTV. Consumer Watchdog is where we talk about advocating for consumer rights and protection, including safety. I am Iri Hayomikuleke. The recent incident involving Nigerian popular musician Wasiu Kwabwan and Comfort Emansin in the Nigerian aviation sector highlights significant concerns about air passenger safety and protection of the rights of the aircraft. The two incidents have really put to test the strength of the Nigerian aviation sector, especially the airlines, in protecting the rights of their customers. While enforcing strictly aviation safety protocols and rules, the lines between the air safety and protection of the rights of air passengers appeared blurred, which gives more room for discretion and indiscretion on the part of aviation operators. Kwamwan, a popular Fuji musician, was involved in a disturbing incident where he attempted to stop a ValueJet aircraft from taking off, and he nearly got crushed by the plane's wing. This reckless behavior did not only put his own life at risk, but also compromised the safety of the crew and passengers. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority took swift action, suspending the licenses of the pilots involved and imposed a flight ban on Kwamwan. Comfort Emerson, in another incident, was a passenger on an Ibom air flight. She was accused of assaulting a cabin crew member. The incident sparked a widespread outrage, leading to Emerson arrest and a lifetime flight ban imposed by the airtime operators of Nigeria. Although the Minister of Aviation, Festus Keyamo, has weighed in and made the two issues resolved without letting them go through the legal process. However, the issue that remains unresolved is about the public spare. Is it that this issue could have been well managed by the airline operators, ValueJet and Ibom Air, and that didn't happen? While it may be difficult to anticipate all possible scenarios in the management of air safety and the protection of air passengers' rights, best practice and standard protocols could be made paramount, considering the fact and customers remain king in every business. The question is that were the two air passengers, the king of the business, is pleasantly treated in a way that would make them become champions for the airlines. With the two incidents, for sure, the reputation of the two airlines and the affected air passengers were bruised. With the lessons learned by the operators, the affected persons, and the aviation sector community, the verdict by many is that more still needs to be done by the airline operators in managing air passengers while enforcing as well rules. This gaps part of what we will be discussing and looking at from a legal standpoint this morning on Consumer Watchdog, your favorite ConsumerHallaTV station. We'll also be touching on the place of safety and protection, consent, clear communication, crew training, passengers education, and regulatory oversight. To start off the conversation, I have with me today two knowledgeable legal practitioners and an aviation expert. Also with me, I have a public commentator and analyst to help us further dissect this matter. Good morning, Barrister Oluwatonyi Okene. It's a pleasure to have you on board.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here.
Nice to have you. I'm starting with you. You know the saying, ladies first. Good morning. Barrister Oluwatonyi Okene is the principal counsel of Okene Chambers. It's a pleasure to have you again.
Thank you.
I also have with me Prince Shupo Atobatele, who was a former assistant editor in Nigerian Tribune at the aviation desk and former general manager of public affairs at Nigeria Airspace Management Agency, who presently is the publisher of Air Transport Quarterly Magazine, a leading aviation magazine in Nigeria. With over 35 years experience in the aviation sector as media personality and has attended courses and conferences on aviation in Africa, Europe, America, and Canada. Good morning, Prince Shupo Atobatele. It's a pleasure to have you on board, sir.
It's a pleasure to be here too. Thank you very much.
All right. I also have Barrister Clement Echo, a legal practitioner based and practicing air in Lagos State. Good morning, Barrister Clement.
Good morning.
It's good to have you on board.
It's a pleasure.
It's a full house this morning, I must say. Let's start this conversation this morning. Principal, you being at the aviation desk, what do you have to say about these two incidents, and what do they pretend for the safety and consumer service in the aviation sector, and where these two cases were they handled professionally by the aviation staff and the cabin crew?
Well, thank you very much. Actually, all of us were days where we saw those two, incidents emerging in our sector. Let me start from the first incident involving the decision Wasiwa Inde. To start with, let's start from the checkpoints. The phases of checkpoint before you get to the aircraft area. That is where the aircraft was parked before you you are boarded. Surprisingly, for aviation watchers, we're surprised that a passenger will be allowed to go through 1 or 2 screening with his flags, no matter what the contents were. Our probing high must first of all go to the security at the screening points. To start with, is it allowed that someone should carry a flags of that length? No. Then how come that the guy went away with that flags to that aircraft export? So that's a probing question to those who are managing the screening points at the airport. Then I said it before we came in here that maybe the personality of the person involved must have overwhelmed the security. You know, seeing the musician live like that, oh, they be hailing, oh, this one, and through that they will overlook all the necessary security check that guy could have gone through before he got out to the tarmac. Now, getting to the tarmac, I think for the pilot to have come down after the man failed to listen to the ground staff of that airline, that value jet, and maybe other terminal security staff, you see that the man was so adamant that he has to go in with the flags in his hand, and quote and unquote now saying that you know, don't you know who I am? I will show you who I am, and blah blah like that. And for that pilot to have stayed long for almost keeping the aircraft on ground for 43 minutes. And here in Nigeria now we are talking of schedule operators. That is, your 8 o'clock should be 8 o'clock. Your 9 o'clock should be 9 o'clock. Now, because of this unruly behavior of this personality involved, you have been delayed for almost 43 or 45 minutes. And that informed the pilot to personally come down and appeal to him. And what we saw thereafter was this man to come, you know, in front of the aircraft and to tell the whole world that no, you cannot fly. Like a Yoruba adage, you say those days, you say, "And to do the railway," they say, but anyone that's, you know, stand on the way of a train, of a moving train, is going to be. So the same thing applies here. But now, the question you asked that whether it was professionally handled. Well, with what we watched online, with the video we saw, I think those guys were appealing to him. But now, I believe the journey was fully managed, because at that point, when you've seen that this man is not ready to, you know, to listen to you, the next thing is to call the professional security at the airport. That is, we call them AFSEC, that is aviation security. If they cannot handle him, the next we have airport command, airport police command at the airport. You call them, and through that, they can move this man outside. I think that's the loophole that I could see from handling one issue over there. Because if it were to be other client, Europe, America, this guy would be in jail by now. Because that act itself is a threat to safety. That act itself, because if you see okay, that law that were being quoted when this case happened is any obstruction in whatsoever manner, you know, it's a criminal offense which is jailable for 2 years. So the laws are there, but most people, maybe because of level of their education, they may not know. They say there's no ignorance in the law. So, but I believe that his exposure educationally must have informed his behavior, because I think that's the first time we are recording such in the industry, that somebody will come in the front of aircraft and no, you can't fly unless I board the plane. I believe what the gentleman could have done is to drop the flags. They can even put it, they can even open the luggage hole and open his luggage and put it there. It's allowed after thorough screening. Someone was saying that the pilot could have collected the flags from him. No pilot will collect that from him, because nobody knows the actual content of the flags. The only thing normally, conventionally, if you are going with security and they are carrying arms, mandatorily you need to submit those things to the cabin crew, especially the captain, who will take inventory and collect it from you on arrival, he hands over. So that's one issue. The case involving what's her name now? Comfort now. It was a bad scenario.
We are still coming there. Let me ask Barrister Clement about what he said. Let's look from the legal perspective side of it. What do you see of this issue? Was it handled properly, professionally under the law?
Thank you very much. I will take a cue from what Mr. Toba have said. He had already, in the course of giving this summary narrative, made us to understand the obligations of a passenger. The obligation is to the fact that while you are taking advantage of the services of an aircraft, you should also bear in mind that there are obligations that are imposed on you. In other words, you should not conduct yourself in a manner that will bring threat, directly or indirectly, either to the aircraft, passengers, or the surrounding environment. Remember that for you to operate an aircraft in any climate, it is not something that you can just do. There are conventions that member states have entered into, and directly or otherwise, every state is expected to adhere to that and streamline it to a passenger. Passenger also expected to know that this is the minimum requirement of my obligation to this agency, in as much as I expect from them to give me. So like he said, he had just referred to a law that when a passenger violates, it amounts to him, if he is found by a competent court of law to confirm whatever has happened, to have been adjudged guilty. 2 years minimum will come. So having that at the back of your mind, particularly when you're talking about an individual whom we should expect to believe that he ought to be enlightened. Such an individual is expected to act in a manner and a particular standard away from what any other person who is not as exposed, supposedly, rather than taking advantage of your supposed exposure and popularity to negate the laws that are put in place to protect both you and your fellow citizens and members. Because with what has happened, imagine that this goes to the other parts of the earth. What impression are you giving foreigners that plans to come into the country? So that law that he has given is what ought to immediately invoked and applied to give a warning to any other intending miscreant that will want to use his position. You can imagine what he did to go and stand in front of an airline that is about to take off. Yes, mercy can be extended, but sometimes it's good, because you and I, who watches what has happened, you understand, directly or indirectly, we will be encouraged in one way or the other, or discouraged. The next thing is, who will be the next in line to do what this young man did? So the law should take its course to send a message, irrespective of your level or influence or status. Thank you.
All right, that's a great one. Barrister Oluwatoyin, you as a legal practitioner as well, are you aligning with what Barrister Clement is saying?
Well, yes, you described me as a legal practitioner. I practice the law. So yes, I do agree that the due process of the law should be followed. But your original question was, was the due process followed even by the staff of the airline? Taking a cue of leveraging on what Prince said, there are process and procedure that ought to have been followed were they followed by the airline itself. You know, when that is King Wasiu, when his acts started becoming a nuisance, right? There are procedures they could have followed. Maybe after staying 5 or 10 minutes, what is the next? Who is the next of the same way the matter was escalated to the captain? When the captain couldn't handle it or went out of hands, then it should have been escalated to the security. Was the security called? Was it escalated to them? Were they called in? Because if they were called in, then they knew the next thing to do. I'm sure if time had been put into, if the process was duly followed, right? What eventually happened, the captain tagging him, dodging for his life, probably it wouldn't have gotten to that extent, right? Maybe the security details would have known what to do and followed due process. So I think the same way we are saying that he should face the law, also due process henceforth, it's a learning for everyone. Due process also should be followed by the airlines.
Thank you for that. Princess Shopol, let's look and let's talk as well at the case of Kwaman. He crossed several security checkpoints before getting to the point of embarkment where he was told he could not go in with the bottle. Why did the security officials fail in their duty to stop him from bringing in the bottle? Let's put settlement that he is a celebrated site, because obviously Waswaide surely must have been a regular flyer considering his personality. Can we assume that he didn't know enough about aviation safety policies?
No, we can't say that. He's a regular traveler within and outside the country. But I believe what transpired was that his personality overwhelmed the security. I can confirm that one. It's just like you. Okay, like Ejasi is late now. You can just imagine let me go to Bob Marley now. Supposing Bob Marley is alive. Bob Marley arriving at the airport here in Nigeria, what do you think it will happen? If you have people, this is Bob Marley, this is Bob Marley. And because I missed that flight in US when I traveled. Guess whom I saw there? I saw Ovanda Olifate, tall man. I was carried away. I was looking at this Ovanda, this Ovanda. And because of doing that, I didn't even know. By the time I got to, I said the flight had just gone. I said, the flight. But I was lucky. I was so you can just imagine that scenario. Seeing somebody that you'll be seeing on the TV, blah blah like that. So the same thing could have happened that day to the security. It's not that they are it's not that they don't know their duty, they know their duty, but that day I know this is Kwamwan, I know until they will look at the CCTV, then you can see what's
really happened
over there. Like the minister said, he said they are investigating it, and I know by now the information will be on his desk. I believe I can put my money on it that that's what happened. Well, he is a freaking flyer, no doubt about that. But that day, I think something happened beyond my control. Emotional feeling. Okay, let me give you this scenario too. My cousin followed me to the airport. We entered the terminal. He followed me, and guess what? Davido was just arriving from his trip, and this boy saw him. He was screaming, Daddy, this is Davido Nina, Davido money, yes. I come and see the airport staff too. They were healing, some were even following him. Davido. So that kind of thing. Even if Davido is carrying something that is legal, nobody may even stop it. It happens. Even when you are traveling, people will be asking, Claire, what do you have for us? What do you have for us? I think all those things have been stopped now by the incumbent MD of FAM. Doing very well. But I know, I can see it emphatically that day, that's August 5, what happened that day was kind of opera from people who are incidentally, maybe his fan, healing him. They will give him VIP treatment now to pass through. I've never seen that kind of thing. And I know If you ask him, that should be his first experience carrying that camouflage. Maybe he's used to private charter flights. Maybe he's used to it. So if you're on private jet,
in regard to what you said, Prince, where do we draw the line by adhering strictly to the rules and regulations, not minding personality? Let's put personality aside.
People should be committed to their job, their rules, their procedures at the airport. You can't just carry anything. If there's a rule that you can't go in with a liquid of 100 ml, very tiny one. If you travel a lot, you see that even common water,
Well, if it has to do with health issues, maybe some medical backends whereby some things are mixed with the liquid, can one still take the flask into?
I doubt that. Even if it is a serious matter, you need to communicate with the pilot, with the crew on ground, and you must have done that from the counter. That we jeopardize safety. Safety is very, very important. That's why we have the captain in command. Anything that says cannot go, can't go. So there are rules there. So I doubt it. I doubt it. If you are on medicals of the you better take ambulance then and take your flight to wherever you are going.
All right. Then.
So if there's any emergency, people will be on board and treat you.
Interesting. Barrister Clement, let's talk. Was it right for the pilot to have taxied the aircraft, knowing there was an obstruction right in front of her? Was the act not more suicidal, and doesn't this act have consequences for aviation safety as well?
Thank you once again. In taking into consideration the question you've asked and the action of the captain, I believe that captain, that was not their first day to be flying.
Yeah.
She would have had some level of experience, in fact, that made the airline to even require her services.
Very good.
In compliance with aviation laws, both national and international. So for her to have taken the step she took, number one, as of today, we have not heard that those in the terminal denied giving her approval to move. And there's no way she would have moved
without clearance.
Without getting clearance.
Yeah.
And if you go into the nitty-gritty of this matter, you'll find out that when this young man was standing, she might not have seen or cited him.
Yeah.
Otherwise, she would not have commenced taxiing.
For takeoff, yeah.
And officers on ground that were supposed to see what was happening in the area where she could not properly view and give her clearance and support. She was not avail those people, and as a result of that, she decided on the only approval she got to respond to it. So her action for me was not in a manner that will contravene aviation rules. Like I said, as of today, those that gave her guide did not deny that they did not give her approval before she moved.
You cannot.
So, and that was why I was a little bit taken aback when they purported to want to withdraw or ban her from flying. They're taking the laws Because one look at it, you may be thinking, a pilot who is after the safety of a large number of people and that of an individual, which one should we prefer? Or have we subjected their two actions to scrutiny to know who has acted right? Are we saying that the pilot acted with certain prejudice or what? You see, what this has brought is this. If we are not careful to correct this thing appropriately, staff of agencies of organization, even though they know they are right, but because they know that sentiment may come in at one point or the other, that may prejudice the action that they have taken in good faith, you will see that some of them, even if they know what to do, because of the consequences that will come, they will do what? They will withdraw from doing that. And that is going to amount to exposing the entire public to dangers. Imagine some of the comment that Kwan made. If they are not careful, it's going to destroy the agency or that airline. What audacity do you have that they made you an ambassador, even if is it the entire Nigeria to represent the aviation? Does that give you the right to act in that? Like Prince said, if there was anything, because in every rule we say there is an exception. If there was anything that would cause you, yes, like he said, you may have been flying private jets. So what stopped you on that day from flying a private jet? So if you want to join commoners in the general plane, you also have to comply to them. Yes, because you are popular supposedly, and what's supposed to be done or apply to others, they did not apply it to you. When you get to a point where somebody notices it, you have to honor. Otherwise, you should be excused. And you cannot punish the person who insists that you should be excused, because both that person and others who are watching and observing what happened, tomorrow when they see a scenario where they're supposed to take charge and defend the purpose for which they are there, they will not do so because of what? The exposure that if they take those actions, they are going to be penalized.
Barrister Clement, thank you for that. Prince Shipo, let's look at the case of Comfort Emanson here. An eyewitness has testified about what transpired, and she... Alright, let's go on a short break. We'll be right back. It's still Consumer Watchdog on ConsumerHallaTV. Welcome back to the conversation. If you're just joining us, this is Consumer Watchdog at ConsumerHallaTV, where we advocate for the right, safety and protection of consumers. And on the program, we are having a discussion that has been circulating for the past few weeks about Kwam story and Comfort Emanson. And to enlighten the conversation, I have two legal practitioners in the house, and I also have Prince Shipo Tobatele. Prince Shipo, let's look at the case of Comfort here. An eyewitness has testified about what transpired, and she herself said it in a video passed on air to explain a side of the story. Is this not more of poor customer management?
Yeah, it is. I too, I follow the events, the video, the eyewitness account from a legal practitioner. If those accounts were truthful, then one would blame the cabin crew for shoddy handling of the interaction between them and the young girl. Why? Number one, from the account of a legal practitioner who witnessed all the scenario, there were 2 cabin crew attendants. The eyewitness account, described one as very professional, then the other one crude. So let's focus on the crude one. Is it that he went through training and didn't grab the training? Or is it that he brought forth a personal ego into the job she's employed to do? Because they were trained, one, to handle, to control the cabin for safety, to ensure that passengers follow instructions. But as you are doing that, you have to be appealing. You have to be, cautious in dealing, because they are saying that a customer remains the king in any business environment. So you cannot, you have a bad customer, but there's a way you can be cautious in handling that customer. So in this scenario, based on the account of witness, I think the other cabin attendant, so cabin executive, she didn't handle the case very well. And by the account of that young girl, she said she could not switch off her phone, but somebody else did for her. So maybe the other woman or the other cabin executive thought that she has to teach this young girl a lesson. While others disembark on landing in Lagos, she blocked the way of that lady. I think that's where the whole scenario now got escalated.
So what could be done to eradicate poor customer management in 1 second?
It's training and training. Then is it when you want to employ somebody, so especially an individual that will be interacting with customer on daily basis, the composure, the emotional, attachment, then the pride must not be there. If you are proud, you can't. If you are arrogant, you can't be a customer. Always, you can always have good customer and bad customer. So when you treat the good customer, you should be able to even extend that to bad customer. You can make it good because you need it tomorrow. But in this case, it was poorly handled. But in fact, the minister even said it when all these issues were coming up. He said these people, they have to embark on training, serious training, everyday training. I remember Nigeria West in those days. As they were training their pilot, their cabin crew, they have their own private, their own ground school where they train all these pilots, where they give them pep talk. The cabin crew executive, where they give them pep talk. They will call the experienced one to give them pep talk before they even embark on a trip. I think what should we be doing now is just what the coaches are doing during the break time. When they talk to their teams, when you go into a second time, this is what to do. I think maybe this is a suggestion for me that even before the crew, goes into a flight, they need to assemble somewhere. There's what to call a cabin crew room where they talk to somebody, need to talk to them, so that thing will be in their head before they embark on any flight. That's my own new idea.
Noted. Barrister Tony, in a viral video released by Comfort, talking aside of the story, citing that video, there have been a lot of reactions and comments bashing our own side of the story, forgetting she's the victim. What happens to one of the fundamental rights of a consumer that says every consumer has the right to be heard? Isn't this about silencing consumer voice, which is not proper enough?
Thank you very much. But I love that question. First and foremost, we need to know that customer is king, right? And looking at this case, the case of Comfort, how did it escalate to that, to what it escalated to? Basic instructions: switch off your phone. Now, I'm not going to talk about her own account of the story. I'm going to base what I'm going to say on the account of the witness, right? She couldn't switch off her phone for one reason or the other. That issue was already dealt with and resolved.
Exactly.
How did it get to the extent where it now became a physical altercation between herself and the hair hostess, and then it got escalated to staff members, not even security personnel, staff members are the ones dragging her out, stripping her. In fact, it's so sad. Her rights were trampled on. Let us even assume, without conceding, she even refused to switch off her phone. Let us even assume she went that far, right? There are ways to address such issues.
Yes, yes.
But in this case, her phone was eventually even switched off. There was a successful takeoff. There was a successful landing. How did it get to the point where
she was almost
she was stopped from disembarking, right? From the video she put up, you know, that short video where she said, "Madam, can I pass?" and the hair hostess was blocking her exit. Is it that the hair hostess, was there a serious issue to be addressed? Number one, if there was, did the hair hostess escalate it to the next line of authority? Was the hair hostess instructed to bar her from disembarking? Or what instruction or right did the hostess act, you know, blocking her exit? Was it that they had reported? Was there a serious issue to report? If the answer is yes, had they reported it? If the answer is yes, were they instructed? Because in all these things, I didn't see the captain in this scenario, right? Was he instructed to bar her from disembarking? Even if she was so instructed, the comfort that recorded that video had her hair on. The comfort that attacked the hair hostess at the door didn't have her hair on.
Somebody must have
what happened? You know, because the comfort in the video telling her, "Madam, let me pass," was a calmer comfort. The comfort that was hitting the hair hostess was no longer a calm comfort, you know, and her hair was off. The comfort being dragged, oh God, no, you don't treat a customer that way. There are procedures. Let me just follow the procedure. Why didn't you invite if there was really a security issue, why didn't you invite the airport security detail?
What is the role of the aviation security personnel in this matter? Because we saw a security man that was on the ground while this action of molestation was taking place.
That was disgraceful.
Why didn't the security personnel go in to inspect what the lady has against the cabin official?
Well, why is for him to answer, because that is what you are there for. The airline staff had no business whatsoever handling comfort. They had no business. It's not their place, it's not their responsibility. Like I said, if there was an issue to be addressed, then it should have been escalated to the proper personnel, which would have been the security detail, and then they would have, in fact, the proper procedure is, if there really was a serious security issue, upon landing, they would have been the one to approach the aircraft and first escort her out of the aircraft before other passengers are allowed to disembark. They addressed that issue first, and she would have been escorted by security details, not disgracefully dragged out of the aircraft.
Was that a national disgrace?
No, it was national and international disgrace.
All right.
That she actually didn't deserve. She didn't deserve, because they apparently did not handle the issues well, and it escalated to a very ugly incident.
Let's look at the reputational damage. You being a woman, this lady was stripped naked and was seen filmed by this airline and aviation staff. Would she ever recover from this reputational and emotional damage? As a woman, what's your take on this?
the internet never forgets. The internet never forgets. That damage is for life. Right? It can be managed, but the damage is done. It is done. There is maybe compensation, yes, but that damage can never be erased. Never. It can never be erased.
All right. Now let's. Thank you so much for that, Prince Yopo.
Yeah.
Let's move back to Kwamwan matters. Kwamwan is a top-rated Nigerian musician whose reputation has also been grossly eroded as a result of this act. Is there any remedy to be done?
Remedy on whose part now? On his part or the part of government?
The part of government and his part as well. To combine both.
Well, on the part of government, well, it's quite bad. It's quite bad because, like I said earlier, this is the first time we have seen that kind of madness at the airport. But I love the way the minister, reacted quickly and made some of the pronouncements, and later on came back to notify some of the pronouncement. And through that, some analysis, some the newspaper, opinion writers, industry experts, they'll be commenting on that. But like she said, it has gone international, what happened in Nigeria. But any scenario will learn a lot of lesson. This must have been learned about this event that happened, and I believe some correction, some new innovation ideas, protocols will have been introduced into the system. And I know very soon there will be some strict compliance to aviation rules. Then to the musician, well, he has been named as an advisor, as the possibility of making me an ambassador of the industry. He's a musician, he knows how to sing. He's the one to sing and rectified his damaged image, and possibly talk to his colleagues who may likely to behave that way in the future. Like a barrister said, they should be punished. Why? Because in the future, somebody can be mad far more than his own level of madness. Because a precedent is being set now in this area. After all, somebody did it, he escaped. So that's why I can do similar thing. So that's just some of the issues that are emanating from this Kwamwan issue.
Barrister Clement, are you aligning, you as a legal practitioner, are you aligning with what Prince Yopo is saying? And let's look out for Nigerians' reactions to about this story. Many describe the Kwamwan Act as a grievous. What's your comment about this as well?
In the same way, I still stand my ground. To whom much is given,
much is expected.
Much is expected. What Kwam did, you cannot compare it with somebody who has not known the four walls. Yes, we will say that educationally, he may not have known the four walls of Nigeria, of a Nigerian university. But the issue is that is well traveled, and that alone is one of the best way of having, let me call it, informal education. This is not the first time. You cannot tell me that when he want to embark on international trip, he will act as if he's in his village, just like he wanted to do, to the extent that you will go to a plane as if, even if it is a bike or a cab on the road, it's a different thing. A plane, knowing that this plane has how many people inside, and the sector is concerned about their security. The minister and every other player, they are concerned because there is a public image, directly or indirectly, you're putting out both locally and internationally as to how we organize and handle our aviation sector. With what he did, if actions are not taken to send a signal internationally and nationally, people will begin to look down on whatever policies the sector and the government claim to put together. So anyone tomorrow, because you're privileged, you can come and act in a way that will contravene with our existing enabling laws. So that I'm not trying to be too hard on him, but you see, all of us are witnesses. The public is witnessing what is happening. And like Prince said, if you don't take step now, maybe because you want to be so sentimental, maybe because of this or that, tomorrow, while we are here, we will hear another incident taking place. So the essence of law and penalty is not because there is bound to be wickedness. It is to give a kind of a deterrent. Deter further actions. If I consider that if I do this and I'm caught, this is going to be, that alone will deter me from embarking on that. So those are the things that we are looking at. He is a customer. He is expected to be treated right. But we also know, thank God he is an ambassador in that sector. He should be in the best position to advise people how to comport themselves in taking the services of the aviation sector, and not to be the one to say, after all, I'm here, I can help to do what? To turn upside down the rules that apply in this sector. So that's why he needs to be given some punitive measure.
Pastor Clement, is there a law that backs this action, or what legal right do they have to have taken this action? Talking about Kwamwan and Comfort Emanson, and if there is such law, how come the NAO have not banned any airline operators who in time past have equally infringed on many rights of consumers?
Well, like we say, laws are there. The enforcement of the laws is another thing. Talking about comfort, you know, there is already, as we speak, a pending matter at the Federal High Court against both the federal government and every other relevant and applicable agency as a result of what happened to her. Her right to dignity as a person has been grossly violated. Our right, that's whether you call it 1 second, 1 minute, right to freedom of movement within the time of disembarking from the has been violated, among others. I am a potential passenger in any of the airline. Why should I not think that the treatment method on Comfort may not be meted on me? Since, like they said, even from before they took off, they were able to help her off her phones. What happened between that time and here? At least a minimum of maybe 30-45 minutes flight. Like Prince said, the officer, cabin crew members, they ought to have received training that will make them, no matter how you're provoked, you ought to check. You know, when I was reviewing this thing, there is one message I received, I remember, from a man of God. He talked about engratia. Hold back. If these people, these officers, have held, no matter what Comfort did to them, they have held back, taking into consideration their obligation to the society, they wouldn't have prevented her from coming out when others are coming. Doing that, you are coming to do what? You are segregating, discriminating. You allowed others to go out, even though the plane has landed safely. Why did you? What is the justification? Anyway, let me not preempt the decision of the court. The court will help us, and so that even the aviation sector will come back to review and also further train their men.
Well, moderator, can you allow me to add
please
this?
go on.
With the Nigerian Civil Aviation Regulation, I think of 2023 Act, rightly protects the consumers. I had cause to interview the director of Consumer Protection Directorate. of recent, which I forgot to bring the magazine here. They've been working very hard to protect the right of the travelers, and they've been doing that, which I witnessed. I participated in some of their conferences here in Lagos, back on the road show, terminal show, to educate people. Within a space of 12 months, they were able to treat about 7,000 cases from air travelers. I'm not speaking for them, but what I know in the industry, based on what is in maybe a new law, there's a law already, well captured in they call it Nigeria Civil Aviation Act 19 is there for consumers' right, and there's a portal for that. One airline that was sanctioned early this year was able to pay 300 million naira to consumers, to air consumers, that in the past they just wave them aside. No, we are not going to refund them. They refunded 300 million. So the problem is that the travelers need to be more enlightened about their rights. It's an international convention which the NC has domesticated into the acts, which they are now enforcing. Like that day now, if that cabin crew attendant had left comfortably, like a person said, there won't be any problem. After all, for a flight of Lagos should be 55 minutes flight. 55 minutes flight. Somebody helped her to switch it off, and you let her safely. So why are you blocking her? Which means vendetta. You want to, this woman to woman relationship that you need to show this young girl something. And along the way you block her. Like Barrister said, if that's a purser or the executive cabin crew woman did not block that lady, there won't be any problem. But if at all you want to polish that lady, it's a matter of communicating with your ground staff that there's a passenger that violated the road and you want the security to pick her. You will allow her to come down, and the security will have been on ground, and they will pick her, they interrogate her, what happened. If they feel that this girl has no case to answer, they let her go. There will have been this crisis that is now online, that has gone international. People are viewing us with different eye, as if we don't have rules. We have rules. Training of the ground staff, training of the cabin crew. If you have to go in aviation, is regular. Training is regular. Conferencing workshop, so that you'll be attuned to the trend of happenings in the industry. Very, very mandatory and very, very important.
Thank you for your take, Prince Shupo. The conversation has been a very insightful one, I must say, having two legal practitioners, including you. It's an honor. Because of time, Barrister Kenny, about this whole incident, what can you say to the consumers out there so as to avoid another victim of Quam 3?
I like that Quam 3. To fellow Nigerians, because we are the consumers, right? Number one, you have rights, but you also do have obligations, right? It is you have a right as a consumer to be treated fairly, to be treated beautifully, but you also have obligations to the safety of every other person. Now, I think the first lesson is try to learn to dignify yourself. Learn the laws, because ignorance of the law is no excuse. For a passenger that is about to embark on a flight, all over the airport, you will see items that are prohibited. Right? And when a member of staff approaches you, I'm sure they will always approach you politely, and they educate you further. Just follow the law. In the issue of Quam 1, he said he needed water. There's always water on board. How many seconds would it have taken you to board and ask for a bottle of water, right? And rules that are prescribed for that mode of transportation. It might not be flights this time around. It might be any other means of transportation. There are rules that apply. Just obey and abide by the rules. And then to the aircraft airliners, and all that, you also are bound by rules. In fact, you owe us an obligation. You owe your customers the obligation of treating your customers fairly and rightly and with dignity of human of a human being. You cannot strip your customer your customer their rights. You cannot deny them the rights because of one thing they have done. If they have done anything wrong or anything that violates the law, follow the due process of the law. The law is there, like Barrister Clement said, the law is there to act as a deterrent. There's a punitive. You just follow the due process of the law without trampling on the dignity and the rights of the consumer. That's my take.
Interesting to the consumers, I can say. So obey before I complete. Let's take a short break. We'll be right back.
Can we talk?
Because you can get a feedback, and that feedback can make or mar a company, and everybody wants to have good feedback. So it's definitely going to change the behavior of people that make products. One very good thing is information. Information is power. So the consumer is going to get way more powerful. The voice of the consumer will be heard, the opinions of the consumers will be heard, and that opinion will shape how products and services will be made in this country going forward. Be on the lookout. You are now in charge. Several things coming your way through this station. I'm very excited about it. The things he's already brought out, and there will be many more things. But the bottom line, the consumer is now in the driver's seat. So ConsumerHallaTV, thank you for this innovative work. You're going to keep evolving and just follow the consumer. The consumers will lead you to what they want, and that's how it's supposed to be, always. They're going to have different types of consumers, and they're going to pander to the different needs, but you're going to be making consumers very, very powerful. So thumbs up, keep up the good work. My name is Korede Peters. Thank you very much.
Thank you for still staying with us. This is Consumer Watchdog on ConsumerHallaTV, and now we have to draw the curtain on the program this afternoon. But before we go, I will start with Barrister Okeni. Ladies first. Let's have your parting shots.
Okay, I'd say to both parties in the two cases we've considered today. To the consumer, yes, you are king, and like I said before, you do have rights and obligations, and there is no law that can trample on your rights. However, you do have obligations too. But to the service providers, excellent. Always know that there are laws and rules that also regulate your service delivery, and your laws and rules cannot override the laws that protect the dignity and the rights of your consumer. That will always be king. And always, in every situation, make sure you follow the rules, make sure you follow the law so that you are legally protected. But always remember that your customer is king.
Beautiful. Prince Shupo, over to you now. Let's have your parting shot.
Well, my parting shot still remains that the travelers, they have rights, but at the same time, like my sister here is saying, we need to obey the regulations that guide your traveling through any of Nigerian airports, even across the Atlantic or wherever you are traveling to. And let's respect the cabin crew instructions, because they are there, they are professionally trained, but their job is to see that you are more comfortable with the flights, you obey the rules, instructions, and they handle emergency on your behalf. So whatever instruction given to you, we should obey. And at the same time, our cabin crew executive, they need more training. They should be cautious in the way they treat passengers on board. If they are unruly passengers, there are rules, there are guidelines, there are procedure, how to eject or handle such unruly passenger. It is well known. So I recommend that the airline operators should train more of their staff, let them be exposed to human relations and handling of customers. That's my parting shot.
All right, Barrister Clement, over to you now. Let's have your concluding remark.
Thank you very much. It is well said by my partners on board. And I believe that if we hold, or if the public, including me, hold on to all that has been put in place here, I believe that we will have a secured and more better aviation sector. Let us, as both as passengers, both as the main operators and their staff, let us comply with the relevant applicable rules, regulations, and laws. As individual customers to the aviation sector, let us know that whatever we do at home, when we get at the point of taking advantage of the services of the aviation sector, we should, if we do not know, ask for a briefing so that we can guide ourselves. With that, we all will be ambassadors to the aviation sector, and not just to say an individual will be an ambassador. We all that have used them should be able to testify of services that they give to us. The cabin crew members are there to satisfy your trip, whether it is 30 minutes or 1 hour or more. Let's cooperate with them and help them to give us the best of service. Thank you.
Interesting. I even love the fact that you included yourself talking about the change, because when it has to do with change, it includes you, it includes everybody. Thank you so much, Barrister Clement Echo. It's a pleasure to have you on board. Barrister Oluwatonyo Kenny, it's so superb to have you once again here this afternoon on Consumer Watchdog. And Prince Ashopo Tobatele, it's a pleasure. I love the surname so much. Let me tell you that. Thank you so much for coming on the program. Now we have to round things up, and about everything being said on the program, of course, it has touched one or two sectors. So let us make effective use of everything that has been said, so as to avoid situations like this, so that another person will not be a victim of this circumstance, and avoid Quam 3 incidents, so that it won't happen again. Thank you so much. I am Ire Ayomikuleke. Another beautiful edition of Consumer Watchdog will be back next week. Please stay with us for more updates. Good day.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our Consumer Hala brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Hello there, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on the Midday News. I am Iri Ayomikunle Eke. We begin the Midday News with the latest data from the Central Bank of Nigeria on about last week Friday that indicates that Nigeria's external reserves stood at $42.03 billion, climbing to the strongest level in 6 years. This makes it the first time since September 2019 that it has crossed the $42 billion mark, representing a significant rebound from earlier lows this year and providing renewed optimism for the nation's foreign exchange stability. The latest figure marks a new 72-month peak and underscores the steady improvement in Nigeria's reserve position since July, when the stock fell to its lowest point in 2025. Compared with the $41.99 billion recorded a day earlier, the September 19 figure reflects an increase of $40 million. It also represents a substantial gain from the $41.42 billion level recorded at the beginning of September. Moreover, the last time Nigeria reserves were higher was on the 26th of September 2019 when they reached $42.05 billion. Since then, reserves have faced significant pressure from falling oil prices, capital flow reversals, rising import demand, and foreign exchange market interventions. But now in Abuja, where several Nigerian filling stations and the FCT, the Federal Capital Territory, have remained shut for more than 4 days over the delayed rollout of Dangote's refinery free fuel distribution scheme. Report says the partners in the 650,000 barrel per day refinery fuel distribution initiative, including MRS and corn oil filling stations, are experiencing dry tanks, causing supply disruption for Nigerians in the last 4 days. The filling station manager of one of the affected retail outlets in Abuja confirmed the development yesterday and spoke under anonymity that for 4 days they have not had either fuel or diesel, and they are patiently waiting for the supply from Dangote refinery. Meanwhile, the scam is Dangote Group in a test notice on its X account yesterday and announced that Cornell, Eternal Super, Nepal Energies, Kifayat Global Energy, and Request and Gas have partnered with the refinery for its fuel distribution scheme. Let's talk about the NPC as the National Pension Commission now issue a new guidelines shareholding in multiple licensed pension fund operators. The guidelines issued on Friday over the weekend and which became effective immediately. The regulator stated that the move would promote transparency and good governance while protecting pension assets. According to PENCOM, significant cross-share holding is a situation in which a significant shareholder in a low-profile oil, thereafter acquires or seek to acquire a significant shareholding in another low-power fuel. Otherwise, it becomes illegal, entitled, whether directly or indirectly, to hold such significant shareholding in another pension entity, which by means include but not limited to the conversion of death or equity, operation of laws such as transmission on death or any other form of vesting. In a drive to further expand its business capacity, Lafarge Africa PLC is formally commissioned its new cement manufacturing named Freedom Plant, a state-of-the-art ready-mix facility located in Lekki, in Lagos State. The facility is equipped with a fully automated batching system that enables seamless remote data transfer and modification with the capability to manage and operate the plant from any location worldwide via its secure internet access. Speaking during the launch ceremony in Lagos State, the Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Lafarge Africa, Mr. Luluala Diakiyemi, said, "The launch of the Freedom Plant further increases and strengthens its commitment in building progress for people and the planet, which is in alignment with Lafarge Africa's sustainability agenda. The facility incorporates advanced features and enhance energy efficiency, minimize emissions, and integrate the production of eco-friendly products and solutions." Mr. Ladiakiyemi said this facility is not just about production, but about expanding the frontiers of innovation and sustainability in its operations, meeting Nigeria's growing demand locally and empowering people through job creation and skills development. Let's talk about Lagos State, where a new development says over 60% of Lagos residents are compelled to live in formal settlement, reflecting the city's deepening housing crisis and the widening gap between available affordable housing and the needs of its growing population. A report by the State of Lagos Housing Market Volume 3 stated this. According to the report, over 60% of Lagos State residents live in informal settlement with poor living conditions, a reality that has pushed the state government to introduce land reforms, including digital initiatives like the electronic certificate of occupancy and the last gigs to enhance transparency and improve access to secure land tenure. Meanwhile, in response to these challenges, the Lagos state government has implemented several land bureau reforms aimed at improving efficiency, transparency, and accessibility in land administration. The Lagos State Land Bureau, which oversees land matters, has introduced digital innovations such as the electronic certificate of occupancy and the Lagos State Geographic Information System to speed up processing times and reduce corruption. We're still talking about Lagos State. The Managing Director of the Lagos State Waste Management Authority, Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegeshi, said nearly half of the 13,000 tons of waste generated daily in the state was organic, adding that roughly 6,500 tons posed a serious environmental risk. Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegeshi also noted that this at the unveiling of a new organic waste management initiative, which is aimed at cutting methane emissions, boosting recycling, and supporting the state climate action goals. Meanwhile, the initiative is launched in collaboration with Proganics Limited, as it was announced at the Stakeholder Forum in Lagos State recently. Still talking about the news, Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegeshi said, sorting organic waste at source is critical to achieving the clean Lagos of its dream. When sent to landfills, this to waste generates methane, a greenhouse gas more harmful. Thank you so much for joining us on the Midday News. This is ConsumerHallaTV Midday News. We'll present the news further on another report. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, has launched an investigation into an allegation of examination malpractice. In a viral video, a man and a woman were caught writing an examination on behalf of a public office holder. The ICANN's Register, Mr. Larry Olasukomi, in a statement condemned the act, emphasizing that the Institute has zero tolerance for examination malpractice. Mr. Larry Olasukomi said As the foremost professional accountancy body in Nigeria, ICAN wishes to state that it maintains a strict zero-tolerance policy for role reforms of examinations, malpractice, including impersonation, and the Institute's examination processes are guided by a globally accepted standard of integrity, and any attempt to compromise them is treated with utmost seriousness. Moreover, the Register also noted that the Institute has commenced an investigation into the allegations, and sanctions would be enforced in accordance with the institution's regulations. Let's talk about education now. The accredited secondary schools in Nigeria are projected to spend about 1.6 trillion naira on computers to meet with the West African Examination Council requirements for mandatory computer-based testing approval of centers for the West African Senior School Certificate Examination. WAEC mandated that every school should have at least 250 functional computer systems, a robust server, a local area network, CCTV cameras, and other essentials infrastructure to qualify as a CBT center for the 2025 examination. WAEC in a statement explained that this requirement was part of its comprehensive migration of a CBT format for candidates with a timeline for full implementation. Schools that cannot meet the standard will be assigned to designate its external centers, and WAEC will not lower its standard for hosting schools. Moreover, Nigeria has 23,554 approved WAEC secondary school centers, and if each school spends at least 68 million naira on computers for the exam, and assume none already owns the required system, the total bill would amount to about 1.6 trillion naira. Away from that, firm Next Month Company Limited has acquired a 21.4% equity stake in its Royal Exchange PLC. And a corporate disclosure from the company's secretary, Dabo Hoti nominees, which was filed on the Nigerian Exchange Limited. Next Amount acquired the stakes via the second market. According to its half-year report, Next Amount held a 19.08% stake in the company from about 1 million units of Royal Exchange. The company secretary sent Royal Exchange PLC received a letter from Noble Finance Securities Limited, and the financial advisors of Next Amount Company Limited notified the companies that Next Amount has acquired about 1 million units of ordinary shares of Royal Exchange PLC through the secondary market. The half-year report of Royal Exchange indicated that it is associated with Royal Exchange General Company Limited, now Rex Insurance, Royal Exchange Micro Limited, and Royal Exchange Healthcare Limited, now known as .HMO. Thank you so much for joining us on the Midday News. I am Ire Ayomikunle AK. Up next is Scam Alert, and immediately after Scam Alert, we're having industry updates. Stay with us for more insightful programs and news. I am Ire Ayomikunle AK, and do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel, ConsumerHallaTV. Bye for now.
My name is Tunde Olufowora, and I'm the CEO of Brand Communications. We are we call the publisher or the owner of the new initiative called ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV is actually Nigeria's first consumer-centered, or called a consumer-centric television platform that aims to bring voice to the over 220 million Nigerians. It was a vision that came to my heart about 10 years ago. I remember that I was traveling. I traveled out of the country, on airline, and I had this unpleasant experience. It was a trip to an African country from Nigeria, and I actually went with a local flight from Nigeria. I wouldn't want to mention the name of the airline, and then it was to South Africa, and we landed in South Africa, and let me just paraphrase it. When I was coming back, I had some money, some dollars, and that someone had given to me to hand over to another person in Nigeria. So I wanted to help out. I didn't want to carry the cash on myself. So for whatever reason, I opted to. I had a small case, and I felt that it was safer for me to put the money in my luggage. So I put it in a safe place in my luggage, got everything intact, and I checked in my luggage. My arrival in Nigeria, I was standing and was waiting about the carousel just so that I could pick up my luggage, and then I was there for 1 hour and waiting for my luggage. I didn't know that my luggage already arrived, and it was one of the luggage that was moving around on the carousel. So after about 1 hour wait, I looked to my left and my right. Almost everybody had gone. I think there were just about 2 or 3 left. So I beckoned on the woman that was on my side, and I noticed she was really in tears. Madam, what happened? She said, her bag has just been torn and a lot of things stolen. So I said, well, I've also been waiting for my own. She said, you better go and check those luggages there. Maybe yours is one of them. And lo and behold, I went around there. Mine was one of them. By the time I got it, everything inside my luggage was gone. All the valuable things there were gone. To cut the long story short, we felt there was need for us to report the case, at least to the airline. It was in the night, about 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. We went in to go and see the officer that was in charge. As soon as we got in there, the officer said, "Oh, so sorry, but you will have to go to our head office in somewhere in Victoria Island, to lodge a complaint." Okay. So the next day we went to the Victoria Island and we lodged a complaint, and that was it. And since that day, I'm talking a story of over 10 years ago, I didn't get a call, not even a call from that airline to talk to me about what happened to my luggage. Now, about a month after that trip, I had another opportunity to travel out of the country. This time around it was to US, and it was an official assignment. And I flew on, I will mention the airline this time around. I flew on a BA. I really didn't like BA. I usually go with Virgin Atlantic and things like that. But my protocol officer convinced me and said, "Okay, you will love BA. Why don't you go on BA?" Anyway, so I went on BA to US. And of course, when I returned from US to Nigeria, we had to do, of course, there'll be like a connecting flight, from Heathrow. So we got into London Heathrow, and then because it was through Heathrow that we went, and then so they changed since it was BA, they changed the aircraft this time around to a bigger one. I mean, clearly because there were more Nigerians, or more people that were planning to come to Nigeria, and then we boarded. Not quite 10 minutes into the flight, in the air, the aircraft started malfunctioning. The air conditioning compartment were not functioning very well. I was on what you call business economy. the whole of that business economy all the way to economy side, the ACs were not working well. It was hot. And then I was watching. And then from that moment till we got to Nigeria. From that moment till we got to, I'm just trying to paraphrase. From that moment till we got to Nigeria, I could remember very well how many times the pilot, broke into conversation and had to apologize and say, we're really very sorry about this. He was giving us almost every 10, I could almost say almost every 30 minutes. There's always a kind of update. So sorry, this is what we're doing now, this is what we're doing. While we were on that journey, I also remember an incident. So they came, the crew apparently couldn't resolve it. They couldn't manage the crisis or what was going on about it. They couldn't fix it. So they come up and said, we're so sorry, but for all the inconvenience, we're declaring, free lunch, free whatever it is you want, you can get. So trust Nigerians, you need to hear how everybody was jubilating, But something struck me. The experience I had just about a month before, and this experience, somehow I started comparing them. I was trying to see how this matter will be managed. Again, to cut the story short, we landed in Nigeria on a BA. Before we landed, the pilot announced and said that for the inconvenience, they will be giving a voucher of £50 to everyone that flew on that aircraft. I thought it was a joke. I mean, it was my first time with BA, but for what I knew or know of the British man would never even play with his 1 penny, talking of £1. So I felt that must be a joke of the year. So we left. I got back to my office. I think it was just about a week after. My officer, our guys in our mail room came up and said, "Oh, you have a parcel." So I said, "Parcel? Yeah." So they bought this parcel wrapped. I opened it and boom, I bought the document out. It was the £50 voucher from BA. So what's the tenor of this story? An experience with one airline was terrible. No apology. An experience with another one, even though it was a bad experience, but it was very well managed. So managed that even if we have suffered anything in that aircraft, you probably, for the sake of how they manage it, will have forgiven them. So that was how this journey started. So I started thinking in my mind, this is what we go through in this country. But are we different from other nations? So God put in my heart the idea of ConsumerHalla. That's why the Hala came with consumer. And we started that journey about 10 years ago. We started by creating a platform called ConsumerHalla, where consumers, so I discovered that Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. So things happen, and that's it. We live with everything. So we've started the journey from creating the platform. We have an app, we even have a magazine, and we thought we could move it from that to the next stage, which is the television. So the TV today, has come. So I would say precept by precept, line upon line, we have been able to build on our aspiration, to finally bring to birth this unique and exciting platform, So it's a digital telecast, and our goal is to further connect consumers in Nigeria to brands with insightful news, development within the fast-paced world of consumers. The world of consumers is growing at a very fast pace, So we want to inform Nigerians. We want to get them educated about their rights, So our role is that we're going to educate consumers in Nigeria, all right? So by bringing them specialized and what you call analytical, research-based content generation that will inform, educate, sensitize the audience, So that's ConsumerHallaTV. So I call it an offshoot of our ConsumerHalla brand. ConsumerHalla brand actually was the first we call it the first complaint or consumer complaint resolution portal. When we started it about 10 years ago, or about 7 years ago, it became the first complaint resolution portal. We created it so that Nigerians can actually lodge complaint on that portal. We spent a lot of resources to build a very robust platform where today, if you have any complaint, about any brand, any leading brands in Nigeria, and you go on that platform, you can actually click, just a click, you can find the brand, you can actually lodge your complaint, and once you submit it, that complaint will be routed to that organization, and within 72 hours, we will obtain feedback for you. We build it in such a way that we have connection to almost all the organizations, and it's been working. We've resolved several complaints for people without having to charge them any penny, because the idea is not to charge. So what we have done with ConsumerHallaTV is to take it to the next level. So we hope to change the narrative. We want to give the right direction. Nigeria has the largest consumer market in the world, with a population of over 220 million people. Why should we be the one that is suffering the most? Everywhere you turn to, it's as though Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. You're traveling, you buy a ticket. For whatever reason, an airline will wake up middle of the night, delay the flight for whatever reason, and then you'll be waiting at the airport for hours. You'll be there for 2 hours, 3 hours, no any explanation. Then while you're there, they can even wake up and say, oh, flight has been cancelled. So everybody carry their luggage and go home. Nothing happened. Of course, things are changing. We must commend government because government is beginning to wake up, but there's still a lot to be done. And we believe that we can help to make, bring about those right changes. So we offer deliberately, part of what we do is that we also offer advocacy, all right? We're not just an advocacy organization, but we offer advocacy. We have a legal team, we have lawyers that are registered on our platform, all right, that can also take up cases, okay? So, and we've taken up many cases like that, and won those cases. So, ConsumerHalla is a platform to help consumers to, we're not fighting brands, but rather we say we're bringing about an amicable, resolution of conflict, such that it will be beneficial to the consumers and also be beneficial to the brand. I remember the word of Jeff Bezos. Bezos is the founder of Amazon. He said that the most important single thing, all right, for an organization is to focus obsessively, use the word obsessively, on the customer. We often say that customers is a king. They should sit at the top of the ladder. In our environment, customers are the ladder. A brand wakes up today, decide what product to produce. They wake up today, decide how much the consumer should pay. They wake up to decide everything for consumers. So consumers are just at the receiving end, and yet they are milking the consumers. There's no price regulation in this country, none. People just wake up and fix prices. Look at the power. Government wakes up, We change policy, we wake up and we get people to pay more. We think it's time for consumers to begin to speak out. In speaking out, in engaging, we can get the brand to begin to do what is right. And of course, I know that the consumers themselves need to be educated. So our role, our vision also is to ensure that we educate consumers, we bring awareness. A lot of Nigerian consumers don't even know about their rights. You buy a product from a supermarket. I've had this experience. You buy a product from a supermarket, all right? For whatever reason, you take that product back to your house, and maybe something went wrong somewhere. By the time you take that product back to the shop where you bought it from, and you say, "Oga, this thing," you know what's going to tell you? "Oga, na me make am. Na me make am now. That's why I buy am." Meaning that there's nothing I can do to the product. So you lose the product, then you lose your money. Because
Good morning and welcome to Scam Alert on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Kike Lomo Ajibola, and on today's episode of Scam Alert, we'll be having a lot of fun because I'm so excited for this particular topic. It is love scam here on Scam Alert this afternoon, and we may be wondering, why did we move away from some particular topic and decided to talk about love scam? But this is a particular scam that has been a perpetual one in the society. People have been falling victim of this particular scam. And today, I will be discussing the various ways people take in scamming us when it comes to love, and also I have exciting testimonies from people sharing their experiences regarding love scam. Thank you so much for joining me on this particular episode of Scam Alert, and I hope you will be sticking around because this is Scam Alert and it is only on ConsumerHallaTV in Lagos, Nigeria. And thank you so much for joining us once again. If you haven't subscribed to all of us, all of our social media platform, that is Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok account. We have a new TikTok account, and also YouTube, where subscription is free, where you can follow us on other of those social media platforms. Please do so at ConsumerHallaTV. Subscription is absolutely free for beautiful and well-packed programs. Thank you so much once again. And love scam is the topic for today, just like the name implies. Love scam, love and scam. You know, when somebody uses their emotion to actually scam you, when you're already into a particular person, you already feel like you can trust this person with everything that you own, and then they decided to say, I want to play on your intelligence and I want to scam you. That is what we are talking about today on the program. The various ways we can take in avoiding this thing. It's not only Yahoo boys that scam people. It's not only the foreigners that get scammed, that get involved in love scam. Even us as human beings get involved in love scam. It could be a person we met on the road. It could be somebody we've even dated for like 3 years that is already, that is nurturing the person they want to scam. Anybody can be. People can be so patient if they want to do harm to you. And it could also be from online dating website. All of those things are actually well packed. They are packed with all of these scammers, and they tend to prey on innocent minds to actually get valuables, money, and also the emotional damage that comes with love scam. And like I said, it's not only Yahoo boys, it's not only fraudsters that make the word dating scam. That's not the only people that are involved in this thing. People like me and you also are involved in this, and it's not only for men, even ladies do this, especially people abroad, dating people in Nigeria. They're just meeting, and then bam, scamming you of $2,000, this and that. So these are issues that are at hand. And also, if you have not heard, please hear it from me. Anybody that you are going to meet, maybe you have an arrangement with somebody, a significant person that you know, or another person apart from you, and you decided that you want to go and meet the person. There's an agreement that I'm going to send you money and I want to come and see you, and you decided not to see the person. It is punishable by law now. That offense is now punishable by law, because I don't understand why you would lie to somebody just because you want to get money from them. It is very, very unreasonable, and it is very evil of you to do that. If you don't want to go to see the person, just tell them you don't want to see the person. If you want the money from the person, why don't you just ask, instead of you being a little scammer that you have? So please, as a girl doing this, because I think like it's common among us ladies, as a girl doing this, you have to desist from it, because now it is punishable by the law. Collecting money from men and saying, yeah, I'm going to come and visit you, and then you do not go to visit this particular person. These are punishable offense under the law now. Thank you so much for still listening. Now let's quickly move on to the testimonies. A lot of testimonies from these people, because I believe the word love scam is something that is very normal. We all know how we can get love. You cannot limit love scam to just only online meeting. You can still get scammed even in marriage. People still get scammed in marriage, and that is why it is very good to always secure things in your own name. It's not an offense to have a joint account with your husband, but are you financially dependent on yourself, instead of you doing this with your husband, with your significant other, even with your wife? Women do this, men are also into this kind of fraudulent activities. So if you know you are not financially stable enough, financially buoyant enough, don't be a dependent on somebody. Be an independent person yourself, as a woman and as a man. These are very important things. You definitely will not know anybody thoroughly. You can only know yourself thoroughly. Even sometimes you get to discover things that you don't think you can do yourself, and then you get to the talkless of somebody that you are not even that person. So you don't know what somebody is already thinking in their head. People can stay 25 years with you and still actually go scot-free with whatever they want to do with you. And like we always say, it is Yoruba people will say kokoro tonje for idea for lower. The insect that is eating the vegetable flower, it is actually a part of that vegetable. Nobody is going to harm you. Likely harm you from outside. Most likely, the person that's going to harm you is from within. The first testimonial is from a 32-year-old lady. She said she thought she found love, a soulmate online. Very unrealistic, but people do find their soulmate online. It was charming, attentive, and seemed to understand me like no one else. After a few weeks, he asked for money to help with a family emergency. I sent him $1,000, believing I was helping the love of my life, which is not bad to help people. It wasn't until I discovered he was using a fake identity that I realized I have been scammed. It was heartbreaking, and I learned the hard way to be cautious online. Like I said every time, online, the internet is a very beautiful space for all of us to emerge, to progress, and also to stay informed. But the internet is also a place where these scammers find themselves looking around, looking for praise to actually prey on. So these are things that are happening. Doesn't mean that you should do away with the internet because you've actually been jilted from the internet. No, it just means that you have to be very cautious and patient. Like I always advise on the program, be cautious and be patient every time you are dealing with somebody that you don't know from the internet, so that you don't get scammed in whatever form, either being in love scam, either being money, either being work, what have you. Just be very careful and take time to research the particular person you are actually dealing with. Another one is from a man. He's 45 years old. Kike, I met a woman on a dating site who claimed to be in my city. We chatted for months. Like I said earlier on, they may take years to even scam you. Maybe they are preparing you for something big. So please, let's be careful. We chatted for months and I was smitten. She eventually asked for money to cover unexpected medical bills. I was so blinded by love that I didn't question it. I lost over $5,000 US. Before I found out she was a scammer operating from overseas. Wow, it took me a long time to recover emotionally and financially. I hope the person is actually a woman and not a man. But anyway, I'm so sorry about that. Another person said she is 58 and after losing her husband, she turned to online dating for companionship. I met someone who seemed perfect, but he always had an excuse for not meeting in person. That's a very big red flag. When he asked for money to resolve a legal issue, I became suspicious. I did some research and discovered it was a con artist. I felt foolish, but I also learned to trust my instincts more. Now, I am learning to just be alone by myself, and I think companionship is not for me. Oh, I'm so sorry, but I don't think you should give up on love, and everybody actually deserves a form of companionship one way or the other. And I'm so proud of you for being able to actually do some research before you actually lost money to this particular individual. Now, David is a 29-year-old man. He was asked to be pronounced. I never thought I would be a victim of a love scam. I was drawn in by her sweet messages and romantic gestures. They are preparing you to collect money now. Clients, when she asked for help with her travel expenses to come see me, I sent her money without thinking twice. Now, this offense is punishable by law. If you know you are not going to see somebody, don't collect transfer money from them. It was only after several failed attempts to meet that I realized I had been duped. So you have been sending money like that after several failed attempt to meet. That means you have not only sent money once, you sent money several times and she has failed to meet up, but you still gave her the benefit of doubt by saying, okay. Wow, that's so sad. It was a tough lesson, but I am now more aware of the signs. Red flags, please. Online dating was new to me. This person is 40 and she's a female. And I was excited when I met someone who seemed genuine. He sent me flowers and wrote me love letters. But when he started asking for money for one of his business investments, I got suspicious. I did some digging and uncovered his true identity. I was not the first lady he is doing it for. In fact, this person is very popular on Twitter. It was a painful experience, but it taught me to be more careful and trust my God's feelings. Very good of you. And I said it earlier on, trusting your feelings, trusting your gut feelings is very, very important. You have to know that you have to put you have to put yourself first. And talking about Twitter, somebody was saying to me upstairs when I was, talking about this particular program, was like, yeah, people on Twitter actually do that a lot of time. That there was a guy that got exposed recently that he would enter your DM, profess love to you, and then when he's already into you, you're into him already too, he would be able to ask you for money. And then the lady came out to actually ask her, why is this person asking her for money? She did some digging and it became apparent that he has been in 5 other women's DM and they are sending this person money. So let's be careful out there. Another person said she's 34 and I was looking for love after my divorce when I met him online. It was everything I dreamed of, funny, smart, and kind. After a few weeks, he mentioned needing money for a business deal that went south. Mind you, this person lives in Nigeria and I live outside of the country. I sent him $2,000 thinking I was supporting my partner. When I found out it was using stolen photos, it shattered me. I felt embarrassed but realized I wasn't alone in this experience. You're not alone, my dear. People have gone through this one way or the other, and that's why awareness is very, very important, and that's why we are bringing Love Scam to you on today's episode of Scam Alert on ConsumerHallaTV. Moving away from that, somebody said I thought I was being cautious when I met her in my area. She had a great story about being a nurse, and she told me she was traveling very soon abroad to continue her practice. After several months of seeing this person, she started asking for money for help with her travel expenses. I ended up sending her 4.5 million naira. And till today, I never saw the daylight of this woman anymore. 4.5 million naira. That's a lot, and I'm so sorry about that. And wow, I'm very speechless. Like I said earlier on, it's not only men that actually get involved in love scam. Women also do it to men, so it's not a gender thing. Now, I met her during a virtual game night. We hit it off immediately and she seemed so genuine. After a couple of months, she asked for money with her child's medical expenses. I sent her 500,000 naira, convinced I was helping a loving mother. When I later found out she was a scammer using stolen images, I felt utterly betrayed and heartbroken. Now, I am more cautious about sharing my personal space with people. I'm so sorry about that. And don't let that throw you off relationship. There are good people out there. And before you can kiss a prince, okay, let's just see. Before you can kiss a princess, you have to kiss many cockroaches. Because I hate cockroach. That's one of my biggest fears in life, cockroach. I'm a very tough girl, but when I see a cockroach, I'm dying. I'm literally dead. So I thought I found love when I connected with a man who shared my interest. It was charismatic and attentive. But when he needed money to pay off debts so he could visit me, I became suspicious. But I still sent him the money regardless before realizing he was using a fake identity. It was a harsh wake-up call, and it took me time to regain my confidence in dating. Why did you send him money if you were suspicious in the first place? Is it love? But is love truly blind? Because, oh my God, you're already suspicious. Why send him the money? Well, I'm so sorry about that, but that's a very big red flag. And I don't think red flag should be made into a blanket. Please, as a red flag, throw it out. Smash it out. Don't use the red flag as makeup or whatever you had. No, it's not sweet, please. Oh my God, that's a lot of money, please. I was drawn to her charming messages and the way she made me feel special. You're a client, bro. You have to feel special. After several weeks, she claimed she was stranded overseas and needed money for a flight home. Okay, I sent her 1 million naira, thinking it was love. But when I discovered her real identity through a mutual friend, I was devastated. I learned that not everyone online has good intentions. So I don't understand. The friend knows this person, or the friend is already aware of this person's pattern of scamming people. Okay, I'm so sorry. Let's move away from that. This person is a lady and she's 53-year-old. After years of being single, I finally decided to try online dating. I met a man who seemed perfect for me. He was attentive and romantic, but then he started asking for money to cover some unexpected bills that he could not tell me what he was using it for. I, staying abroad, sent him 3,000 euros before I realized I was being scammed. It was a painful and humiliating experience, and I have become an advocate for educating others about the dangers of online love scams. That's good for you, and I'm so sorry about that. This person said I was excited to meet someone new when I got a message from a beautiful woman who we talked for months, and I fell for her charm when she asked for money for help with a supposed legal issue. If somebody is having legal issues, why exactly are you pursuing that person? What issue are they having? Let's be specific about those issues, because I don't understand what's going on here. I sent her money. It wasn't until I started digging into her story that I realized I was a victim of fraud. And I'll share my stories to help others to be more vigilant. Awareness is very, very important, and that's why we are bringing this to you on ConsumerHallaTV, for us to stay aware and to be very, very informed and vigilant of what people do behind closed doors. This person says, "Hi Kike, I am 37. I was excited to find someone who shared my love for travel and adventure. It was charming and attentive, but after a few months, he mentioned needing money for business investments. I sent him 1.5 million naira from my own hard-earned money. It wasn't because I had the money, but because I felt like I was helping my lover. And it convinced me it was a smart move also. When I discovered it was a scammer using someone else's photos, I felt crushed. And now I don't ever want to meet somebody else. That's so sad. And I'm so sorry about that." After my wife passed away, another person, I turned to online dating for companionship. I met a woman who seemed genuinely interested in me. She then claimed she was in a financial bind and needed help. I sent her money thinking I was helping someone I cared about. When I found out she was a fraud, it broke my heart, and I wish I had done more research before getting involved. I thought I was being careful when I chatted with a man online. He was sweet and attentive, and I felt a connection. After a few months, he asked for money to help with his sick mother. I sent him $800 before realizing it was a lie. I felt so embarrassed. He said something else after that. I didn't want to say it was she must be pained for her to say this, but I'm not going to say it out loud. I felt so embarrassed and betrayed. Now I share my story to warn others about the dangers of online love scams. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us, Samantha. Now, this person said he's 46 and he met someone who seemed perfect. They always speak for hours and he was captivated by her. When she asked for money to pay for a flight to see me, I didn't think twice and I sent her the money. Later, I found out she was using a fake profile. I felt foolish and heartbroken. A lesson learned, and I hope others can avoid making the same mistake. And it's the reason why I'm sending this to you to help me share. Like I said before, I think even online dating apps have a place where they tell users to actually verify their profile so that you can know this person is a legitimate human being, and they ask for a lot of rigorous details. A lot of rigorous text is being conducted before this person is being accepted into the category of you being a legitimate person. So even if they as a person are trying their best to protect you as an individual, I don't see a reason why you also should not do a lot of digging, a lot of background check on somebody that you're actually dating and you've never met before. Doing a lot of research, doing a little bit of research can bring you a closer result than you ever think about and can save you from a lot of heartache. And also the fact that doing a lot of research and patience give you an edge over this particular person that is here to actually scam you and take away your vulnerable and actually scam you in your most vulnerable moment. Because when you're in love, you tend to actually give your all. Like you always say, I don't think love, I feel like the word love is scam, love is blind is an insult. Yeah, you can love with all your heart, but I think loving yourself first gives you an edge over everything. When you love yourself first and you prioritize yourself before any other person, then you don't get humiliated. You don't get to be too vulnerable for people to actually walk all over you. So you can actually see true love. I don't want to hear the word love is blind. It's quite irritating for me. Like, why is love blind? That means if I can see through my own flaws, I should be able to see through somebody else's flaws. But I don't feel anybody can love me the way I love myself. But when I do something, I still correct myself. I still say, Kike, you've done something wrong here. So why exactly would you love somebody to the extent that even if they are doing something you feel very suspicious about, you add under the quote, love is blind, I need to actually forgive this person. The person did not really do wrong. But for yourself, you are really hard on yourself. I don't know. Are you looking for somebody better for you, or are you just being better for yourself? Because if you actually want somebody better for you, you question the way you question your decisions sometimes. Only if you're somebody that is very, very ignorant with your own decisions. I now understand if you want to tell me love is blind, because you don't even see through your own flaws. So it's very, very sad. Now let's move away from that. Let's quickly take 2 or 3 more experiences before we call the day off and draw the curtain on the program. Somebody said someone introduced her to online dating and she finally decided to give it a chance. She connected with a man who seemed genuine, but after a few weeks, he started asking for money for various emergencies. She sent him money believing she was helping a partner in need. When she discovered it was a scam, I felt betrayed, and now I even don't talk to the person that introduced me to the love scam. I think I'm just pouring frustration on the person, but I think I just need time to heal. A lot of thinking, but thank you for sending us that particular message. And we are so sorry about that. The person is probably just looking out for you also, and they feel like, oh, you just need a companionship. This person said, I thought I was being smart by chatting with someone for months before meeting them. No matter what you are doing, you know, somebody that is a hunter that is setting a trap for an animal. Is the animal going to be wiser than the hunter, or the hunter is going to be wiser than the animal? The hunter is definitely going to be patient for the animal to go into the trap. So no matter how long this thing goes on for, they are still going to do whatever they want to do if you are not able to catch up with them immediately. He was attentive and kind, but eventually he asked for money to cover unexpected medical bills, a lot of medical bills. Oh my God. I sent him $1,000 believing I was helping someone I love. When I found out he was using a fake identity, I felt devastated. It was the harsh reminder to always verify online connections. Thank you so much for that. I met a woman who seemed perfect for me. We talked every day and I felt a real connection when she claimed she needed money with her rent. I sent her money. It wasn't until I tried to schedule a video call, she avoided it. that I got suspicious. I eventually uncovered the truth. She was a scammer. It hurt eventually and financially, but I learned to be more cautious. Now, after a difficult breakup, I turned to online dating. I connected with a man who seemed sincere. After a few months, he asked for money to help with a business opportunity. I sent him the money he requested for, thinking I was investing in our future. When I discovered he was a fraud, I felt ashamed and betrayed. Sharing my story now helps others recognize the signs of a scam. I think that's the last one we're taking. I have a lot of them here on the program, but on my phone I got sent this, and if you want to actually be a part of the conversation, depends on the kind of message I get for the week. That's the kind of topic I'm going to be bringing next week Tuesday for Scam Alert. You can always connect with us on all our various social media platforms, in Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter. Just send us a message there, and I'm going to pick up the particular story you want me to uncover. And also the fact that you can follow us across all our social media platforms, like I said, and subscribe to our YouTube channel where you can watch all our programs. And this is the particular place where you're watching Scam Alert right now. Subscription is very, very free, so subscribe and personalize your subscription so that you can get to see our fresh program and also our fresh news update. Lost scam is something that is very, very rampant, it's very common, and people are going through it right now in all over the world. It's not only Nigeria. That's why we need to be very, very careful with who we let into our life and how vulnerable we get with people that we really know online. I wanted to bring out something that I heard yesterday. Last week we talked about phone snatching, and a phone snatching occurred in Alade here in Ikeja yesterday. So we really need to be careful with our belongings and how we interact with people and how we press our phone on the road. Thank you so much for joining us on this beautiful episode of Scam Alert on ConsumerHallaTV. I'm Kikelomo Ajibola, and for you to listen to another beautiful episode of Scam Alert, to watch us, please meet us here next week Tuesdays by 12:30 p.m. We'll be here to bring you beautiful updates, and I would want also for you to share with me your own experience on love, or on how love scam has actually occurred to you one way or the other. Trust me, it is nothing embarrassing, it is not humiliating. Speaking out and raising awareness is going to help us curb this particular illness out of our society. And we've come to the end of the program this morning. I'll see you next time.
the tenor of this story. An experience with one airline was terrible. No apology. An experience with another one, even though it was a bad experience, but it was very managed, well managed. So managed that even if we have suffered anything in that aircraft, you probably, for the sake of how they manage it, will have forgiven them. So that was how this journey started. So I started thinking, my mind, this is what we go through in this country. But are we different from other nations? So God put in my heart the idea of ConsumerHalla. That's why the Hala came with consumer. And we started that journey about 10 years ago. We started by creating a platform called ConsumerHalla, where consumers, so I discovered that Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. So things happen, and that's it. We live with everything. So we've started the journey from creating the platform. We have an app, we even have a magazine, and we thought we could move it from that to the next stage, which is the television. So the TV today, has come. So I would say precept by precept, line upon line, we have been able to build on our aspiration, to finally bring to birth this unique and exciting platform, So it's a digital telecast, and our goal is to further connect consumers in Nigeria to brands with insightful news, development within the fast-paced world of consumers. The world of consumers is growing at a very fast pace, So we want to inform Nigerians. We want to get them educated about their rights, So our role is that we're going to educate consumers in Nigeria, all right? So by bringing them specialized and what you call analytical, research-based content generation that will inform, educate, sensitize the audience, So that's ConsumerHallaTV. So I call it an offshoot of our ConsumerHalla brand. ConsumerHalla brand actually was the first we call it the first complaint or consumer complaint resolution portal. When we started it about 10 years ago, or about 7 years ago, it became the first complaint resolution portal. We created it so that Nigerians can actually lodge complaint on that portal. We spent a lot of resources to build a very robust platform where today, if you have any complaint, about any brand, any leading brands in Nigeria, and you go on that platform, you can actually click, just a click, you can find the brand, you can actually lodge your complaint, and once you submit it, that complaint will be routed to that organization, and within 72 hours, we will obtain feedback for you. We build it in such a way that we have connection to almost all the organizations, and it's been working. We've resolved several complaints for people without having to charge them any penny, because the idea is not to charge. So what we have done with ConsumerHallaTV is to take it to the next level. So we hope to change the narrative. We want to give the right direction. Nigeria has the largest consumer market in the world, with a population of over 220 million people. Why should we be the one that is suffering the most? Everywhere you turn to, it's as though Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. You're traveling, you buy a ticket. For whatever reason, an airline will wake up middle of the night, delay the flight for whatever reason, and then you'll be waiting at the airport for hours. You'll be there for 2 hours, 3 hours, no any explanation. Then while you're there, they can even wake up and say, oh, flight has been cancelled. So everybody carried their luggage and go home. Nothing happened. Of course, things are changing. We must commend government because government is beginning to wake up, but there's still a lot to be done. And we believe that we can help to make, bring about those right changes. So we offer deliberately, part of what we do is that we also offer advocacy. All right, we're not just an advocacy organization, but we offer advocacy. We have a legal team. We have lawyers that are registered on our platform. All right, that can also take up cases. Okay, so and we've taken up many cases like that, and won those cases. So Consumer Hala is a platform to help consumers to. We're not fighting brands, but rather we say we're bringing about an amicable, resolution of conflict, such that it will be beneficial to the consumers and also be beneficial to the brand. I remember the word of Jeff Bezos. Bezos is the founder of Amazon. He said that the most important single thing, all right, for an organization is to focus obsessively, use the word obsessively, on the customer. We often say that customers is a king. They should sit at the top of the ladder. In our environment, customers are the ladder. A brand wakes up today, decide what product to produce. They wake up today, decide how much the consumer should pay. They wake up to decide everything for consumers. So consumers are just at the receiving end, and yet they are milking the consumers. There's no price regulation in this country, none. People just wake up and fix prices. Look at the power. Government wakes up, we change policy, we wake up and we get people to pay more. We think it's time for consumers to begin to speak out. In speaking out, in engaging, we can get the brand to begin to do what is right. And of course, I know that the consumers themselves need to be educated. So our role, our vision also is to ensure that we educate consumers, we bring awareness. A lot of Nigerian consumers don't even know about their rights. You buy a product from a supermarket. I've had this experience. You buy a product from a supermarket, all right? For whatever reason, you take that product back to your house, and maybe something went wrong somewhere. By the time you take that product back to the shop where you bought it from, and you say, Oga, this thing, you know what's going to tell you? Oga, na me make am. Na me make am now. That's why I buy am. Meaning that there's nothing I can do to the product. So you lose the product, then you lose your money, because the money is not refunded. The product you can't use. Only in Nigeria. Only in Nigeria. Let me give you another experience I had. In the course of this, because I did a lot of, I went around, in doing this. I was in US, I was in UK, I was in South Africa, I was in Germany, just because of this, to just study the environment. I was in a friend's house in UK, in London, and then what happened? We were going to go out, and he was going to dress up. So he said, oh, to me, I was seated in the sitting room. So he said, oh, wait a minute, I picked up an iron, that's the present iron, 2 days ago or so from a store. Oh, let me try this, let me just try and use that to iron my shirt and we can go out. So I was seated, the TV was on, I was watching. While I watched him, he brought out the pressing board, spread it out, brought the iron out in my presence, plugged in the iron, and then as soon as he switched on the power button, we just had a spark. Boom! The guy was raged. Then he goes, what just happened? So he said, no, these guys are in trouble, they're in soup. I was thinking, What are you going to do? You know, I was trying to compare that experience to what would have happened in Nigeria. In my presence there, you opened the pack, there was a card inside it. Inside that card was a call, number to call. And they called the shop or wherever he got the thing from. I was hearing the conversation that was going on. And all he said to them on the phone was, look, by the time he even called, clearly because they already, through the call, they could trace where he was calling from and who was calling. He said, yeah, I pick up this number, I pick up this iron yesterday, and guess what? I just plug it to power, and then this thing just, stop, didn't work. At the other hand, I could hear the voice, oh, we're so sorry. We're sorry about that. And they said, this is your address, yeah. Don't worry, we'll get you a replacement. All right. So my friend handed the call and dropped the. So I said, so what's going to happen? He said, don't worry yourself now. Should we're here. They will bring a replacement. I said, they will bring a replacement. He said, yes. I said, they won't even try to check whether it was your fault, because it could have been your fault. Maybe you didn't do something well about the first. No, it can't be his fault. Maybe it's a brand new item that he bought. While we were still talking, in fact, I'm not even sure it was up to 30 minutes or so, we had a knock on the door. He himself said he must be the dispatch person. By the time he opened the door, it was a dispatch man that was on the other side. And then the dispatch man was at the door. Just watch this. Was at the door. I was seated in the sitting room. The guy was at the door to meet with the dispatch guy. The dispatch man that brought the replacement iron, I heard him say, we're so sorry. So I was so shocked. I mean, a dispatch man, this guy is a dispatch, so also apologize. I was so touched by it that even a dispatch man was so trained, to tell the guy, we are so sorry. And guess what? He brought the replacement iron. By the time my guy opened the iron, it was a bigger size iron. So they replaced with a bigger size iron. The guy never asked for the one that went bad. He didn't say, okay, where is the other one that we gave to you, so that he could take it back? No, he just bought a new one and gave it back. So I asked my friend, I said, can you interpret this to me? He said, here in London, if they didn't do this, they know the next thing I would do. He said, I'm just going to grab a lawyer. And I'm going to tell them they've destroyed something in my house. By the time I'm done, they will pay through their nose. Because the consumers are conscious of their rights. In Nigerian consumers, even those who are aware, won't even take the battle up. Everybody just go, what can we do now? Today they wake up and ban this. What can we do now? So we're going to change the narrative. We have to stand up. So the vision of ConsumerHallaTV is really to create an engagement platform that constantly mirrors the minds of consumers and provide right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria. Thus, we believe, will be forming part of that our overall vision, of creating a more caring world of consumers where businesses thrive. So I think that we'll make our impact. We ask you to join us on this journey. ConsumerHallaTV will drive engagement. It will also be there to help to promote brands that are doing what is right. So we're not out to criticize any brand. Rather, we have to complement what the brands are doing, because there is no organization that or a business that was set up to fail. Nobody set up a business to fail. So there are just gaps that needs to be fixed. So together we can fix things, and together we believe that we will create the right story for consumers in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
welcome to Industry Update. This is where we give you the latest special update from various industries. I am Ire Ayomikunleke. Here are the industry updates for this week. Let's start from the financial services industry. The National Pension Commission has inaugurated the Pension Revolution 2.0. Yes, this is an initiative designed to strengthen Nigeria's pension industry and also enhance inclusion and secure dignity for retirees. The Director General of PENCOM, Ms. Omolola Oloraron, announced the development in a statement yesterday, where she said, PENCOM will unveil the new regulations daily to drive the revolution forward. The Director General explained further that Pension Revolution 2.0 is a transformative program building on 2 decades of progress to drive Nigeria's pension industry next growth phase. And now let's look at what Mrs. Omolola Oloraron is saying here. She said the first great turning point came in 2004 with the enactment of the Pension Reform Act, which introduced the contributory pension scheme and revolutionized the retirement savings in Nigeria. That reform as well laid the foundation for confidence, discipline and sustainability in our pension system. She further said 2 decades later, we stand at another defining moment, and the Pension Revolution 2.0 is the most significant advancement since 2004, bold in its ambition, yet evolutionary in practice. The PENCOM Director General, Miwa, said the new scheme ushers in a new era of dignity for retirees, inclusion for every Nigerian worker, and resilience for a national economy. Over the updates, in essence, I think what PENCOM is trying to do is to introduce new changes to make the pension system more efficient, beneficial to Nigerians, especially retirees. Any latest development we get from that update, we make sure to get to you, Ernest. Now let's view education industry, where the presidency has outlined a series of reforms which is aimed at revitalizing Nigeria's education sector under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. The Special Assistant to the President on Social Media, Mr. Olusegun Dada, disclosed the measure in a statement on his X account over the weekend, specifically on Saturday, where he noted that they align with the federal government renewed hope agenda. The key initiatives include the introduction of a student loan scheme and the reinstatement of history as a core subject at all levels of education. The administration has also launched the Next Re-Education for Renewed Hope roadmap and is reviewing curricula to place greater emphasis on entrepreneurship, digital literacy, and civic education. Having said that, in addition to the updates, the government now plans to expand the school feeding program through digital registries linked to the National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, ensuring better tracking and delivery of benefits. These reforms in particular reflect the administration's commitment to modernize education and also to improve the access and equipping students with skills relevant to Nigeria's evolving economic and social landscape. The development over there is quite encouraging, which means that the Nigerian government under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration is introducing reforms to improve the education sector with some key initiatives which include number 1, student loan scheme to support student education. The number 2 is the reinstatement of history as a core subject, and number 3 is the launch of Education for Renewed Hope roadmap, and the number 4 is the curriculum review to focus on entrepreneurship, digital literacy, and civic education. The number 5 as well is for the expansion of school feeding program with digital tracking. This reform aims to modernize education, increase access, and equip students with relevant skills for Nigeria's growing economy. I can tell you that any development from that area will be brought to you, Ernest. It will be brought to your area, Ernest. We still have another update on education. Let's take a break. When we come back from that break, we explore the world of industries more.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our Consumer Hala brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Hello and welcome back from that short break. If you're just joining us, this is Industry Update, where we give you the latest special update from various industries. Before we talk about another update from education again, let's have a view into the agriculture industry. The Nigeria's economy showed further signs of stability this week as the federal government launched an ambitious 10-year national livestock growth and advancement strategy that is about the NLG gas, which is aimed at doubling the herd size and boosting sectoral output by the year 2035. Yes, the plan was presented during a session of the Economic Management Team chaired by the Minister of Finance and coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, Federal Capital Territory in Abuja. The strategy introduced by the Minister of Livestock Development, Alhaji Dimuktar Meha, is structured in two phases and seeks to drive growth through strong collaboration between the government and the private sector. Citing some updates more about this development, recent economic indicators provided a positive backdrop to the announcement, and some inflations eased for the 5th straight month to about 20% gross domestic product growth, that's the GDP, which remained above 3%, and Nigeria recorded a merchandise trade surplus of about 7.4 trillion naira in the second quarter of 2025. Officials said this improvement were underpinned by a more competitive exchange rate and ongoing fiscal and structural reforms. However, Mr. Wale Edun emphasized that the livestock plan aligns with the government's broader reform agenda to attract investment and also secure food supplies, as well as to sustain the private sector-led growth. He also said initiatives such as the NLG gas demonstrate our commitment to building resilient and create long-term opportunities for Nigerians. Meanwhile, the government has expressed its optimism that the livestock sector, a critical component of agriculture, will serve as a new frontier for job creation, value chain expansion, and rural development in the coming decade. In brief, this update simply means that the Nigerian government has launched a 10-year plan to boost the livestock industry, which aim to, the number one aim is to double the head size. And the number 2 is to make sure it increases the sector output by the year 2035, and also to create job opportunities to the youth and expand the value chain, and also to develop the rural area. The plan is part of the government's broader reform agenda to attract investor, secure food supply, and drive the economic growth. I can tell you that this initiative is well expected to benefit from recent economic stability, including the decline in inflation and the GDP, the gross domestic product growth. Any latest development from this update will be brought to you as soon as the word soon. Let's view the education industry again by jointly looking into another update there. The Tertiary Education Trust Fund, the TED Fund, has approved over 2.5 billion naira in its intervention funds for the Federal University of Transportation, Daura. That's in Katsina State. The Vice Chancellor of the institution, Prof. Umar Adam Ketsao, disclosed to journalists in Daura, where he explained properly that about 1.3 billion naira of the allocation would now go into physical infrastructure and program upgrades, while about 240 million naira is earmarked for academic staff training and its development. Other components of the intervention include 150 million for ICT support and about 185 million for library development. And also, we're looking about 170 million naira for staff conference attendance. Research activities will receive about 100 million naira, project maintenance, which will also cost about 180 million naira, and entrepreneurship centers, which is about 85.5 million naira. Meanwhile, the university's career centers and units are to benefit from 100 million naira, while publications of journals and manuscript development will each receive about 25 million naira. About this development, Prof. Adam also reviewed that the university has now introduced a cooperative society to help the staff acquire home within 5 to 10 years. They also encourage investors to now come together and partner with the institution in developing residential housing around the campus, and noting that the initiative would ensure staff do not face retirement without personal housing. Yes, if you ask me, that sounds encouraging. The funding approval will likely improve the university's infrastructure, staff development, and research capabilities, ultimately enhancing the quality of education. The Cooperative Society Initiative for Staff Housing is also a positive development. Overall, this news suggests a step forward for the Federal University of Transportation in Daura. Now, that's the update from our industry desk this afternoon. Join me next week for another exciting moment of industry updates. I am Iri Ayomikuleke. Stay industrious and enjoy the rest of your week.
My country people, how you na day? Yes, now your boy be this. I don't come again today. After rain, come sunshine. And you know one thing, for today now about that market for Isolo now and come because it dey important when you know about food for the belly. As you dey shop food, you know say if dey important when you know all the price of all this food where they shop. So now why I come about that market today? Maybe we ask different sellers for the price of the food items where they say yes today. As we dey ask people where go they sell vegetable, now you go they ask people where they sell fish because it's important say as you dey cook soup may you know the price. My name na Remofeko Forola and na your ogbonge show be this our market today where we dey run you price of different items wey you wan know, and na on top this show you go know. And if you never subscribe yet to our channel, may you click on the subscribe button and you go dey get notification for every video wey we drop. Come with me as you go dey enjoy ourselves today. Good morning ma, wetin be the name ma?
My name is Akinade Mufuliat.
Mrs. Akinade, how markets be today?
I thank God though they manage sha.
Wetin you dey sell for this market?
I'm selling catfish.
Oh, catfish. So I go on know how the market dey be since they sell catfish. People dey shop catfish like before?
No, market dey done now. Market no be like before. And something is too expensive now.
So I go on know now, may you show us the different size of fish wey they sell for here. May we look am together. So for this one now, how much which kind of fish is this one now? Now catfish all the same.
This one is catfish. Okay. This one is 7,000.
7,000. Now the biggest size be this?
Yes.
Okay. What about this one?
This one is 5,000.
5,000 naira. Okay. How about this one?
This one is 4,500.
4,500. Is that the cheapest one for you?
No.
Which other size?
Cheapest one is 3,000.
3,000 naira. Which one be that one?
Let me show you. See.
Okay, no, you can bring it out.
This is 3,000.
Okay, this one is 3,000 naira. Okay, now the smallest one.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank
so
God.
I go on at now, as this one be now. So how people they purchase am very well? Which one people they buy most for here? Shey na the cheapest one, the anyone wey they want?
They buy the 3,000 because everything is cost now. And they manage am, sha.
Okay, I want ask before, like how many they sell? How many catfish they sell before?
Before they sell more than this, but now there's no market, because of everything is too expensive for this our Nigeria.
Where you they buy this fish from?
We can go anywhere. Sometimes we can go Ogun State, sometimes Ibadan, sometimes Songo side. So
okay, so why you think say the fish they more expensive? Like this one now, before you even talk about that one, this one we say na 3,000. How much did they sell them before?
Before I'm selling it 2,000, 15.
Oh, this one of 15 before. That one where you cost 7,000. How much did they sell them before?
Before I'm selling it 4,000, 45.
Oh, like how many months ago be that one?
It's more than 1 year now.
Oh, wait, they said that one 4,000. Where you come become 7,000 naira now.
Yes.
Okay, why you think say this thing they expensive like this?
I didn't know. We beg our government may you help us so that everything when everything come down, market will be moved. As we dey now, market is dey dull because something is too expensive. So we beg our president and our governor make dem help us for Nigeria so that everybody will go enjoy business.
So as all this is dey expensive, now how you can't sustain yourself? Say say sometimes market no dey do too sweet like that. So how you can't sustain yourself?
I dey manage myself now because of the business where everybody don't know me about him. I can't drop it. I still dey manage. I know say one day God go open way. So
I say amen to that one. So now wetin be the challenge wey dey with this catfish wey dey sell? Any challenge dey there?
Challenge is there now. Challenge wey dey there be say market is too cost. Market is too expensive. Instead of market to be coming down, to be going up every day. When we buy market today, at least when we buy kilo of fish now, 3,000 today. If you want to go the second day, you buy it 3,500, sometimes 3,400. So instead of the business to be coming down, they're expensive.
Okay, how you can they preserve all these fish? How they keep them? You know, say some people sometimes they need water. Are there cases where we say the fish they, God forbid that they die? Are there cases like that? How do they do that kind of situation?
They change the water always.
Okay.
Always, time to time. Let's say 5 minutes, they change the water.
Oh, okay.
So
So you never experienced situation where you say fish die before and
I experience it now. No how fish go die, and when the fish die, nothing we go do. Instead of our game be increase, na low be that. So
apart from this catfish, they say another thing or na only catfish?
Only catfish be my business. So
for how long you done they said how many years now?
Is it not going to 16 years now?
Wow. That is good. I think say you go they say the more.
16 years.
Thank you for your time.
Thank God.
Good morning, ma. What's me the name, ma?
My name is Sekino Tomon.
Okay, so how you day today?
I'm fine.
And how markets be?
I thank God.
Okay, so what's they sell for this market?
They sell vegetable.
Okay, now different kind of vegetable. So tell us the different one. Which one be which one?
Okay, this one is shoko, and that one is green. This one is ewedu.
Okay, so shoko, green, and ewedu.
Ewedu.
Okay, shoko, tete, and ewedu. Now the vegetable they sell. Now let's go to this is shoko. Okay, so how they sell this shoko?
I'm selling it 200, 3,500, or 500 each.
Okay, 200 or 3,500. Okay, so which one be 200 now?
200 naira.
200 naira for this one.
Has finished. So that one never tie down.
So this one shoko. Tete. Okay. So how they say this one now?
That one is 200. This one is 500.
200. 500. But now see the same shoko.
This same tete.
Okay, why did okay this one okay shoko, this one tete. Now I don't know. This one shoko, this one tete. So for this one 200, this one 500. So ewedu, how they say this ewedu now?
500 naira.
500 naira. Okay.
This one is 200. This one is 200.
Okay, 200. Okay. Okay, I want to ask now, where they buy this vegetable from?
We are buying it for Yanoba.
Yanoba. Okay. So we can talk the price now. Say if for this one it's some 200, some 500. So that one way they sell 200, how much did they sell them before? And that one way they sell 500, how much did they sell before?
That one that I'm selling to 200, that one is 100 naira before. So that one that I'm tying for 500, that one is 200 before. So now we are not seeing it buy again. We didn't see it buy again. So that's why the price is coming up. So the price that we are buying it before, not the now that we are buying now. Before.
Okay, so you buy it in sack or?
No, we buy something like bed. As let me take this one compare. This table now, this one is one bed. So this one bed before we are buying it maybe something like 2,000 naira. But for now, getting 6,000 naira.
From 2,000 naira to 6,000 naira, the bed. Okay, so for that bed now, how you they come measure and they share into all of these things?
I know how I'm tying it. So before we dey tie and pass this one before, but now we no fit tie am like this again. So I know how I'm tying it.
Okay. So you can't see gain on top of this market?
By the grace of God, I dey see my own. Okay. So and I dey see transport money there. So that your number that we are going to go and buy it, go come for that your number to reach here, getting 4,000 naira.
3,000, 4,000. 4,000 naira. Go come.
Yes, for transport money. Go come is 4,000 naira.
Okay.
And we are going every day.
Okay, so you buy all these things every day. Okay, so now that you go every day, which of these vegetables do they buy the most here?
Some people like tete, but this one is the best.
Shoko is the best. Okay, why do you think is the best?
This one is Yoruba vegetable. That one is Igbo vegetable.
Oh, so you think because it's Yoruba vegetable, it's better than the Igbo vegetable. And they think say maybe because now say the work way they do for body different, or one they work better past the other.
It depends. Igbo people like this one, but for our Yoruba language, this is our own. So the difference is there. This one now, we like it, but that one, me too, I don't like it, and I'm not eating it. This is the one that I'm eating. So that one, for ourselves, for myself, I don't like this one to be eating, but this is my best vegetable.
So I want to go back to that bed so that we go explain, understand better. People who they even watch go understand that bed how they talk. So for that bed now, where you talk say okay, they buy them. So is there any way you say share now only you go buy one bed or you go share them or now the bed where you want you go get? You get any fixed price where they buy all the bed?
Okay, it's only me that will buy it. Okay, like this morning now, I buy this choco, like 7 bed, different. That green, I buy that one 8 bed. So I know they share with anybody. I'm selling it by myself.
So you talk say yeah, the price don't they go up. The one way they 700 naira before, you don't become 200. And that bed we saying they buy 6,000, 7,000 abi now like 4,000. They increase the bed, so they can't increase the price too. Okay, so the one way they increase the bed now, is they different from the one way they buy before?
So they different. Different is there.
Okay, so the one as they increase you what the price?
We like it like that. As they increase the price, I still they see my own gain. So I thank God there.
Okay, so like now, you mean say vegetable not to cost like that, or it don't cost like that? Because if you talk say the bed as they increase say.
So rainy season now, vegetable don't they go for now. We didn't see it buy again for that year no buy. This rainy season in the spoil vegetable for now. So we still they try best sha, but they plenty as it did before again. It's because of the rainy season. So if rain don't stop now, so we go to see it buy. So that price go come down back.
Okay, so if the rain go now, the price will come back. Okay, now may talk say apart from the rain, how you yourself they preserve them? Because sometimes if you sell all of those vegetables for each day, you understand? So how you they keep them? Maybe say go they fresh like this.
I know how they take drum. If my market remain today now, so I will wash it inside water here. So I will separate everything here till tomorrow. Use the sack bag, cover it. So because of it, if I use clothes to cover it, it will spoil before I will come back the next day. But if I use the sack bag, nothing will do it.
We don't learn something like that. We say so you better make person use sack or rather may use clothes cover them because of it.
That clothes will make it and you spoil am. All this vegetable they no get plenty power. So that's why we are using sack to cover it. So when you cover it, by the grace of God, following day, you will meet it as you leave it. Nothing will do it. That is it.
So what you can't tell governments now?
Make government make them help us. So this vegetable now, no be say plenty money dey there, but we just dey hustle. But make government help us sha.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yes sir.
Good morning ma, wetin be the name ma?
Bolanle Yusuf.
Oh, Mrs. Bolanle Yusuf. How market be for this side?
Fine, thank you.
Okay, so wetin they sell for this market?
Fish.
Okay, what kind of fish they sell?
Dry fish and smoked fish. Okay. Like banla, titus, akpo, shower big beef, follow, and coca fish, which is akpo.
Oh, okay. So I want to know all these fish where you don't mention now. I want to know the different type. The one will be panla, will be titus here, will be akpo here.
This one is titus, smoked fish. This one is shower, smoked, and this is banla. This one is bonga fish. This is coca fish. That is the type of fish. And there is small follow down there. That is follow. And akpo down there.
Okay, so let's talk about all this one here. How much do you say this titus?
One of it is 2,000, but it's 1,500 last. But
one is 2,000. One of these fish.
One of it. Okay. I'm going to tell you that it's 2,000. When they price it, I'm going to agree for 1,500.
Okay.
Shower, we are going to tell them 1,500, but the last price is 1,000. The same thing with mala. we are going to say this one is 1.5 and it's 1,000 last. This one that is big one is 2,000 and it's 1.5 last. This one is 500. How is it?
So I want to ask, you say you tell them like that titles now is 1.5, then they can then price it
2,000.
Okay.
I will tell them that they should take 2,000. Then when they price it, it's 1.5 last.
Okay. So I want to ask, why do you tell them like it's 2,000 so that when the price is not say 1.5?
Because when we tell them the normal price, they are going to still price it. That is the reason we used to put price on it so that they can price it. When they bargain, then we are going to agree for 1.5.
Okay, so
because it's original titles.
Okay. So this mala, I know people eat mala a lot. So you said that this one now, how many? Four of it.
Yes. Then when we say 1.5, but the 4 is 1,000 last. For the mala, 2 is 500.
Okay, so I want to ask now, this fish that you sell, let's say the one of 1,000 naira, which is 1.5, that is the shower, right? So how much were you selling before now?
Before, like this shower, it's 600 for one.
600 naira for
600 naira for one. Before COVID-19, we are selling one 400. Before COVID, but after COVID-19, 600. But now it's 1,000. There is no any gain in it. We are buying it 900. It's 900 naira for the carton. When we use stick to smoke it, everything will be 950. So our gain is 50 naira. We are just managing it. There is nothing in the market now. Everything is too costly, and if you don't careful, you are going to lose.
So that means you buy the carton yourself, you smoke it yourself, then at the end of the day your gain is 15 naira. So how do you now sustain yourself with all this little change or with all this little money you make?
It's by the grace of God now. No, it's by the grace of God. It's not by the grace of God. Everybody could have collapsed, but thank God. God is doing his best, and he will continue to be doing it.
Amen. So I want to say, for how long have you been selling in this market, and for how long have you been doing this business?
It's my mom that is selling it before. So after I left school, there is no work. Then I have to join her. But now she's late now, so I do it by myself.
So for how long have you been selling?
Let's say 30 years.
Oh, 30 years. Has it been in this market since you started?
Yes.
Oh. Okay. So now let's talk about the challenges that you face with selling this fish. For instance, I know markets might not come like it used to be. So are there cases whereby the fish might spoil, or how do you preserve the fish from spoiling?
We will smoke it.
Okay.
We will smoke it. We have iron that we used to smoke it, so that we can preserve it, it will not spoil for the second day. So we will smoke it.
Okay. So where do you buy the fish from?
We buy it for these Ogun people. Sometimes we used to buy it from these Ogun people in Mushin side. Or we go to Korum, buy it for Kola. Okay. That is in there. That's how we do it on it.
So I want to ask again, you say this fish is becoming more expensive and all that. So why do you think it's becoming expensive? Why do you think so?
Because the price that we are buying it before, it has changed now. Before, like this pala, 4 is 200 naira. But now it's 1,000. The difference of 800. The price is too much, but we don't have a choice. We have to eat and we have to succeed. That is it.
Okay, so I want to ask now that what would you tell government to, because you know that it's governments that can intervene. I know that with the way all these things, like, do people still really like buy before, like fish? No, we know it's expensive. Do people still buy all this fish like before?
People are trying now, because what else? Meat, if you buy meat 3,000 and they will cut it into 6, then we have to do it like it's like a exchange. We manage ourselves. Then when they buy small meat, they buy fish, join it, so that the soup will be enough for the children.
So thank you so much for your time.
Thank God.
Ekaroma, kí lorúkọ yín ma?
Èmi ni Dayo Shola JP.
Okay ma. Báwo lójú ọjà ṣe rí láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọdún yìí, àti pé irú ọjà wo gangan lẹ̀ ń tà lọ́jà yìí?
Èlò ọbẹ̀ ni mò ń tà.
Àwọn ata nìkan.
Ata, tomato, rodo, ṣọ̀mbọ̀, tàtàṣé. Kan táwa ń tà nìyẹn.
Báwo ni ojú ọjà yẹn ti ṣe rí láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọdún yìí?
Ó tún ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń ṣe díẹ̀díẹ̀ ni. Ọjà yẹn ti wọ́n púpọ̀ jù. Láti ìgbà tá a ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọdún yìí, ọjà wa ti wọ́n jù. Ó tún ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń lọ ọlẹ̀ díẹ̀díẹ̀ ni. Àwọn tìmáàtì mọ́là tí wọ́n ń dì sínú apẹ̀rẹ̀, wàásù ni wọ́n tà. 10 lọ́nà 5 ni wọ́n ta tìmáàtì. Rodo wọn àpò mẹ́wàá lọ́nà márùn-ún ni wọ́n tà. Ṣọ̀mbọ̀ wàsó ó jẹ́ wàsó ó jẹ́ wàsó owó àtijọ́ lèmi ń sọ yẹn ó jẹ́ wàsó tìmáàtì wàsó ni wọ́n ń tà ẹsẹ̀.
ok ó mi pé tẹ bá apẹ̀rẹ̀ tòmátò 50,000 naira ni then
rodo yẹn àpò yẹn wàsó ni wọ́n ń tà eléyìí wọ́n ń tà ní 25,000 èèlò lógún àti márùn.
ok 25,000.
25,000 ni wọ́n ta ṣọ̀mbọ̀.
ok
wàsó ni wọ́n ta rodo tìmáàtì wàsó ni wọ́n tà nígbà tọdún ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. ṣe àwọn ọrú eléyìí ṣe rí pé tìmáàtì yẹn yàtọ̀ síra wọn sílẹ̀ ṣe rí àwọn olóko yìí tí wọ́n bá gbé wá bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n lè tà wọ́n ẹgbẹ̀rún mẹ́wàá wà tí wọ́n dì sínú apẹ̀rẹ̀ kéékèèké wọ́n dì sínú apẹ̀rẹ̀ 10,000 ó wà rú eléyìí tolóko wa ti mọ́là rè tolóko wa rè.
tó máa fẹ́ bèrè sí mọ́là yìí òun lẹ́ni apẹ̀rẹ̀ 50,000 then apẹ̀rẹ̀ ti olóko ìyẹn kéékèèké ni ok apẹ̀rẹ̀ tiẹ̀ yàtọ̀ sí apẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn léyìí ok.
kéékèèké báyìí ni apẹ̀rẹ̀ tiẹ̀ ẹgbẹ̀rún mẹ́wàá ni wọ́n máa ń tà.
máa fẹ́ béèrè èwo ni àwọn èèyàn wá ń rà jù nínú ti olóko àti bíi ti mọ́là.
eléyìí ni wọ́n máa ń rà ni wọ́n máa ń fẹ́ gbọ̀nsó wọn gbàtò wọn ẹlòmíì àtàgbáre ò bá ka láti òun rè 1,000 lálẹ́ yìí 1,500 wẹ́wẹ́ eléyìí 500 lálẹ́ ẹni tágbáre ò bá ká kóró ní 1,000 tá a bá ti bu eléyìí sínú òkè yóò rà 500 torí pé eléyìí pọ́n.
so mo á fẹ́ béèrè kí ni ìdí gan mo mọ̀ pé ti àwọn mọ́là yìí ọ̀nà nọ́ọ̀tì lọ ti ń kó wá síbí báyìí olóko yìí ibo ni ẹ máa ti ń ra àwọn olóko yìí.
tí mo my 12 ní ẹ̀ la ti ń rà àwọn olóko yẹn ń kó wá my 12 wọ́n ń dì sínú apẹ̀rẹ̀ kéékèèké wá apẹ̀rẹ̀ oko tàbẹ́kúta wa tìlú òkè wa tí wọ́n máa ń kó wá wọ́n ń ta ẹgbẹ̀rún mẹ́wàá bí wọ́n bá ṣe dì tó bá fi dáa tó bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ṣe ń tà 10,000.
so ẹ dá wa sọ nípa ilé ní ṣọ̀mbọ̀ òun lẹ ní mọ́là ni.
mọ́là ló ní ṣọ̀mbọ̀ 25,000.
òun ní apẹ̀rẹ̀.
ní apẹ̀rẹ̀ kọ́ wà po ní sólò ni wọ́n fi ń dì wá sólò kékeré ródò yìí ní sólò ńlá ródò yìí ní sólò ńlá tí wọ́n fi ń dì wá ni wọ́n ń tà ní wàsó mẹ́wàá lọ́nà márùn.
50,000 ní rodo yẹ then ele ní 25,000 then ele ní 50,000 tó olóko yẹ
àpò mẹ́wàá.
ok 10,000 yẹ kí ni nǹkan tí ẹ lè wá sọ ní pàtó tó ń fa tí gbogbo owó atayẹ ṣe ń lọ sókè nítorí ẹni ó ń lọ ohun wọn sí ni.
ayé ó dá bàbá mi ó yà wá náà lẹ́nu bí gbogbo ẹ̀ tí wọ́n lówó mọ́tò àwọn tí wọ́n ń kó wá láti ilẹ̀ haúsá wọ́n lọ́nà bàjẹ́ wọn ò rọ̀ náà gbà ọ̀tọ̀ níbi tí wọ́n ti ń lọ gbà ọ̀nà jìnnà mọ́tò kékeré ló ń kó wá ló jẹ́ kí àtàwọn o.
àwọn yìí tó wá dẹ́ pé tí olóko tó yẹ pé abẹ́òkúta lọ sí wọn ń kó wá.
tolóko yẹn kò ń pẹ́ tó fi ń lọ tolóko yẹn bó bá lò títí tí oṣù mẹ́ta lẹ́sẹ̀ ó máa lọ tàwùsá ló máa kù.
ìyàtọ̀ owó ló wà láàrin ti haúsá àti ti olóko wa.
ìyàtọ̀ wà ń bẹ̀ eléyìí dùn jù yìí lọ kò eléyìí ò ń ṣolómi omi wà nínú eléyìí tolóko wa tó yẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọmọ Yorùbá ni.
ok so òun ó wá dá sí pé tẹ́lẹ̀ lọ làwọn èèyàn ṣe máa ń ra ilé jù yẹn lọ.
wọ́n fi máa ra tàwùsá jù yẹn lọ ṣùgbọ́n ṣá ó wọ́n.
eléyìí tẹ́ wá ní pé ń rà ní apẹ̀rẹ̀ 50,000 èló lẹ́ ń rà tẹ́lẹ̀ kó tó dún wọn bẹ́ẹ̀.
kó tó di pé wọ́n bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ara títí a lè rà ní 18 ogún ẹgbẹ̀rún.
20,000 22,000.
22,000 bá a ṣe ń rà ní ara títí ó wọ́n títí a lè rà lógún àti márùn.
ok 18,000 àbí 20,000.
20,000 ó wá wọn lọ títí tó wọ́n pọ̀ a lè rà ní ogún ẹgbẹ̀rún 25,000 a lè rà bẹ́ẹ̀ ó tó wá di pé ó di wàsó tí wọ́n ń tà.
yìí tẹ́ ẹ̀ rà ní 18,000 tẹ́lẹ̀ yẹ tẹ́ ẹ̀ rà ní 20,000 bí ọdún mélòó sẹ́yìn yẹ.
bí ọdún kẹta. ọdún kẹta ni o torí ọjà tìmáàtì ẹ̀ wọ́n lọ́dún tó lọ tọdún yìí ló tiẹ̀ tó wá peléke ọdún kẹta ni o.
ẹ ń sọ nípa eléyìí dẹ̀ nǹkan wípé ti àwọn tolókoyè àti ti àwọn haúsá lélẹ́yìí so mo fẹ́ wá béèrè kí ló dé tó yẹ pé ti olókoyè ó máa ń tètè lọ ṣáájú haúsá yìí.
ó máa ṣáájú tàwùsá lọ torí pé wọn ò rí ajílẹ̀ tí wọ́n fi ń gbìn ilé haúsá fi gbìn bí wọ́n ti ṣe ń gbìn toko wa yìí ni olójó tètè máa lọ rodo wa náà ó máa lọ tí ò ní sí mọ́ rárá tó tún jẹ́ pé ó tún di inú oṣù kejì ọdún tó ń bọ̀ lọ́hùn kí rodo oko wa tó dé ohun tó ń fa nìyẹn tí ò ní sí mọ́.
so ìmọ̀ràn wo la fẹ́ fún ìjọba mà.
ìmọ̀ràn tí mo fẹ́ fún ìjọba ni pé ká ẹ bá wa bẹ̀ wọ́n nǹkan tí wọ́n bá lè bá wa ṣe sí kí wọ́n gbà wọ́n.
Good afternoon and thank you for joining us for the news this afternoon. I'm Kikelomo Ajibola. Let's begin the first news with the latest data from the Central Bank of Nigeria on about last week Friday that indicates that Nigeria's external reserves stood at $42.03 billion, climbing to their strongest level in 6 years. This makes it the first time since September 2019 that it has crossed the $42 billion mark, representing a significant rebound from earlier lows this year and providing renewed optimism for the nation's foreign exchange stability. The latest figure marks a new 72-month peak and underscores the steady improvement in Nigeria's reserve position since July, when the stock fell to its lowest point in 2025. Compared with the $41.99 billion recorded a day earlier, the September 2019 figure reflects an increase of $40 million. It also represents a substantial gain from the $41.42 billion level recorded at the beginning of September. Moreover, the last time Nigeria's reserves were higher was on September 26, 2019, where they reached $42.05 billion. Since then, reserves have faced significant pressure from falling oil prices, capital flow reversals, rising import demand, and foreign exchange market interventions. Moving away from that news now, in Abuja, where several Nigerian filling stations in the Federal Capital Territory have remained shut for more than 4 days over the delayed rollout of Dangote Refinery's free fuel distribution scheme. Reporters says the partners in the 650,000 barrels per day refinery fuel distribution initiatives, including MRS and corn oil filling stations, are experiencing dry tanks, causing supply disruptions for Nigerians in the last 4 days. The filling stations manager of one of the affected retail outlets in Abuja confirmed the development yesterday and spoke under anonymity that for 4 days they have not had either fuel or diesel, and they are patiently waiting for the supply from Dangote Refinery. Meanwhile, this comes as Dangote Group, in a test notice on its X account on yesterday, and announced that corn oil, ethanol, super, Napal Energies, Kifayat Global Energy, and Request and Gas have partnered with the refinery for its fuel distribution scheme. Now let's talk about the NPC, as the National Pension Commission now issue a new guidelines shareholding in multiple licensed pension fund operators. In the guidelines issued on Friday over the weekend, and which became effective immediately, the regulator stated that the move would promote transparency and good governance while protecting pension assets. According to PENCOM, significant cross-shareholding is a situation in which a significant shareholder in a low-profile oil thereafter acquires or seeks to acquire a significant shareholding in another low-profile pile, otherwise becomes legally entitled, whether directly or indirectly, to hold such significant shareholding in another person's pension identity. By means including but not limited to the conversion of debt to equity, operation of law such as transmission and debt, and any other forms of vesting. Now, in a drive to further expand its business capacity, Lafarge Africa PLC has formally commissioned its new cement manufacturing named Freedom Plant, a state-of-the-art ready-mix facility located in Lekki, Lagos. The facility is equipped with a fully automated batching system that enables seamless remote data transfer and modification, with the capability to manage and operate the plant from any location worldwide via secure internet access. Speaking during launch ceremony in Lagos, the group managing director / CEO of Lafarge Africa, Lolu Alade Akinyemi, said, "The launch of the Freedom Plant further increases and strengthens our commitment to building progress for people and the planet, which is in alignment with Lafarge Africa's sustainability agenda. The facility incorporates advanced features that enhance energy efficiency, minimize emissions, and integrate the production of eco-friendly products and solutions." Mr. Alade Akinyemi said, "This facility is not just about production, but about expanding the frontiers of innovation and sustainability in its operation, meeting Nigeria's growing demand locally and empowering our people through job creations and skills development." Here in Lagos State, where a news development says over 60% of Lagos residents are compelled to live in informal settlements, reflecting the city's deepening housing crisis and the widening gap between available affordable housing and the needs of its growing population. A report by the State of Lagos Housing Market Volume 3 has stated, according to the report, over 60% of Lagos residents live in informal settlements with poor living conditions, a reality that have pushed the state's government to introduce land reforms, including digital initiatives like electronic certificates of occupancy and last gigs to enhance transparency and improve access to secure land tenure. Meanwhile, in response to these challenges, the Lagos state government has implemented several land bureau reforms aimed at improving efficiency, transparency, and accessibility in land administration. The Lagos State Land Bureau, which oversees land matters, has introduced digital innovations such as the electronic certificate of occupancy and the Lagos State Geographic Information System to speed up processing times and reduce corruption. Still talking about Lagos State, the Managing Director of the Lagos State Waste Management Authority, Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegeshin, has said nearly half of the 13,000 tons of waste generated daily in the state with organic, adding that roughly 6,500 tons pose a serious environmental risk. Mr. Muyiwa Gbadegeshin also noted this at the unveiling of a new organic waste management initiative aimed at cutting maintained emissions, boosting recycling, and supporting the state's climate action goals. Meanwhile, the initiative is launched in collaboration with Pro-Organics Limited, was announced at a stakeholder forum in Lagos recently. Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegeshin said, sorting organic waste at source is critical to achieve the clean Lagos of our dream. When sent to landfills, this waste generates methane, a greenhouse gas more harmful than CO. Another report, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, has launched an investigation into an alleged allegation of examination malpractice. In a viral video, a man and a woman were caught writing an examination on behalf of a public office holder. The ICANN's registrar, Mr. Lanre Olasukomi, in a statement, condemned the act, emphasizing that the institute has zero tolerance for examination malpractice. Mr. Lanre Olasukomi said, as the foremost professional accountancy body in Nigeria, ICANN wishes to state unequivocally that it maintains a strict zero tolerance policy for all forms of examination malpractice, including impersonation, and the institute's examination process are guided by globally accepted standards of integrity, and any attempt to compromise them is treated with utmost seriousness. Moreover, the registrar also noted that the institute has commenced an investigation into the allegations, and sanctions would be enforced in accordance with the institute's regulations. Now let's talk about education. The accredited secondary school in Nigeria are projected to spend about 1.6 trillion naira on computers to meet the West African Examination Council requirement for mandatory computer-based testing, approval of standards for the West African Senior School Certificate Examination. WAEC mandated that every school should have at least 250 functional computer systems, a robust server, a local area network, CCTV cameras, and other essentials infrastructure to qualify as a CBT center for the WAEC of 2025. In a statement explained that this requirement was part of its comprehensive migration to a CBT format for candidates with a timeline for full implementation. Schools that cannot meet these standards will be assigned to designated external centers, and WAEC will not lower its standards for hosting schools. The statement read, moreover, Nigeria has about 23,000 approved WASSECE secondary school centers. If each school spends at least 68 million naira on computers for the exams, and assuming none already owns the required system, the total bill would amount to about 1.6 trillion naira. FM Nexamount Company Limited has acquired a 21.4% equity stake in Royal Exchange PLC. In a corporate disclosure from the company's secretary OOT nominees, which was filed on the Nigerian Exchange Limited, Nexamount had acquired the stakes via the second market. According to its half-year report, Nexamount held a 19.08% stake in the company from about 1 billion units of Royal Exchange. The company secretary said Royal Exchange PLC received a letter from Nova Finance Securities Limited, the financial advisor to Nexamount Company Limited, notifying the company that Nexamount has acquired about 1.7 billion units of ordinary shares of Royal Exchange PLC through the secondary market. The half-year export of Royal Exchange indicated that it associated with Royal Exchange General Company Limited, now Rex Insurance, Royal Exchange Micro Limited, and Royal Exchange Healthcare Limited, now known as DOTS HMO. And that's all we'll be taking for the news this afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us on the news on ConsumerHallaTV. I'm Kikelomo Ajibola. To listen to more fresh news updates, do well to follow us across all our social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, and YouTube to be precise. Subscription is free at ConsumerHallaTV. Thank you so much for joining us once again.
Hello beautiful viewers, it's that time you have been waiting for. Time to get entertained, time to get relaxed, and time to get refreshed, because we are happy people and this is our happy space. Welcome to Screen Time, your #1 show on ConsumerHallaTV, where you experience entertainment at its best. On this show we bring to you our top 5 countdown, celebrity of the week, entertainment highlights, and of course interviews, as well as new movie release updates. I am Iremofe Kofrola, your screen god, and I am ever present with your #1 screen goddess, the Kikelomo Ajibola.
Alright guys, welcome to another episode of Screen Time on ConsumerHallaTV. And as you all know, we always have fun when it comes to Screen Time on ConsumerHallaTV. Today we are welcoming you guys, and it's always a pleasure serving you undiluted and premium entertainment. Thank you for for joining us for the show today.
Oh, interesting. I mean, I'm just trying to contain my joy because,
okay, I know.
you know, I mean, it's the moment we have been waiting for, and screen time goes beyond entertainment, and we try to educate people as well. But today's quite different.
It is actually.
Because over the past few weeks,
like 2 weeks or so.
2 weeks now, the internet has really been buzzing. You know, it's a lot of debate here and there, and because I mean, it can only be Kemi Adetiba.
It can only be Kemi Adetiba.
You know, that makes.
No, it can only be Kemi Adetiba because it is the remover talking about Kemi Adetiba.
Obviously, if you know me quite well, you know that I mean, I'm the biggest fan of Kemi Adetiba when it comes to making quality movies, series, and you know. I genuinely quite resonate with mine, but she actually burst her bubbles when she came with this series, To Kill a Monkey.
It is actually the best.
I mean, if you have not seen To Kill a Monkey, you are wrong.
You are wrong on all shades of wrong. You actually need to see To Kill a Monkey. I'm not a series fan, but Irunfe convinced me to watch To Kill a Monkey. I love watching Nollywood. I'm not a fan of outside the country movie. It's not
I know
really
you for that, Hollywood and all that.
I love Nollywood, but I'm not a series type of person. Once the movie is more than 1, 2, I don't even 2. I'm not a fan of it. But To Kill a Monkey is just a very interesting story. I've known about To Kill a Monkey for like 3 years now. We've been hearing about Kemi Adetiba is bringing a movie to the our screen, To Kill a Monkey. You were the one that told me, and I think you were
definitely.
I mean, like 2023.
Yeah, 2023. I remember we were talking about it, and I was like, I was so excited because it's Kemi. Anything Kemi, I'm just there. You understand? But interestingly, when we watched this series, there was one of the performances that stood so distinct. It was so, and I was like, when we were talking about Ife, Mini, and Oboz, I was like, one person was the betrayer.
God!
When it comes to betraying someone, I mean, he embodied that character and he killed it. I mean, guys, today is very different because this man is someone that, away from the screen, is someone that I've always admired. When it comes to his charm, when it comes to his charisma, when it comes to everything. I mean, he's a very sweet man. When it comes to, I mean, not just his talents, but when you see him, you know that yes, you've really seen the definition of a man.
Yeah.
All right, Kike, do you want to really spill it out today?
I don't know. I think they already know the person you're talking about, because if you're talking about the biggest betrayer in To Kill a Monkey, it has to be this person. For me, the character is not this particular person. Let's put that disclaimer out there, because people cannot differentiate
sometimes
from movies, and I think that's the biggest issue we have with Nigerian audience. And it's quite, I don't know, once they see you do this thing, they already stereotype you for that particular
and I think it's because when you embody your character convincingly, so you just, sometimes they just address you by your name. And from today, I'm going to say it on camera, I'm going to be addressing this man because I watched him in Ashabi's Child.
I love that.
I saw a difference, and when I saw To Kill a Monkey, oh my Jesus, he's not that person that
Michael.
No,
Inspector. You're calling him like that?
The one and only Michael Ejo on the studio today. I mean, the mighty Michael Ejo.
I don't know, but I would like you to formally introduce yourself.
Yes. Yeah. Hi everyone, my name is Michael Ejo. You would know me, I guess most popularly from To Kill a Monkey, where I play Inspector Onome. But you know, like they said, you know, I've been in numerous movies like Ashabi's Child. Ashabi's Child is very dear to my heart because that story was really emotional story to tell.
Yeah, it was.
A very, very emotional story to tell. I remember Bolaji saying to me, Michael, I know you don't necessarily want to do this, but for me, you will do it. And I did it because I am against every form of rape in any way, shape or form, any form of abuse, just, you know, I think they do my body. So, yes, and I'm very excited to be here today.
Thank you so much for honoring our invitation, and we really appreciate you for coming to the show today. And let's talk about To Kill a Monkey a little bit. It's a story that is buzzing right now, and I don't think the fire is quenching anytime soon because of how deeply it's actually connected to the people. When we talk about stories, relativity is something that people should put in the forefront of it, and I think that's one thing that some Nigerian movies kind of lack. I would say that, yeah, kind of like, but Kemi Adetiba is somebody that is not actually foreign to us. We all know that she's a very spectacular human being. She's just, for me, she's an enigma. She actually knows her onion, and she's actually doing it very well. So the Monkey is something that I know a lot of people audition for. Were you like, you know, called upon, or you just felt like, okay, you just heard that this person is making this movie, and you felt like, okay, let me, you know, put in for an audition, and I see what I'm going to land this role, because your role, people don't understand, it is very, very significant, especially with the kind of force, the kind of security forces we have in the country.
So, with regards to getting my role, I'm not going to lie and tell you that I didn't try and see if I could get a closed audition. Because I did do. Because open auditions are, oh gosh, as much as I'm grateful, in my first 2 years of acting, I probably attended 50, 60 open auditions.
Wow.
And as a matter of fact, people used to call me number one, because obviously, like, you don't know people's names, you know, when you're starting out. So they just used to say, oh, who's number one on the list? Is number one Abi? So because I was notoriously known to be number one, I would show up at an audition. Typically, I would get to a 9 a.m. audition at 4 a.m. That was always that was me, you know, because I want to be the very first person you see. If you have to see 200 people, you'll probably start getting tired. I've been on audition panels before. Me, I'm already tired by the time I've seen like 20 people. So, you know, talk less of if you are like number 100 and something. If you like, act fire. If I'm tired, I'm tired. My brain is not working. You know, so I always wanted to be the very first person that they would see. And I thought that I could do the same thing. So I woke up at 2 a.m. I didn't even sleep. I don't know, whenever I tell this story, I don't know why I say I woke up. Because I was awake, I was anxious. So I'll throw back. I tried to get a closed audition, and I called Colette. And I said, Colette, I know you're Kemi's friend, can I get a closed audition? And she said, oh, Michael, closed auditions have gone. And at this point in time, I've not gone for an open audition in 3 years or something like that. I've been getting steady work, you know. And I said, you know what, I don't care if I've not gone for an open audition. This is Kemi Adetiba. Any steez that I think I have, throw away the thing, let's go. So at 2 a.m. I started getting ready. You know, I went over, you know, my audition over and over again, picked out what I wanted to wear, went to the audition. I got there at 3 a.m. By the time I got there at 3 a.m., they were already, I was number 9, so there were 8 people.
3 a.m. Wow.
Interesting. So prepare me to ask number 1, what time did you get there? What time you got there? I don't know. You know, and that for me it was very, very inspiring, because it just showed how hungry people were.
Yeah.
You know. Nigerian actors are one of my favorite sets of actors. I love Nigerian actors because they are hungry for opportunity, and they're willing to put in the work. They are super talented.
Very,
actually. We have very talented performers in this country. So, long story short, Shasha, I auditioned, got called for a callback. Oh, God. The callback was even more stressful than the first audition. I read 20-something times or something like that. I went in quite a few times. I remember Kemi making a joke that she's going to make me the official reader of this audition. You know, at one point in time, they were done seeing me. I think they got tired of seeing my face. Wow. But then she wanted to audition someone else, and she was like, who would read alongside? I said, yeah, Michael, come, let's go. You've been in there many times. You know. So, and I guess that because they'd seen me so many times, it was easier to have me audition with somebody, because okay, we don't see you, let us, so we can focus. We don't have to focus on 2 people.
Yeah.
And we know what you can, you know. So, and I'm glad I was able to do that. And when they called me and I got the role, I was very excited, because I did put in the work, if I'm being honest.
Thank you.
I put in the work, and I was very, very happy that I got that call from Remy to be a part of the project. And it's been such a huge blessing. Yeah. We shot this in 2023, and just being announced as part of the people on the project, my life began to change from there.
Very beautiful.
You know, and in this past 2 weeks that the project has come out, my life has changed even way more. It's so good to see people appreciate our work and get the accolades that we have.
Thank you so much. That was really beautifully said.
Interesting. I mean, I was just trying to follow up the story, and I'm like, wow, I really saw the determination in that, and how you were able to really, you know, set your mind to do it. And I mean, I'm so happy that you you are a part of this project, and I mean, it's getting so much accolades for how well it has been received. And so I just want to know, like, what was really on your mind? I mean, when you know that you're going to play this particular character, Inspector Onome. I mean, I know you were happy, fine, but I mean, trying to embody that character, and what did you do so convincingly? What did you do so differently that made you embody that character so much? Because I mean, I saw the on-screen chemistry between you and the legendary Bimba Kintola. I mean, that was so. I mean, at some point, I thought probably you were really falling in love with her at some point, because I mean,
oh my God, it threw me off.
Yeah, I mean, I was like,
the twist was just coming in. I'm like, okay, what's really going on here?
Yeah.
I thought there was something there, and then we saw that okay, this person is not who this person is.
Exactly.
It was just chaos. It was
I mean,
chaos on another level.
So I mean, and I guess that was the first time you were acting with her. And of course, I saw in one of your interviews where you said, I mean, you watched her in 93 days, and so you working with her in that particular project, how was it for you, and how were you able to really embody your character?
All right, so I'll answer your question in two parts. It's a two-part question. So firstly, it was easy for me to get into this because my actual first name is Onome. Michael is my second name. Even though that I'm more professionally known as Michael Edjo, but my first name is Onome. So I felt there was already that connection there because, like I said, I worked really hard for it, and Onome means my own, and I felt that this role was mine. You know, so I owned it right from the moment that I got that script. When I got that script and I saw, I was like, oh, you're playing someone who shares the same name as you, and the significance. I believe in the power of a name. I really do. Which is why I don't like it when people don't use to spell Michael well. Because
the E or something. Yeah.
we can enter the same church. Because Michael L means God. So if you then spell it Mike Al, you've lost the meaning of the name. And Michael means like God. You know, and you know, I strive to, you know, be like God. Do you know what I mean? So I want you to call it well so that you can speak it into my life for me. But like I said, it was easy to get into him because I really felt that connection. And when I read the script, I remember Kemi sending me a message on Instagram, and she said, oh, hi, because I checked on her, and then she said, oh, I was thinking about, weirdly, we were thinking about you this morning, and we were editing it to give your characters a bigger bite. I said, hey, what's in one bite? I said, okay, no problem now, give him a bigger bite. So they would send the script in tranches. So they sent, I think, the first 3 episodes, then the next 3, then the last 2. So they read it just like all of you. I think I'm going to fall in love too. So I got to the first 3. I was like, okay, I'm not in the first 2 episodes. I see the first episode. I said, this guy's being so nice to her. Her family members died. I said, okay, they're trying to help her with love. And I said, okay, I was wondering who's going to play Inspector Mo. I had no idea. I only knew Stella Damasos was on the project, and she was playing Nosa. That was the only person I knew that was on the project. So I was like, who's going to play this thing? I'm quite excited to see who my love interest would be. We went ahead, and then I saw more of the chemistry between them and all of that. And then we got to episode 8, and I said, hey?
Like, where is that coming from?
From where to where?
Exactly.
How is it happening? And what I really liked was I liked how I felt when I read it. And I said to myself, I want people to feel that.
We felt it.
Yeah. I said I want people to be surprised like I was surprised, because I was really surprised.
If there was a time, or like there was a way I could go into that screen and actually carry a gun to shoot his victim on me, I would have, because it became, you know, when a character, just like you said, when an actor embodies the character so well, and you begin to hate that person, you don't forget about the movie entirely. But what I don't like is that people take that hatred on for like a long time. But
I understand. I've been in the game for a little while.
So it's somehow.
My manager is behind the camera, and he can tell you something that happened. We went to lunch in somewhere in Landmark, yeah. And the waiter was kind of giving small attitude.
Wow. What?
Interesting. And that wasn't recently. This was a film I acted called The Photographer.
Yeah. With Ego was and Morrison.
Yes. And the person was giving an attitude, and I just thought, okay, this person is just not happy to be at work today. So I was just more excited at the prospects of the things that me and my manager were discussing. Only for Ty, remember, and he comes.
Wow.
It was he, right? Or was it she? I can't remember. It was he, right? Yeah. And then he comes and then he's like, I didn't like you in The Photographer. I was like, okay, so you're finding it hard to dissociate. Wow. No spit inside my food, Sha.
For me, I think in The Photographer, I hated the character more than I hated Onome. Onome was a bit pleasant. Yeah. But you know when somebody is embodying like an abusive partner, it was really frustrating for Ego. That character was kind of meek. She couldn't speak of herself until Morrison, the knight in shining hammer, came, and then there was a confrontation a little bit. So I understand, but people need to learn how to actually dissociate.
It would be nice if they can dissociate.
Because I don't know.
If you can't, it's still okay. My own is shot outside though, as a big fighter.
I know nobody's going to do that.
No, actually, you can't do that actually.
Okay, moving away from To Kill a Monkey a bit, and I know we are still coming to that.
To Kill a Monkey, it has to be.
Yeah, because people are like, is there going to be a sequel one way or the other? Are we expecting a season 2, something like that? But looking at it, I mean, how did your journey begin for you? At what point did you know that you were going to be an actor? I mean, because everybody at that point, did you grow up watching some actors and you're like, hey, I want to be like these people? Or it's just a natural thing for you?
So I really wish I had this story, you know, of how I've been acting even before I could talk. You know, I like when I hear all those things. I've been, you know, especially singer. I was singing before
your mother's home.
I suck my mommy breast or all of this. All that story. But I don't have that story. Oh. I really don't. I was an Efiko through and through. Wow. I was I went to university in the UK. I came out with the first class degree. I went to go and do a postgraduate diploma. I thought I was going to be like the next oil company magnate or something like that. I was a corporate guy. And then I had a relationship fall apart. I lost my job. My mom had chronic kidney disease, all in the same year, and my world was shaking. And my friend at the time, gospel artist Tim Godfrey, he saw that I was falling into depression, and he was doing a musical at the time called Ewuro, and it was showing in National Stadium, and it had people like Waje in it, Gloria Young, Lepashos Bosse. Wow. There was quite a few people inside, you know, and he'd done the first edition of it before. And this was the second one that he was doing, and he just wanted to just get me out of my funk. So he said, why don't you come and understudy for this character? I don't think he even knew I could act. You just wanted to just do something nice, you know.
For you.
Tim, thank you again. You know, just to, you know, because he saw that I was in a bad place. You know, and he's like, come out of your house now, come. So just understudy this character. And I said to him, I know they act now. Yes, I know that you know I can sing. And he's like, we just need somebody who can really sing because this character has 3 songs to sing. I said, so the acting part, you want me to spoil this thing for you? He said, no, you're smart, you figure it out. So I came, you know, and I just used to come and I liked being around music and, you know, it lifted my mood now and again. Then the person that was supposed to play the character now stopped coming for rehearsal.
Wow.
So I now I was not the understudy anymore. I was now the person that had to play it.
Oh.
And then that person became the understudy. Wow. So I did, it was 7 shows. I did 6 shows and the guy did 1. But something happened in the middle of it. The week before we were supposed to start, the director said, the lead character was Waje, but her husband was not at the rehearsal. And the director said, I need to block this scene. I need to rehearse this particular scene. And I was sitting down there. He said, Michael, please just carry a script and read it. I said, sir, I know the lines. I've watched it so many times. And then I jumped on. And Waje and I acted it. And Waje is such a good actor, by the way. Yeah. I know we know her as a good singer, but she is a good actor. You know, and when we finished, people started clapping. And I had to join them to be clapping. You know, because I say, so what are you clapping for? Wow. Waje now said to me, she said, it's not me they are clapping for, Michael. She said, what did you just do just now? I said, I don't understand. She said, this is how they used to steal somebody's role. Wow. The director came up to me and said, I thought you said you were not an actor. I said, I'm not an actor now. I'm so confused. What happened? And the Pashal's boss came up to me and so people talking about me and I was like, I don't understand what happened here exactly. You know, and nobody gave me an answer. And I just moved on with my life. Only for the final show, the lead character was stuck in traffic. And the director came to me and said, get into costume. You're going to play it. And your understudy would play your own character. That's why I didn't do the last show. But luckily, the lead character came in the scene before because I almost wet my pants. Because I obviously wasn't ready for that.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that I was an actor. So it was, I literally just stumbled into this. And when this was over, I went for an audition. Tinsel, I booked that. I went for my next audition, I booked that. I went for the one after that, I booked it. I said, something they you know, so, and I'm very, very happy that I stumbled into this because I can't imagine life doing anything else.
Wow.
That's very
what a beautiful story. And I mean, for somebody out there, I'm quite sure they've been able to pick one or two things that sometimes, you know, the life's journey, you can't really predict how things might work out at the end of the day. But I mean, I'm so happy that it has been an interesting journey for you. And you know, being an actor now, people are getting to see your face in different, you know, movies, in different stories. And I know the future's holds a lot for you. But how lucrative has it been in Nigeria here to be an actor? Because you know, we see the lifestyle.
We brought
yes, we asked an actor too.
Yeah.
And you know, we see the lifestyle. And sometimes people say, no, we are not getting this money from film.
Exactly.
From
but
filmmaking.
The lifestyle is lifestyle.
You understand? You see sometimes youth out there, younger ones too, they just want to be like,
I want to
Michael, I want to be like this person and all that. So how lucrative is it being an actor in Nigeria?
To be honest, like I'm not an ostentatious person at all. I don't care for a lot of the things that people care for, to be honest. So I'm very easy to please. Very, 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 very easy to please. I think that acting is lucrative if you are getting work, if you get to a certain level of your career, especially. I believe you can live off of acting and live really, really
comfortable.
Wow. I'm doing it. I don't have a side hustle, and I'm okay.
Interesting.
I'm very fine. So.
Let's go back to T-Camp now. I think we've kind of
yes, you know, we just did that.
By the way. So I know you said you actually love the character Onome because it resonated with you, and starting with the fact that it has your name in it, which is Onome. If you had been like, what role, what other character would you really love? Like to play? What other character do you think? If not Onome, like we don't necessarily say you have to pick, but if not Onome, there are a lot of interesting characters in Tika. Yeah. Which one do you think you would have really, really enjoyed playing also?
I'm asked this question every interview that I do, and my answer would forever be the same: Aussie boy. Always. And yeah, I think everybody would expect me to say Femini. And that's who I read for anyways, you know.
Wow.
Because, you know, and everyone will expect that, you know. I'm a very strange actor. I'm usually...
Yeah, you are, actually. I agree.
I'm always attracted to the character that people don't either see coming or a character that you can do something with. You know, there are scripts, sometimes I've gotten scripts and I've been offered the lead character, and then I look at this character, doesn't have as many scenes, and I say, no, I want to play this person, because with this person I can change my voice, I can change my appearance, I can do something. I don't like to always play the same person. So I have, in smaller projects, played an Efemini before. Do you understand?
Yeah.
You know,
I watch a lot of your movies. A lot of your,
I have played
the Heart of Heart, you know.
Yeah.
We're all players, and they go. I watch your movies. Actually, I think I am a very big fan of you, Michael. I don't know, but I watch a lot of your movies. And if you say a lot of your movies here, you talk about your movies here, definitely will have watched it before, because I think I'm more of a YouTube person rather than Netflix. I'm not a fan of other shows like that. People always say, "Why are you bringing this movie to YouTube? Is it that we don't deserve good movies on YouTube?"
You deserve it too. I love my YouTube.
Yeah, I love YouTube.
I say that everywhere because I also saw my YouTube fan base come out for me in copious amounts in TCAM.
Mm.
You know, I would see a lot of them, you know, they came out fighting, you know, some people who didn't know me, you know, would say, they would be like, you know, they didn't say anything bad, which I was grateful for. They were just like, oh, hey, Inspector Onomead, oh, he killed his role. And they're like, are you sleeping on him?
Yeah.
You know, a lot of my YouTubers are, are you sleeping on him? You watched him in this, we watched him in that. You don't know about da-da-da-da-da. And it just, I really just loved how my YouTube people came, and I forever ride for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and stay on To Kill a Monkey, because I followed through the journey, and now one thing that is even more interesting is away from the fact that on the pre-production and all of those things, the post-production now that people are aware of the series and they are seeing, I realized that there's this kind of bond that has been created among the actors, you understand? Everybody, you see Bushi and William Dempsey all together and all that. How were you guys able to, because sometimes when people just finish a project, everybody goes and that just it. Yeah. But what was it like? Was it Kemi that brought about that, you know, kind of unity among you guys, or you? How did it work out for you guys?
Yeah. Definitely, Kemi had a huge part to play. She's a fantastic leader. But there's always a project that does something in terms of bringing people together. It happens once in like a decade or half a decade. The last time something like this happened was when I did Unbroken. And till date, my closest friends are from there.
Wow.
The person who played Evie, Teniola Ladishe.
Yeah, I loved it.
Elman Baduwe. Osari Hiaronsaye. F.I. Wara.
Another.
Like, we literally have a group chat. We are a family.
Wow.
Like,
beautiful.
Anything, if you want to know my deepest, darkest secrets, it is one of these people that I've mentioned that have it. These are my people. And something just happens in a project and just does that. And weirdly, it happened on TCAM, because as you were just talking, I was just thinking, even people that I had one scene with a feminine, and I've spoken to him twice today. Already, I'm seeing him this evening. I had no scenes with Ozzy Boy. Ozzy Boy is coming to my house later this evening. Bimbo and Kintola.
Obviously, I mean,
5, flipping 6. You know, so it's I can't tell you what it is, but there's something that happened on the set of TCAM that's just created a family.
Even seeing the behind the scene being posted now, because we've seen a lot of it on Sunshine Rosman stories, or even on our page on Instagram, we can see the chemistry. And there is a particular actress too that I'm seeing people are really sleeping on her, Omeche.
Oof,
yeah, people actually,
girl.
Yeah, people are actually sleeping on her also.
Omeche,
I think she
fantastic
very beautiful, and I love her playful side in movies. You know.
If you see any nonsense content, now Omeche make me do. I'm thank God you say you like her. Because Omeche post one thing, now Omeche make me do her move.
No, I love Omeche so much. I think I've told you, I love Omeche so much. People don't really understand that this lady is very fantastic, and I was very happy that she was able to, you know, show in that particular type of even though she did a little thing, but her presence was still felt. So I think these are the reasons why I would always say that projects are kind of thing that build ties. And we can see it all through with people. You know, people are really speculating, and these people saying each other, and these people doing it. It's just a lot of chaos going on online. And I'm very happy that even though sometimes you make a movie, the next 3 days everywhere is just cleared off, another story will cover it, but TCAM is striving back to back. You can see it's trending for more than 2 weeks, which is a very, very great thing. It's like history is being made. For 2 weeks a movie is stopping everywhere.
You know, you don't have to dance before people watch it, you know, TCAM. You know, I mean, it's just like more like words of mouth.
Yeah, that's what's actually pushing the movie.
I know how many people I've told, and most people don't watch Nigerian films. They're like, so when they came back, they're like, I didn't know this.
You promised. Let me say something about this guy. He promised somebody a gift if they watch TCAM.
Exactly. Yeah. Because I was doing the Lord's work. Seriously. Seriously.
He promised somebody a gift.
Amen.
He promised somebody a gift, and it was when the film was coming out. I forgot that it was supposed to be dropped that day, and he was like, "Kike, To Kill a Monkey is coming out today." I'm like, "Today?" He was like, "Yes," and I didn't want to watch the movie because I think the first I don't like horror movies.
Yeah, the first
scene.
God, you are like my mother. My mother literally messaged me and she was like, I
don't like
this horror film. Why didn't you tell me? I said just get past the fact that
it's
not horror.
The trailer was not giving out. Yes. Another thing, I mean, kudos to Kemi Adetiba for
my
this.
God.
You know, when I saw the trailer, I was expecting a different kind of story.
Yes.
So when I started seeing it, and like you said, when you were getting all of the scripting beats, and you know at the end of the day, Inspector Nome was going to betray Inspector Mo and all of that. So she did a very fantastic job
the
on
twist.
that. Now, still we are going on with this. I want to ask, congratulations on your being part of Director Guild of Nigeria now. So now I'm looking forward to you directing a lot of projects and all that.
Can't wait,
now you can
actually.
sing, you're an actor, and directing is also on the way. So which of these do you prefer the most? Acting, singing, directing? And before you go on the show, you are going to sing for us. Yeah, you are going to sing
Please,
for us.
I was gonna say that.
Yeah, so which do you prefer, and do you look forward to like producing your own film in the future?
So hands down, I would always be an actor first before anything else. I always tell people that weirdly, I think I'm a better singer than I am an actor. But it goes to speak to passion. It's not about what you like. It's not about what you are
good at,
best at.
Yeah,
It's
about
about
what you like.
what your heart calls out.
Yeah.
You know, and my heart calls out to acting before music. So if I had to pick an order, I would say acting, singing, directing. But it's not far. You know, I believe that, you know, as a creative, there's your ability to create. No matter whether you're creating music or creating a performance or creating a holistic film, once you are creating, you're at your best. You know, so it's not far between.
So we should be looking forward to a future.
Yes, and with what you said, I have produced films. I actually was a co-executive producer of The Art of Heart.
Oh, The Art of Heart with Sophia Lakija.
Yeah, wow, that's so interesting.
I was a co-producer for Captured as well. That has Stella Damasos,
Captured, yes. I think that was like 5 months ago.
Yeah,
Captured
in January.
Yeah,
wow.
like 5 months.
Wow,
You
interesting.
see, I know all your movies actually. I don't know how, but I do know, and it's very hard for me to say, oh, I think I particularly like this person. You came not like quite long, seeing your face. So when people will say, oh, Michael, some people will say, I'm just seeing him TCAM, which I would tell people that I don't think you know this particular person you're talking about. This person is a seasoned actor. He knows what he's doing.
And it was even in this lady called Life. I think you played Jemima's husband. So sometimes when people say this, I'm like, excuse me.
I don't have, like it's quite funny when people say, oh, I'm just seeing for the first time in TCAM. I'm like, no? You don't know what you're saying?
So now looking at it, you know, as an actor, you are busy and all of those things. You know, you have a very tight schedule. And once again, thank you for coming, because you know, I mean, within just few days, I mean, you answer to our call. So how do you kind of relax, you know, away from the stress? And so what do you do to just like relax and
you know?
Like
I said, I'm a very simple person. I love my space so much. My home is my sanctuary.
Wow.
You know, not many people know where I live, and not because I'm trying to hide anything, but you know, there's something about my home for me that is just my personal space, and I just love it so much. When I come back after a long day, like it's very rare for me to agree to even let somebody accommodate me somewhere. It's the house, I think somebody put calabash under my bed. I don't know, because my body calls to. Fun fact, I had a hotel room in a very beautiful hotel in TCAM for 2 months. I didn't sleep there one night. I always went back to my house. So I would stay there in between long scenes or whatever. But to close my eye, I would go to my house and lie down on my own bed. I just love my house. So I unwind by being at home, music, television, you know, that sort of thing. Very just chill.
Interesting.
I don't know.
You're such a simple man.
Very, very simple. And even though he had tough scenes, you could kind of see the softness, you know, from it. Just like when my favorite character of yours is the one you played in Achabi's Child. It was a very significant role because I think we rewatched it yesterday.
You still watched yesterday.
I love watching movies like 3 times. movies are very good, I will go back to watch. People will say, "Oh, what are you watching?" I do that. So I watched it again. The character it has a little bit of twist, just like it had with Onome.
Yeah.
People would think because of how close you and your niece was in the movie, that maybe something was going on. And I really love that movie because it brought about, it spoke volume about trauma. Trauma doesn't end with, oh, just forget about it. It doesn't work that way. It moves forward. And when Bolaji Ogunmola broke down, when you hugged that you were trying to control her, now what's really going on? And she still kept on asking her daughter, are you sure your uncle did not touch you? And I really love when people embody characters. You acted like you've been in that situation before. You really felt and you went through the emotions with her. And that's why I will always tell people that you don't just watch out for the person you love most in movie. Oh, I love Bimbo Akitola. That's what I like in Mofe. Bimbo Akitola is his favorite actress, but there were some things she did in Tika. It annoyed me. I'm like, bro, if you were, they would have shot you in between your eyes. Like, can you just sit down in your house?
But you know the scene I love so much in Tika.
Yeah.
You know that jollof scene where both of you were having that discussion.
Yeah.
I just took the food and I was like, this man, what's up now? And I was just like, wait, what's really happening here?
Like, it was quite funny. I didn't see, for me, I'm someone that produced movie. I didn't see your twist coming.
Exactly. That's still, see, I mean, so I would want to ask now that you went to court, I mean, at the end of the day now.
But you like you
didn't let her get the money.
Did you get the money?
Yeah, did you get the money? How are you spending it now?
Usually there's a backstory that, you know, and that's one thing I love about Kemi as well.
Yeah.
So she gives a backstory because I asked her before we shot that scene. I think that scene was one of the last scenes I shot, actually. The private jet scene was the very last scene I shot. I remember that. But this scene, she said to me, imagine that they had offered you an immunity deal, and they said if you testify against Efemini Edewo, that they will let you go free. That's why, if you see when they were integrating, there was even tears in my eyes, and I was saying everything
like,
because I wanted my freedom.
Like this, like
I said, I would tell everything. I want my freedom.
People had issues with that scene.
You know,
people were angry.
So, yes, a lot of people were like, and I
They wanted you
I
to
feel
go
like when
to
people
go to
keep
jail.
saying betrayer, they're not even talking about me betraying Inspector Mo. They're
Yeah.
not about me betraying Efemini.
Yeah,
because apparently
somehow.
they say I really said everything.
Exactly. That is I was like, both of you were in this together. Now, hey God, I saw that scene. I was like, this man just wanted to just. Like,
You know, people did not get the relativity of that scene because I think I have to explain to more than 10 people that it happens abroad also. If they want you to testify against somebody, even though you are wrong, they will let you go. That is your
Because
own
that's
bargain.
the
That's the
bigger fish.
bargain, and that's the big. That's the
catch
big.
the bigger
Thank
fish.
you very much. That's the big thing. They only want your testimony so they can put that person behind. But my one problem was that I felt a little bit of pain for Efe because I just felt like they made him, you know, the scapegoat. They carried his head like this and drag inside the mud. I'm like, why exactly is this man, you know, getting all the blame? And every other person that was in like a part of this issue they went scot free. And I love Tenny Aladish. I love her so much. Tenny is she should be like maybe like my top 5 actresses. And I hated her character in the movie also.
Don't even go there.
Exactly. I really, really love what they actually portrayed there. They portrayed to us that when somebody is in love, you don't intervene. Yeah. You don't talk about that person. You don't talk about that person's love interest. No matter who you are, they're going to forever hate you. And that was our own dispute with her father. She just felt like father was like the stumbling stone between her and her lover. Whereas her lover doesn't even care about her. That's the thing.
Interesting.
So
So I would want to ask before you sing for us. We've not forgotten anyway. So what roles would you want to play in future? Moving forward from now. I know people would want to see you. I mean, because I wouldn't want them to stereotype you.
Yeah, people stereotype a lot.
You are a very fantastic actor, in all honesty. So I really want to see. I want to watch movie. I'm like, I'm forgetting that this is you playing a character, and I want to like, I don't even like this man. This like that waiter that was like, but I know in real life I'll be able to separate it. Like she said, Bimbo Akitola is my favorite actress, but I watched the film one time and I didn't like her. I was like, this woman, the way she even came.
Yeah, with her crop top.
Exactly. So I just want to ask
Nigerians,
what
bro.
roles would you want to play in future, and what projects should you be expecting from?
Yeah. So if you had asked me this question like a few months ago, I would have said, "Oh, my classic answer is I like to play the villain because
Yeah,
you
you
know
actually do a lot.
coming into this industry, I got a lot of. He looks like a nice guy. He is a nice guy. My Kelejo is too sweet. You can't give him anything other than
sweet guy.
I propose. Tiger. I was always that guy. And then I did the photographer.
Yeah.
And people started giving me the villain. And I think I did the photographer well.
You killed it.
So thank you so much. So right now, I think I've shown people I'm able to do the nice guy, I'm able to do the villain. Now I want to be stretched in terms of my emotional depth. I would love to play like someone who has lost every single thing. Imagine Inspector Mo in episode 1 as a man, like someone who's lost everything.
She went through a lot.
I would like to play that and watch his journey. Wherever the story wants to take that man, I want to go through a journey like that. I also want to play a deaf character.
A deaf character? That's quite interesting.
I think that's something because I know how to so I sign. So I can, So I know how to sign. So I would love to, bring some sort of representation to, the deaf community. So I would like to play a deaf character. And I want to do more comedy actually.
Interesting.
Is it funny? I don't know if I've seen your funny side in
Have you watched also on ConsumerHallaTV? It's called Heart Over Time. Kanaga Jr. is inside.
Oh, I think I've seen it before.
I played the character that people started calling him Uncle Imo.
I've seen that movie.
Go and watch it. People said that was a comic character.
Oh really? I would go back to it.
Interesting.
I mean, I've seen
we are going to see that very soon and all that. So I can say this is symbol of your tattoo. That is symbol of music.
Yeah, he has tattoo, and I've never seen tattoo
ones
on him before. I've never seen this on him.
What inspired that? Let me just ask.
I've always loved tattoos. I've loved tattoos. I love them a lot. The only reason why this is all you see, I have 1, 2, 3, and then this.
Yeah,
this is with my siblings. The only reason why you can only see this and why it is here is so that it is easy to cover up with makeup. So when I play a pastor or any of those things, but the day people leave me inside my eyelid, tattoo
seriously?
I'm actually very happy that it's not some people that will say, "Oh, I did this because it has a story behind." Like,
just be
free. I love that answer. Actually, I love that
come
answer.
and sing for us.
Hey,
sing for us.
Okay, maybe when we are done with, he would sing for me. He doesn't really need to sing for you. Actually,
oh my goodness.
He's gonna sing for me, but after. But before we go, let's quickly round up because I'm very sure he has other things that he needs to attend to. Yeah. How do you perceive the future of the Nollywood space? Because over the years we've seen a lot of involvement compared to the times that we have the wrong subtitles, cinematography is horrible. We've really grown. There are beautiful stories out there right now, and I'm living for the faith-based movie right now. I love it so much, and I think Mibademo is killing it in that aspect. So very beautiful. So when it comes to this kind of movies now, we've seen a lot of involvement. Like I said, the subtitles are quite good now. The cinematography, even the VFX, everything is kind of amazing. But we still need more. Obviously, we are just like you said. Through your journey, you've been somebody that's you've been hungry for this success, and it is paving ways for you. And I'm very happy and proud of that for you. So, but for people that would want to see more from the movie industry when it comes to Nollywood space, and we are not saying we should go to Hollywood, but we'll get there one day. How do you perceive?
Our stories will just
how do you perceive the future of Nollywood?
And just to add, just a simple one. And do you think there will ever be collaboration? Because I think the industry needs more collaboration too. So do you think we are getting all those collaborations that we need enough to tell all our stories too? Just to add to that.
Hands down, the future is bright. Yeah. It is so bright. And I love that you asked this question the way you did. Like I said, a lot of people ask questions about the industry and things like that, but you asked in a way that you had highlighted growth.
Yeah.
And it shows that if you believe that it has grown from here to here,
It will definitely
it can
keep on
grow
growing.
from here to here.
Yes.
And that is literally the story of Nollywood. I'm so proud of Nollywood. And the thing is, even then with the bad subtitles,
He was still sweet.
No,
they will show you the car reverse and all of that.
And the jet.
Loved it.
The plane, oh my
loved
God.
it. I loved the stories. I was obsessed with all the performances.
Yeah.
African stories are beautiful.
All of them, Victor Dominic,
Yeah.
Desmond Elliott,
Motola, everybody.
They were phenomenal for that phase of Nollywood.
Yes.
Do you understand? They are still very relevant
Very
now.
relevant.
And I love where it's going. And I feel like we need to celebrate things in stages of where they are.
Exactly.
You know,
I think I like that.
I'm glad that you're celebrating Nollywood for where it is now. And then in the future, in a couple of years, you will celebrate it for the way it is.
Definitely.
You know, there's so much room for growth. And I hope that the public, I hope that you guys, I'm looking into the camera. Am I looking at the right camera? Am I looking at the camera?
Yeah.
Good. I hope that you guys would trust Nollywood to tell these stories because we are the ones that are telling the whole world about life. We're done with Hollywood
Thank you very
giving
much.
us the representation
Thank you very
that
much.
they feel. When they say, the only time they mention, say, oh, yeah, we got this email from a Nigerian prince, a scammer.
Yes. No, we don't want that.
We want to tell our stories to the world. So trust us, guys. Trust us.
And I always say something. A movie is the mirror of the society.
Exactly.
Nobody can tell our story better than we do.
Sure.
And if we are actually looking for, looking at the days that we actually like to emulate the Westerners, I'm happy that we're actually telling our stories are beautiful. From Lyra and some Kuti, Izzy and Nikolapo, a lot. Even King of Boys, Gang of Lagos. These are stories that relate to us personally. And I always tell people that you that says I don't watch Nigerian movies.
Let them go and see T-Cam. That just
Not even only,
watch T-Cam.
not even only T-Cam. T-Cam is a very beautiful representation of what we are facing in the country. This is a real life issue. These are issues that deals with people. People actually take young ones to a place just like far from this particular movie, Baby Farm.
Yes.
These are real stories. These are real stories, and these are our own stories. It's not Baobali. It's not, I don't know, Fast and Furious. We are not doing that. It doesn't resonate with us. Let's just be truth. It's just truthful. It doesn't resonate with us. But T-Cam resonate with me personally because these are things that
I think everybody has something to just speak from.
CNN will not tell you the truth of how Africa is. They will always portray to you we are scammers, and that's what we are to them. And then we are just what they want people to perceive us as. And they have been selling this story for a while now. I think it is that time that we change our own narrative ourselves.
Interesting. So, thank you so much for shedding more light on that and all that. So, parting words for your fans. I mean, what should they be expecting from you? Because I know you've got a whole lot. I mean, in 5 years to come, and I know that, I mean, you'll be cutting away all the awards. I'm quite sure of that. So, just, yeah, sure. I look forward to that. I mean, definitely. So, what do you have for your fans out there?
Thank you to every single person who has believed in me. Thank you to those who have been riding with me prior to Kill a Monkey. Thank you for those of you who are coming on board now from To Kill a Monkey.
Welcome.
I don't take it for granted at all. I come from a very strong business background. I believe in investment and a return on investment.
Yeah.
I promise you that the time you have invested in me, I'll return it to you.
Oh,
beautiful.
so sweet.
Very sweet man.
In any way, shape,
this person is not a villain. This person is very sweet.
all right. So, Kike, do you say anything?
Nothing so much. I'm very happy that I get to share this space with you. I don't know if they told me last week that, I was going to see Michael Ejo in the studio today, I would have said, is that true? Like, I would still be in doubt. And I was very happy when I got the call that, you were going to come. Because we've had some people on the show, but not really physical some of the time because of the busy schedule, and we don't take that for granted. We really appreciate and we recognize that being in the Nollywood space can be quite tasky, but we're actually very happy. So thank you so much.
And shout out to Mr. Olutayo, a very fantastic man.
Exactly.
He did a very good job. I mean, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that.
Nonsense, no, they manage.
We can see that actually. We can actually see that. Thank you so much. I think we'll actually have to go on a short break, and when we get back, we'll continue to proceed into Celebrity of the Week, another segment that we'll do on screen time.
So thank you once again for gracing our screen.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our Consumer Hala brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Welcome back from that short break, and as you all know, before we went on the break, that was Michael Ejo here in the studio this beautiful day, and we had amazing fun, obviously, because he's such a sweet soul and very humble. And shout out to his manager. He made this really effortless, and it was really beautiful, and I couldn't phantom how beautiful this experience has been today.
Oh man, I mean, everyone was watching would know that was really a beautiful moment on the show today. Having him talk about, you know, his journey and talking about the trendy series To Kill a Monkey now. I mean, that was a very interesting one. And once again, thank you so much, Michael and Olutayo. Thank you.
Okay. I think we've taken a lot of time because of
it was worth it anyway. I didn't want it to end.
Yeah, actually. We didn't want it to end, and it was so beautiful that we kept on talking, kept on asking him questions, and I didn't doubt when he said he came out with first class from the United Kingdom. He's an intelligent person,
obviously.
And the way he answered his question was so articulate, simple, and straight to the point, and he still give very good details to that. And we spoke about TCAM, To Kill a Monkey, which is very the story out there right now, the series that everybody's talking about. But let's quickly wrap up that edition and move to today. We'll be doing something different for our top 5 countdown, because Michael graced our screen. We'll be talking solely about the production that he has been on. Trust me, TCAM is not the first production that Michael has been on. Michael has been in the game, and I personally have watched this particular person grow, and his growth, his journey has been so beautiful. And he said something that quite catches my attention. He mentioned that it's not how well, it's not how far, it is how well. And the more you keep on hustling for something, things are going to come your way. He didn't plan to be an actor. It just came, and then doors are
seriously,
opening.
I'm not planning to be a billionaire, but I mean, hi, who knows?
Okay,
come on.
Like God's grace. So let's quickly move on to the series that the stories and the production that Michael has been on, and the first one is
before you mention, these are stories that are very beautiful.
Very beautiful.
So we are
story.
looking
You
at
need to watch them.
top 5 movies that he has appeared on that have very fantastic stories.
Yeah, we have The Babysitter on Amakasi Film Limited, LTD for short, on YouTube.
Yeah.
And this story has dropped quite a while ago, and the story is a very beautiful story. The story about this story is centered about self-love also, because the particular lady that he was having an Angel Enigwe is in the story.
And that's coming on number 5.
Coming on number 5 is The Babysitter on Amakasi Film Ltd on YouTube. It's a very beautiful one. Sweet, just simple, normal story, but you know, it depends on how the characters embody their acting. That's how well these stories are told. So The Babysitter on Amakasi Film Ltd. If you've not seen it, please go and check it out. I'm very sure you have your day filled.
Interesting one, and I mean, he's always an amazing actor, and he killed his role too in Babysitter. So coming on number 4 now is no other movie than We Are All Players. I mean, this is a very interesting one, and Kike, I know you are a big fan of Michael, no doubt.
We Are All Players on Egonwosu TV.
Yeah, he got a very fantastic actress.
That story, oh my god, that story, Michael was actually very nasty. The character that Michael played, because now people cannot separate reality from movie. Yeah, the character that he played was very nasty, and he's not, don't get it twisted, this person can play different kind of roles, but this character was a character, you know how men, I will not say how men, because you know how people can be with ego. It was egoistic. He thought he could get one of his female. I think it was a little bit superior to Ego in the movie, but Ego made him know that I am a woman, I know my stuff, and she showed him shaggy. But he went so far to like try to destroy her career, but then God conquered that character. So you really need to see We Are All Players. Actually, I think it's on Ego Onwosu TV, and yeah, it's on Egonwosu TV, and John Ekanem, my fine guy.
A very sweet actor also.
Yeah, he was, I think he had Ego one of the main characters, because Michael had to look for the help of John to try to sway Ego a little bit, but the story is beautiful. Please go watch it out. We Are All Players on Egonwosu TV.
Coming on number 3 spot now, Kike, tell us.
The Art of Heart. It's a very recent movie, maybe like 2 weeks or a week ago. Yeah, The Art of Heart features Michael Ejo, Charles Bond. Yeah, I think Charles Bond was in the movie, and there's one other person, the little girl.
Yeah, Jemima is also in the film.
Jemima Osinde. I was like, what is Jemima doing on the streets of YouTube? We rarely see you.
Come on.
And then Sophia Lakija.
Yeah,
Sophia Lakija is very beautiful. She's a phenomenal actress. We all know that. That one is still news. If you don't know, Sophia is one of the most seasoned actresses we have on our screen now. And Michael was a little bit, he had a tinge of villain in him also, but it ended up being a very sweet love story, and it centered around hearts, drawing and painting. I guess that's where the heart came in. So The Heart of Hearts. So it's a very beautiful name. So go watch it. Actually,
on Stella Damasos
TV. So a very beautiful one out right there.
And moving away from number
one of my favorites.
Moving away from number 3 spot is coming on number 2 spot. Can you make a guess? Okay, let me tell you. It is no other movie than The Photographer.
Yeah.
I mean, Michael, what are you doing to us?
I don't know. I don't know actually. The Photographer is one of the stories that I really love, because it's a story that shows how the mind of a human being can be controlled and manipulated.
Exactly.
The character that is Ego kind of that she portrayed, I would say the character was a little bit meek. I was quite annoyed, and I get that. When you are in some financial difficulties and you get someone that's like your almighty savior, you tend to get stuck in that particular situation, and I think that was what happened in that situation. Michael Ejo's character played the Almighty, the Lord and Savior. He Lord over this particular lady until Morrison, which is the photographer, came along, and yeah, the story kind of changed, and it was a beautiful story. I love the face-off between him and
Morris.
Morris.
Morris
Morris is beautiful.
Yeah. I remember that particular scene.
Yeah,
I remember.
Yeah,
that was a very beautiful one.
Yeah, and the photographer is on Uche Montana. Uchenna Obunabo TV. Uchenna Obunabo makes a lot of beautiful stories right there. And coming at number one of our favorites. And I understand why Michael actually loved this particular story so much. This story is very emotional. It is a story that every character there knew what they were doing. And Bolaji Ogumala, it's on Bolaji Ogumala TV, by the way. Bolaji Ogumala is a very beautiful writer, a good producer, and I can't wait for her to get the accolades that she deserves. She's getting the accolades, don't get me wrong, but she needs to get more, just like Michael and other people that are doing fantastically in the movie industry these days. Ashabi's Child, that's the name of the movie.
Ashabi Shadola. But this one was not
speaking Shadola, she was speaking trauma. No, this movie, I don't know. The place that she broke down, I was talking to Michael about, that she broke down, and she kept on asking her daughter, are you sure your uncle is not, you know?
I felt that it was real.
It is a very beautiful story that we cannot continue. We cannot stop talking about. These are things that happen in our society. This kind of abuse goes on, you know, even in the family. Like they say, your people will say, for most of the time, it is people that are within you that are actually hurting you. And the mother was so ignorant. That's the mother of Bolaji in the character, Shabi's mom. She was kind of really ignorant to set aside her daughter's pain and face her brother alone. You've forgotten the fact that it is who you are closer with that would actually you feed on your weakness and say, oh, she would never suspect me to do something like this. And he got away with it for quite a long time. Also, that particular woman that acted as Ashabi's mom, she's known for how she can cry in movies. She made me really emotional when she was apologizing to her child. And I'm very grateful that she understood the fact that she actually offended her child. Nigerian parents don't want to apologize to you.
But not
they will just give you they'll just tell you a little bit.
Not in this kind of situation.
Some Nigerian parents have that.
I'm even moving away from the fact that Nigerian parents, because this is something that is very traumatic.
Very traumatic.
You know, you can't really voice out the emotion you've bottled up for a very long time. And I mean, it's a very sensitive story, and we need more of this kind of stories to be told. So well done to Bolaji Ogumala once again, and Michael did a very fantastic job.
As an uncle, he was so sweet.
I can watch that over and over again, and it was one of the movies that I actually recommended for people to watch, because every girl child, every parent needs to see that movie.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let's wrap up the top 5 countdown. Now let's move to our celebrity of the week. Have you seen this man? Ooh, it's
ever charming, ever sweet, ever talented actor.
Exactly.
Kike is
one of my
favorite actors.
Yeah, one of my favorite actors.
That Michael Ejo.
Michael Ejo is our celebrity of the week, and he deserves it because his role is not only significant. It's also the way he tells his story, the way he embodies his characters.
That's the most important thing.
That's how it resonates with us. So Michael Ejo is our celebrity of the week.
Interesting one.
Very beautiful.
I mean, I wish that moment could just go on.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Now we have to quickly wrap up everything in the studio because we're taking a lot of time. And now let's move to top 5, the
new movie release updates.
I didn't want to leave the top 5 countdown because it's my Canadian movie. But yeah, so now to new movie release updates.
Yes, you just quickly run through that.
Yeah, coming at number 5 for me is No Entry. It was on Nolly Family TV. Those are the greats you can imagine. Chineye Inebe. I love Chineye. Chioma Unwos. And she was the gate woman. Can you imagine? Very hilarious woman. It's on Nolly Family TV on YouTube. Oh, please go and watch it. No Entry. One of the movies I would recommend for this week if you want to have a good laugh. Yeah. And also another one is Black and White on Sandra Okunzuwa TV.
Sandra is doing amazing quite well.
Yeah, she and Maurice Sam.
Maurice Sam. I remember seeing Maurice Sam in Blood Sisters.
Yeah.
Maurice Sam is just
very funny. Very good guy actually. He's making his way to the top. And also It Takes Two. starring Dara Osadebe. Do you know Dara? That's little Dara girl. You don't know Dara Osadebe?
Dara, no,
you
I
know
don't.
her. You can't, don't tell me you don't know my baby girl.
Oh.
Peter Komba, that guy, is a twin. Actually, I just found out that this guy is a twin. So both of them, it dropped on Uchenna Obunabo TV. Another movie I recommend if you want to have a good laugh. Obianuju on Morisam TV.
Morisam is just giving us.
Onye Alex. Oh my
God. Are they still Native Body?
It was something like Native Body. I think it was like a continuation of Native Body. So it was now Obianuju. Wow. I think her name was Obianuju in Native Body. Yeah.
Wow, interesting one.
The movie is funny, actually. Then, one of the movies I recommend for this week also, that I really want everybody to watch, this movie is a very big eye-opener. One of my best movies this week is called When the Music Fades.
Yes.
On Uchenna Obunabo TV, stars Daniel Otim, Blessing, Obasi Inze, and Inem King. This story is quite beautiful. It's also a story about abuse and trauma for Daniel Etim. It just tells us how trauma can really hit somebody so deep that you don't really understand. You know, when you are eating your girlfriend, but you know that what you are doing is wrong, but you can't control it, then you go back and punish yourself and hit yourself too
for doing
that to your girlfriend. But I love the ending of the movie, actually. If you want to see what happened at the end, go watch it out on Uchenna Obunabo TV, When the Music Fades. It's a very beautiful one.
You know,
I think that's all we have for this week.
Definitely, yeah, because I was going to say, if you allow Kike,
continue. Oh my God!
Go on and on, because you just have to see all these movies.
Yeah.
And in case you think that there were some movies that you were meant to be, and
please let us know.
And from our top 5 countdown, Michael Edgeworth's movie, and you feel like, there were some movies you watched, and you feel
a lot
like,
of other ones that we didn't talk about too.
We can also leave that in the comment section.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I mean, you know that anything that has a beginning surely has an end. And it's about time to draw the curtain on the show today. I mean, it was a very beautiful moment with Michael, and I'm quite sure he will still be on the show again and again. So this is all we can take on to this episode of Screen Time, and I had a very beautiful moment, and I'm quite sure the same with
I did.
And in case you've not subscribed to our channel, please do that. It costs you nothing.
Nothing.
Is there anybody that is telling you to bring money to subscribe?
This is a scammer.
Run, no. So ensure you subscribe, like, comment, and share our videos. My name remains the one and only Iremofe Koforola, the man clothed in wealth and strength.
Okay, I think he's really one clothed in wealth and strength, but I am also clothed in wealth and strength. Thank you so much for joining us for today's edition of Screen Time on ConsumerHallaTV, and don't forget, this is the best of the best entertainment show that you can actually be on. Always join us every Mondays for this particular for this beautiful program. Thank you for staying connected to ConsumerHallaTV. Until we come your way next time, same station. I'm Kike Lomo Ajibola. Bye for now.
Bye. Hello and welcome to another edition of Mind the Gap. This is a weekly broadcast program on ConsumerHallaTV that helps draw attention to everyday avoidable gaps in customer service delivery with the overall aim of helping to strengthen existing relationships between brands and their consumers. I am Iremofe Koforola. On this edition of the program, we would be examining the subject efficient customer service delivery in Nigeria. And before I introduce to you our guest, let me give a brief background to our discussion. Customer service is a crucial aspect of any business, and Nigeria is no exception. The country has a growing economy with various sectors including oil and gas, agriculture, telecommunication, and banking, all of which require excellent customer service to thrive. In Nigeria, customer service is considered poor, with the country scoring 61.8% in the 2023 Nigeria Customer Service Index (NCSI) report. The Nigeria Customer Service Index report evaluated customer satisfaction across 9 sectors using 8 parameters, including trust, branches, branding, competence, complaint resolution, ease of doing business, processes, and customer focus. The NCSI aim is to promote excellent customer service in Nigeria, providing businesses with valuable insight to improve their performance. In Nigeria, customer service regulations are primarily governed by the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018. This act established the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, to protect consumers' interests and welfare. Ladies and gentlemen, let's dive into our discussion. My guest today is Mr. Anuoluwapo Alao, a sales consultant whose expertise in customer service spans over 5 years. And thank you for joining us on the show today. Thank you for having me. And today we are looking at efficient customer service delivery. So let's look at it in practical sense now. What does customer service mean in the practical sense, and how should brands take customer service in the overall business strategy?
Okay, thank you, Remofe. First, customer service is key to every business because if you want to retain a customer, your customer service must be actually be good. For example, a customer purchase a goods, or let me just, in practical terms, customer service itself is when a customer, you support a customer from the process of inquiry, that's before, that's inquiry, and even after this, during the sales and after the sales, can be sales or services. So, which gives retention and trust and loyalty to the company or the organization. So customer service is key to every business, every services, for the business to thrive in the long run.
Interesting. I love the part where you said from inquiry, even during the process of sale, and even after sale as well, because we have to note the fact that everything begins from the process of inquiry. Probably a consumer has seen an advert, or they have interest in a particular product and they just want to know about it. So the first contact is in inquiry, then that leads to, in the post, eventually if they are satisfied with what they've gotten, they might decide to get the product. Then after that, they get to, you still follow up even after they've purchased the product and all that. But that is the part I really want to look at. Do you really think, because most times people just think after you've bought the product, everything ends there. So what is left? After all, you've gotten what you needed. It's not my business again after you've bought everything you need.
Okay, it doesn't end there. Every organization or company, or anyhow you want to put it, is in business to actually make profit, to grow their revenue. So you don't just want a one-time hit customer. That's what we call it that in sales sometimes. Some sales guys just want to eat it. So they do anything. Let's just say this one, and they don't care whether they sell again or not. So the reason why customer service is key is that when you treat your customer, your client, or anyhow you want to put it, when you treat them right, the sense that maybe they inquired and you give them a good product, it doesn't end there. The process is a process. There's a process of inquiring about the product or services. After that, there's a process of getting the services or the product. And after that, there's a process where the customer enjoy the services or the product. So, and that will take you to whether the customer you want to retain the customer or not, or you want to give, or they will give you referral. Because when I enjoy a service, I want to say, okay, I have a friend that needs I'm in the renewable energy sector, for example. Now I've gotten customers whereby one customer can actually give you up to 10 customers when they enjoy it.
Especially in renewable energy.
Yes, when they enjoy it. But a disgruntled customer They can spoil business for you, in the sense that they can, and you know, we're in the world of social media and everything now. They can just go online and put that this particular brand, don't buy it.
Exactly.
So, and that's why customer service is key. You don't let it get to that stage where people start spoiling the name of your brand, and it's not good for business.
Interesting one out there, because one thing I've picked from it is that customer satisfaction is crucial, and customers, they are kings when it comes to your business.
Yes.
Without them, I mean, there's nothing you want to do.
Yes.
So let's look at it in another way now. How do you think Nigerian companies, they've really fared when it comes to customer service? Do you think they've really upped their game? Or, I mean, people still get to complain over time that, oh, I bought this product from this brand, I mean, I had issues with it, nobody could attend to me, or they were not satisfied, or they got misaligned information concerning the product they are getting. So how do you think they've really fared when it comes to customer service?
I won't give Nigerian company, or let me just put in the sector I am. Don't let me put it on all the other sector or industry. I won't give them a pass mark, because it has not been so good. We've had cases whereby, even where I'm coming from, at least I've worked in like 3-4 different companies in renewable energy sectors, whereby customers will make a complaint about something, they are not happy, especially when you actually bought a product for like millions. You know, it's not easy to cough out millions, even though it's 200,000. It's still not easy to cough it out.
Yeah.
So, and some people just leave the customer like that, and sometimes to wrong informations, because the salesperson want to make sales. Because of the pressure on him or her, they want to make sales. They will tell the customer what the thing cannot do.
They will
say that the thing can do.
I've been there, I can relate.
So customer will not be like, when they get home, or when I say this thing can on light, this thing can on fan, can on AC every time, but the thing can only on light. So they will not be like, how come? So that way, with Nigerian company, they've not really managed that part in a very good way. So, but some people are actually coming up now to do that part very well. But so far so good. It has not been so good. I'm talking from my own sector. I don't know about other sector, but I'm talking from my own sector. It has not been so good. Some people just all about sales. They don't care about customer satisfaction. They don't care about building trust. They don't care about loyalty and all those things.
Interesting one, because all these things you've mentioned now, it leads to the next question I wanted to ask you. Okay. But it's just like you read through my mind and you just, actually grabbed that from me. So I wanted to ask that, what are the avoidable gaps in customer service in Nigeria today? What are these gaps? You mentioned some of it already, like disloyalty, understand. So what are the major gaps? Because some people just say, okay, there's poor customer service. Now we are looking at how there can be efficient customer service, and from my analysis earlier on, from the NCSI review in 2023, Nigeria, I mean, the customer service was rated so poor. So what are the avoidable gaps that we know that could be avoided, but they are so obvious in customer relations?
Okay, the first thing I will say is this: you need to train your customer service. The agents, you need to train them. First thing is training, because you can't give what you don't have. Me, even if as a customer to other brand, I've called some people, they are giving wrong information. Maybe probably when they employ them, they've not gone to training, they've not done induction. I know some companies in this country that they just employ
and
no induction, no training.
So that is the first obvious gap, is lack of training.
Yes. They just want you to just go there and start working. You don't know the culture of the company. You don't know anything.
You are not properly briefed about the roles you are meant to play.
Yes. So lack of proper training, no adequate. There has to be adequate training. So that's the first thing. Another thing is there has to be this customer-centric culture.
I love that.
Whereby your customer is key. You know that without customers, the revenue of company will not grow. Because one customer will refer another customer, another will refer another customer.
And so even you stay in business as well.
You stay in business and you have to pay your staff. We've seen a lot of companies that because of bad customer services rather, they've actually gone out of business because they'll be like, they don't care, I don't care, I don't care. They've gone out of business. So there has to be proper training for your customer service agent. There has to be
customer-centric nature or culture,
whereby you know that customer is key, you know that anything just goes. Yeah.
Okay, and another obvious gap is lack of misaligned information, which I think sometimes you mentioned earlier on that there's let's use a mug. There's a mug you are selling. Even the agents or the customer representative does not have adequate information of which you mentioned. They'll tell you this thing can switch on light. They can use it to power this. They can use it to power this. Then at the end of the day, I mean, you can't power anything with it. So I mean, these are some of the obvious gaps we see in the process of, you know, when it comes to customer service and all that. So now another thing we should look at is this way, that why do you think Nigerian firms are not competitive in customer service? Because I mean, like you said, even use your sector as an example, renewable energy as an example. Why do you think they're not competitive?
The reason why is it to the other.
Yeah, why is it that they as a sector now, my company, I don't care about customers. Your company too, you don't even care. Why is it that you don't find it? If there was competition, you people would want to, like, you know, retain customers, but everybody is just like, I mean, they are doing whatever they like.
It's because of the culture, even the country as a whole. The regulatory body, nobody is holding anybody to ransom. Some people believe they can do anything and go with it, and they've actually been doing that. So you just fight. Some customer will just fight. There will not
nobody seeking no form of redress or anything.
There will not be redress. They'll just fight. Although, and that has been. I mean, there's regulation, but the regulation is not adequate at all. It's not there. But when you know that there's people that will hold you to what you've done, yes, you will do the right thing. You will train your staff. You train your customer service agent. You train your sales agent so that they will do the right thing, because they know that whenever they do the wrong thing, it falls back to the company.
Yeah.
Some companies are not building reputation. Some companies does not have integrity. So, and there are a lot of that. Especially in my own sector, there are a lot of that. Just want to come in, sell the one they can sell, they go out again. A lot of them are even still coming into Nigeria too. So they don't care about because the government are not even helping issues too. The regulatory body that is there is not effective enough. So that's it.
Wow, interesting one out there. And I'm quite sure if you are just joining, you are watching Mind the Gap, and this is a broadcast program that focuses on some avoidable gaps between brands and their customers. This is getting more insightful, but you know what? We have to go on a quick break now. You are watching Mind the Gap.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrives.
And guess what? Our Consumer Hala brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free, ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Welcome back. In case you are just joining us, you are watching Mind the Gap on ConsumerHallaTV. And please, if you have not subscribed to our channel, you can use this opportunity to do that. All it just takes is to click on the subscribe button and you get notified of all our content. And before the break, we were discussing efficient customer service in Nigeria, and my guest is still with me in the studio, Mr. Anoluwapo Alao, who is a sales consultant. That is so interesting. And you know, guys in sales are the one, you know, with the bags now and all that. So let us look at this. As a sales consultant, how well have you been able to manage different discrepancies occur when it comes to customer service issues in your brand, your sector? Let me put it that way.
Okay, thank you. As a sales consultant, there will always be issues in renewable energy. That's the first thing.
Even generally.
Generally, but maybe the issues in renewable energy is somehow, because well, I say it's still new. A lot of people are still getting used to it and all those things. But the first thing is there has to be, you have to listen to your customer. Even sometimes they are wrong. From experience, they are wrong. They are doing the wrong thing, but you still have to listen to them. You have to put yourself in their shoes. So you listen to them, empathize with them. There have been cases whereby, even as we speak now, there's still a case I'm actually handling. The man, we've told him how to use the solar solution and all those things. He's still educated and everything. He's still saying the same thing, mind you. So we've gone there to resolve it like countless times, but because he's still not doing the right thing, we are listening to him, empathizing with him that, okay, we can do this, we can do that, and that one. So there has to be active listening. That way, you put yourself in his shoe, that someone that has just coughed out maybe up to like 20-something million.
Maybe just 5,000 naira.
Yeah,
I mean,
so you just have to listen to him and hear him out and find this lasting solution to the problem the customer is facing.
Interesting one. I love the fact you mentioned empathy, because I mean I've been able to like work in customer service, and I know how it could be like. There was a time I was a rep for an organization then, and sometimes I was always handling inbound and outbound calls, and sometimes somebody just calls you. I'm like, the person starts ranting and this and that and that. Sometimes they go vulgar. They call you all sort of names, and you're at the other end. You are just trying to calm your nerves to listen to them. Then after the whole thing, you just realize that it is their fault, not necessarily your own fault. But in such situation, you said earlier on that sometimes they could be wrong. It's their fault. But now I know you're a professional. You have blood that runs through your vein. But there are some things they will say sometimes that you can't really, hold on to. Then how do we ensure that companies try to maintain healthy relationship between their employee, who is the rep, and the customers? How do companies ensure that there's a healthy relationship between, even after all those things have happened?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. How do companies now ensure that there's healthy relationship between their own representative, their own employee, and the customer?
Okay. The first thing the company needs to do, I said it earlier too, let the rep, whether the sales rep, the customer service agent, let them know their job. Because if they don't know their job, they are the internal customers. They are the internal customer. They have to know their job. If they know the right thing to do, they will be able to actually communicate the right thing to the customer outside. So, and when there are issues, there has to be, okay, I remember something. There was a case in my own company then, whereby whenever we sell a particular product, before we know it, the product will come back, inverter and all those things. It will come back. So what I actually put in place then was that there has to be a compliance There has to be quality assurance, rather. Quality assurance that whereby what they do is this. You check like the product you want to take out. You want to deliver to a customer's place. You check it. Make sure that the product is certified, is in good condition. You check it not even just one day. You check it for like series of days before you know, okay, this one is okay. When they want to deliver to a particular customer, that's the one they are going to pick up. So there has to be quality assurance. So that there will not be issues. I'm so sorry, I'm dwelling on maybe renewable energy.
Yeah, that's good.
But there has to be quality assurance so that there will not be issues. There will not be like, because it doesn't even portray your company in a good image whereby people buy a product after 2-3 days, after 1 week, they are bringing it back to the company. There will be people will be like, you are selling fake. And I know how customers can be sometimes. You are selling fake, and where this smart can reach, they will spoil your company.
Interesting one. And you talk about government agencies earlier on, and we mentioned that like FCCPC, and it's a regulatory body that looks into that. And we just highlighted how, I mean, sometimes they need to be more efficient with all of these things. And also, let us look at customer loyalty when it comes to service. If I'm so happy, satisfied with what I've gotten at the end of the day, now I would refer.
Yes.
You understand? So what is customer loyalty, and how can that be gained?
Customer loyalty, that's a good one. Customer loyalty is very, very important. If your customer trusts you, they can go up and down for you. I've been there, so I understand how it is. I have a customer then in my former company. The lady, because what she told me, and there has been series of cases like that she has told me that this is why I love using you, Mr. Anu. That maybe when she has issue, there's always issue. So when she has issue, she will just call me. So I won't care whether it will cost me. I will use my money to settle that issue, do it, and I'm not the one that sold the product for her in the first place. So the person that sold the product for her, maybe peradventure she has called the person didn't pick her. So, but since when she has been calling me, she now started referring me to different people in Lagos, out of Lagos, without collecting anything. So that's the loyalty there, because when a customer is satisfied, when a customer is happy, the customer can go. You don't need to even tell them to refer you. They will be the one talking about your business while you are sleeping or while you are in a meeting. This same customer, when I joined that company, I've joined 3 different other companies. She has bought all the products to show her a satisfied customer can be. Satisfied customer, a happy customer will always refer your brand to other people.
Interesting one out there, and I just believe that we all can learn from this, because customer loyalty is very important. Now let us look at the case of all these gaps you've mentioned, all these obvious gaps. How can they be bridged between brands and their customers? How can we ensure that now we have efficient customer service? I know you mentioned some things earlier on training, you know, giving the right information, ensure empathizing with your customer. But in overall strategy, we can ensure that yes, henceforth as a company, as somebody who is strategic, somebody who has the interest of the consumer at heart, what should be the solution to, you know, solving poor customer service?
Okay. The first thing I'll mention is the FCCPC. So they have to create more awareness. A lot of people don't even know their rights. A lot of customers. So then people just say, let's leave it for God. And Nigerians we like leaving things for God. That God you have to fight for your rights. So I believe FCCPC need to create more awareness. Let people know. If you ask a layman or a common Nigerian what's even FCCPC, they don't know. So and what you don't know, how will you use it? So the first thing they need to, from the government aspect, the regulatory body which is FCCPC, they need to create more awareness. Maybe do something outside, campaign, let it be on the internet, let it be. You will be surprised that even the learned, the so-called learned, not even those that are not learned, don't even know the job of FCCPC. They don't know. So they need to create more awareness on their own part, on the part of the organization now. So that there has to be standard There has to be standard. So there has to be, if you build a company or an organization rather, that is a standard that you attain, that okay, we will not give anything less than quality. And that it still goes to the culture of the company. You impose it, or you let your staff know that this is what we give. In the position whereby the staff give less than that, there will be people in place to say that okay, this is wrong, and there will be maybe penalty, there will be punishment, and all those things. So that way will make people do the right thing. But if there's no measures here and there, sometimes people don't like doing the right thing. But when there is quality, when there is standard, all those things are there, people will do the right thing.
Interesting. Now, I love that there has to be standard, and at the same time, I love one of the managerial ways of encouraging your internal publics, your employees, is to always like encourage them to probably let them go on vacation sometimes. These guys are tired, sincerely. I mean,
vacation.
Yeah, vacation, or give them incentives that would encourage them the more. You understand? Because I remember then sometimes there could be bonuses because sometimes you are in Nigeria, your salary is not paid, and you have your personal issues.
Yeah, I understand.
You understand? And one customer is calling you, ranting, you understand, and telling you this. So you say, let me use the pigeon. If you vent, say, why? You understand that kind of thing. So I think sometimes it begins even from the management of the organization too.
Yes, but what the case whereby the management they are trying their best, they are doing everything.
But me, I'm choosing to play the devil's advocate here. What if the management too, in a situation whereby the management is not even encouraging the staff? But I mean, I know you don't want to do your job. You understand?
Yes,
just to but at the same time, I still believe it takes two to tango.
Yeah.
The management and the staff, they just have to work.
I believe there are practices in customer service agent. They have their way of doing things. Like for example, if you make 100 calls, you will get a particular bonus. There are things like that. Not even only renewable energy. They have a target that is set for them. They have a basic salary, the standard salary, and they have a target that if you make 100 calls, whether inbound call, outbound calls, you get a particular amount of something, you get this, you get all those things in place. There are all those things in place. Not all for all companies, but at least the standard one. All those things are there.
So that's beautiful. So now let's just look at this question I want to ask you. What is the future of Nigeria when it comes to customer service? Because in 2023 the report was not so nice. So what do you think is the future for us when it comes to customer service?
I'm optimistic. Things can get better if we do the right thing. If we don't do the right thing, it will not get better. That's the truth. Because we like being over religious over here. We'll pray. But if we don't do the right thing, it will not get better. So the future is if we like the government regulatory body that is in charge of the customer of customers, consumers, and all. If they do the right thing, it will get better. If the company do the right things too, it will get better. So I just believe that we can all of us, whether the internal customer,
the internal public,
the public, the outside there too. So if you can do the right thing, if even the external publics too, some lies, they do tell lies too. And that's why we put my own place. We've actually put a lot of measures whereby before you go, that's why I said that customer service start from the position of inquiry, doing the something, and after, before you even go, make sure you sign the customer confirmation form, so that in the future, because I've seen cases whereby the issue has taken some people to prison, that because you sold a fake product for me. Meanwhile, the product is not a fake product. You are the one using it wrongly. So there should be measures whereby the customer, whether they have to sign something, they have to sign something. So if all those things are put in place, all those measures, it will get better. And our rating, hopefully, will
go high. Interesting one out there. And so lastly, what would you say to people that have been doing well in this customer service?
Okay.
What would you say to them?
The first thing I would say is that they should keep it up. And there's always a reward for doing well, actually. I believe they have been seeing their reward. Because if you do well when your customer is not happy with a particular, and you give them a lasting solution which is effective and efficient, they will surely come back. If they don't come back, they will refer people to you. And in that way, your revenue is growing. You're having a huge, and everybody is smiling to the bank. So they should keep it up, continue to do the right thing, put all those things they are doing that is working for them. They should keep it up on that. So that's it.
Interesting one out here, and I'm quite sure we cannot overemphasize the role of customer service in different brands, in different companies, and all that. So it is very important that we take this, we take it with everything in us. So thank you so much for coming on this show today, and wow, it has really been an insightful discussion. And as a brand, I believe you now understand that customers have the basic knowledge they might need to know. You understand? They might not really know much, but they just understand that their rights needs to be protected. And customers are kings, and the survival of your business lies on how well you treat your customers to quality service. And as a customer, it is imperative you know that you matter in the grand scheme of customer service. Very important. So thank you so much for joining us on the program today, and we can expound on Mind the Gap. Please do well to follow us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube at ConsumerHallaTV. Till I grace your screen next week, I am Iremofe Koforola. Bye for now.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our Consumer Hala brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
All right, my name is Corey Depitas, and I am a product manager. So this is a very innovative idea, and first off, everybody is a consumer, and so this is the voice of the consumer, and this is a voice that is going to be heard. For the first time, the consumers in this country are going to be able to express their ideas and to get to know your rights, to know what belongs to you. And it's going to change a lot of branding. It's going to change a lot of things, because everybody knows that we're not just getting things out for the consumers. The consumers have a right to accept. You know, as they say, the customer is always right. So the customer is the consumer, and the consumer is always right. So, you know, when there is control, when there is feedback, there is bound to be change. So so I said, I'm a product manager. When you develop products, sometimes you believe you know what the users want, and through different kinds of surveys. But when the users actually get the product, they can tell you their mind, how the product is, their feeling about the product. So it's good to definitely change how products are being designed, how services are being given to people, because you can get a feedback, and that feedback can make or mar a company, you know, and everybody wants to have good feedback. So it's definitely going to change the behavior of people that make products. One very good thing is information. Information is power. So the consumer is going to get way more powerful. The voice of the consumer will be heard, the opinions of the consumers will be heard, and that opinion will shape how products and services will be made in this country going forward. Be on the lookout. You are now in charge. Several things coming your way through this station. I'm very excited about it. The things he's already brought out, and there will be many more things. But the bottom line, the consumer is now in the driver's seat. So ConsumerHallaTV, thank you for this innovative work. You're going to keep evolving and just follow the consumers. The consumers will lead you to what they want, and that's how it's supposed to be, always. They're going to have different types of consumers, and they're going to pander to the different needs, but you're going to be making consumers very, very powerful. So thumbs up, keep up the good work. My name is Korede Peters. Thank you very much.
Hello there, good afternoon, and welcome to ConsumerHallaTV News at 4. I am Ire Ayomikole Eke. We begin the news with the National Insurance Commission, as it now reveals that about $2 billion leaves the shores of Nigerian capital flight as multinationals provide health insurance for their employees. This was disclosed by the Deputy Commissioner for Insurance, Finance and Administration, Ekerete Gam Ikon, during the panel discussion at the Insurance Meet Tech 4.0 conference held in Lagos State. According to Investopedia, health insurance is a contract between a company and a consumer Meanwhile, the company agrees to pay all or some of the insured person's healthcare costs in return for payment of a monthly premium. The contract is usually a one-year agreement, during which the insurer is responsible for paying specific expenses related to illness, injury, pregnancy, or preventative care. However, report says in terms of health insurance, it remains a domain of the traditional insurance companies and also the Section 204 of the Nigerian Insurance Industry Reform Act placed health insurance under domestic insurance or insurance business, for which local capacity must be fully utilized before they are insured or reinsured abroad. The latest data from the Central Bank of Nigeria on about last week, Friday, indicates that Nigeria's external reserves stood at $42.0 billion, climbing to their strongest level in 6 years. This makes it the first time since September 2019 that it has crossed the $42 billion mark, representing a significant rebound from earlier lows this year and providing renewed optimism for the nation's foreign exchange stability. The largest figure marks a new 72-month peak and underscores the steady improvement in Nigeria's reserve position since July, when the stock fell of its lowest point in 2025, compared with the $41.99 billion, which was recorded a day earlier. The September 19 figure reflects an increase of $40 million, and it also represents a substantial gain from the $41.42 billion level recorded at the beginning of September. Moreover, the last time Nigeria reserves were higher was on September 26, 2019, when they reached $42.5 billion. Since then, reserves have faced a significant pressure from falling oil prices, capital flow reversals, rising import demand, and foreign exchange market interventions. Away from there now, we're in Abuja, where several Nigerian filling stations in the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, have remained shut for more than 4 days over the delayed rollout of Dangote's refinery free fuel distribution scheme. Reporter says the partner in the 650,000 barrel per day refinery fuel distribution initiative includes MRS and Connaught filling stations, and now experiencing dry tanks causing supply disruption for Nigerians in the last 4 days. The filling station's manager of one of the affected retail outlets in Abuja confirmed the development yesterday and spoke under anonymity that for 4 days now, they have not had either fuel or diesel, and they are patiently waiting for the supply from Dangote refinery. Meanwhile, this comes as Dangote Group, in a test notice on its X account yesterday, announced that Connaught Ethanol Super, Nepal Energies, Kifayat Global Energy, and Request and Gas have partnered with the refinery for its fuel distribution scheme. Over to the NPC now. The National Pension Commission now issue a new guideline shareholding with multiple licensed pension funds operators. And the guidelines issued on Friday over the weekend, which became effective immediately, the regulator stated that the move would promote transparency and good governance while protecting pension assets, according to PENCOM. Significant cross-shareholding is a situation in which a significant shareholder in a low-profile or thereafter acquires or seeks to acquire a significant shareholding in another low-profile power. And otherwise, it becomes legal entitlement, whether directly or indirectly, to hold such significant shareholding in another pension entity by means including but not limited to the conversion of debt to equity, operation of law such as transmission on death, or any other form of vesting. We move away from that news now. In a drive to further expand its business capacity, Lafarge Africa PLC has now formally commissioned its new cement manufacturing named Freedom Plant, a state-of-the-art ready-mix facility located in Lekki in Lagos State. The facility is equipped with a fully automated batching system that enables seamless remote data transfer and modification with the capability to manage and operate the plant from any location worldwide via secure internet access. Speaking during the launch ceremony in Lagos State, the Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Lafarge Africa, Mr. Loluwalade Akinyemi, said the launch of the Freedom Plant further increases and strengthens its commitment to build progress for people and the planet, which is in alignment with Leverage Africa's sustainability agenda. The facility also incorporates advanced features and also enhance the energy efficiency to minimize emissions and integrate the production of eco-friendly products and solutions. Mr. Alade Akinyemi said this facility is not just about production, but about expanding the frontiers of innovation and sustainability in its operations, meeting Nigeria's growing demand locally and empowering people through job creation and skill development. In our Lagos state, a new development says over 60% of Lagos residents are compelled to live informal settlement, reflecting the city's deepening housing crisis and the widening gap between available affordable housing and the need of its growing population. A report by the State of Lagos Housing Market Voluntary stated this, and according to reports, over 60% of Lagos residents live in informal settlements with poor living conditions, a reality that has pushed the state government to introduce land reforms, including digital initiatives like the electronic certificate to occupancy, and also to enhance transparency and improve its access to secure land tenure. Still talking on the news, meanwhile, in response to these challenges, the Lagos state government has implemented several land bureau reforms, which is aimed at improving efficiency, transparency, and accessibility in land administration. The Lagos State Land Bureau, which oversees land matters, has introduced digital innovations such as the electronic certificate of occupancy and the Lagos State Geographic Information System to speed up processing times and reduce corruption. We're still not away from Lagos State. The Managing Director of the Lagos State Waste Management Authority, Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegeshi, has said nearly half of the 13,000 tons of waste generated daily in the state was organic, adding that roughly 6,500 tons posed a serious environmental risk. Mr. Muyiwa Gbadegeshi also noted this at the unveiling of a new organic waste management initiative aimed at cutting methane emissions to boost recycling and support the state climate action goals. Meanwhile, the initiative is launched in collaboration with Pro Organics Limited, which was announced at a stakeholder forum in Lagos State recently. While delivering his remark, Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegeshi said sorting organic waste at source is very critical to achieving the clean Lagos of its dreams when sent to landfills. This waste generates methane, a greenhouse gas more harmful. Over now to another report here. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, has launched an investigation into an allegation of examination malpractice. A viral video, man and a woman were caught to write in an examination on behalf of a public office order. The ICANN registered Mr. Larry Olasukomi in a statement condemned the act, emphasizing that the Institute has zero tolerance for examination malpractice. Mr. Larry Olasukomi said, as the foremost professional accountancy body in Nigeria, ICANN wishes to state that it is maintaining a strict zero tolerance policy for all forms of examination malpractice, including impersonation, and the Institute's examination process are guided by global standard of integrity, and any attempt to compromise them is treated with utmost seriousness. Moreover, the registrar also noted that the Institute has now commenced an investigation into the allegations and sanctions as it will be enforced in accordance with the institution's regulations. Before we end the news, let's talk about education here now. The accredited secondary schools in Nigeria are projected to spend about 1.6 trillion naira on computers to meet the West African Examination Council requirement for mandatory computer-based testing approval of centers for the West African Senior School Certificate Examination. WAEC mandated that every school should have at least 250 functional computer systems to a robust server, which also to serve as a local area network and CCTV cameras as well, and other essentials infrastructure to qualify as a CBT center for the WAEC examination. The body in its statement explained that this requirement was part of its comprehensive migration of a CBT format for candidates with a timeline for full implementation. It was said that schools that cannot meet this standard will be assigned to designate external centers and WAHEC with a lower standard for hosting schools. Moreover, Nigeria has 23,554 approved WASEC secondary school centers, and if each school spend at least 68 million naira on computers for the exam, and assuming none already owns the required system, the total bill would amount to about 1.6 trillion naira. To end the news now, a firm Next Amount Company Limited has acquired a 21.4% equity stake in Royal Exchange PLC. In a corporate disclosure from the company secretary, double OT nominees, which was filed on the Nigerian Exchange Limited, Next Amount acquired the stakes via the second market. According to its half-year report, Next Amount held a 19.08% stake in the company from about 1 million units of Royal Exchange. The company secretary said Royal Exchange PLC received a letter from Novo Finance Securities Limited, and the financial advisors to Next Amount Company Limited notified the company has acquired about 1 million units of ordinary shares of Royal Exchange PLC through the secondary market. Still on the news line, the half-year report of Royal Exchange indicated that it is associated with Royal Exchange General Company Limited, now Rex Insurance, Royal Exchange Micro Limited, and Royal Exchange Healthcare Limited, now known as .HMO. Thank you so much for joining us on ConsumerHallaTV News at 4. I am Ire Ayomikule AK. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and X, ConsumerHallaTV. And do well to subscribe to YouTube channel, ConsumerHallaTV. Thank you so much for watching the news.
Welcome to another beautiful edition of Healthy Living on ConsumerHallaTV. And if you are just joining us for the first time, trust me, this is the program for you. We talk about everything health and we talk about everything education to make ourselves more important, to put ourselves first, prioritize our health and how well we can structure ourselves for the future. This is Healthy Living on ConsumerHallaTV. I'm Kike Lomo Ajibola. If you are just joining us for the first time, welcome and welcome to this beautiful program. This is ConsumerHallaTV. If you haven't followed us across all our social media platforms, please do so at on Instagram at ConsumerHallaTV, on Facebook at ConsumerHallaTV, X account at ConsumerHallaTV, and you can always join our live program every weekdays at ConsumerHallaTV on YouTube. This particular morning, we're talking about a very important conversation I think everybody should actually have at the back of their mind, which is sleep, stress, and nutrition. Most of the time, we bring our nutritionist in the house, Miss Tumininu Olufora, to further buttress what nutrition can be and how nutrition can affect our various ways of life, and sleeping is part of them. We all know that sleeping is a form of resting the mind, the body, and the soul, and also giving the body a new energy boost to actually rejuvenate and also have this burst of energy, fresh air into the body system. This is why sleeping is very paramount in every human life. People that don't sleep know that it is not easy to live life. I'm very sure there's an illness people call insomnia, and it's not an easy one to deal with, and we pray none of us go through that particular stress. So sleep stress is very important, and it actually happens to people. You see a lot of people that would say, even if I close my eyes, if it is not 2 o'clock, if it's not 3 o'clock a.m. in the middle of the night, I cannot sleep. What causes this particular issue? So we want to put it side by side with nutrition, how nutrition can affect our sleeping pattern. That's exactly what we are going to be discussing this morning. And I won't be the one discussing this particular issue, because I am not a nutritionist. I'm not certified in the particular topic, but I would definitely be needing the help of Ms. Tumininu Olufora to actually help us with this. Good morning, Ms. Tumininu.
Good morning.
I think last week we spoke about a little bit on, I can't really remember our conversation last week, but I think it's more on nutrition also. But the fact that we always bring you here to talk about nutrition is something that is very paramount. Nigerians don't take nutrition very seriously. They think, oh yeah, we spoke about meat, and the myths that misconception concerning nutrition, and maybe it's a myth that nutrition affects sleeping. Maybe what we eat doesn't really affect how we sleep, but a lot of time we hear that if you eat late, you may not have a very beautiful sleep, you may have a bloated stomach, stuff like that. But these are all assumptions that we've just been hearing here and there, and it's not something that somebody has come out to say, okay, this is what is really affecting it. But in the first instance, what actually is sleep stress?
Okay, so sorry, excuse me. Sleep, stress, and nutrition. Okay, so it's like a triangle.
Okay.
Sleep, then there's nutrition and stress.
Oh.
And if one of them leaves, that's no longer a triangle. It loses balance.
Okay.
So that's why the three of them are important factors in everyday life, because you can't have a good day if you've not had a restful sleep. And then also, if you're stressed, your day is just, it's not going to be so much good. So yeah, nutrition plays a key role in these three factors. Yeah. When it comes to sleep and nutrition, like you said, you hear that nutrition plays a key role in sleep.
Yeah.
If you eat late, you won't be able to rest well.
Yeah.
And it's not wrong, because if you eat late, your system can't digest everything before you sleep. So that's why they say if you eat late, you won't be able to sleep well. But then also when it comes to stress, because you see people when they are stressed, they binge eat. So yeah, nutrition also plays a role in stress. So that's why it's a triangle.
Wow, that's actually, so I think we are doing math. It's as if we are doing 180 degrees Celsius this morning, and I'm in for it. So sleep and stress, also in nutrition, they work hand in hand, and if one is out of it,
the whole thing.
Don't you think we need to remove stress? Like, we need to remove stress.
It's life. We're humans. We'll be stressed.
That's true.
So if it was possible to remove it, I mean, it would be
think
nice
we
because
actually need to
everybody.
remove stress.
But then we are humans. Will get stressed. Something will stress us. So that's why stress is also part of the
it.
triangle.
Oh, wow, that's beautiful. So we spoke briefly about eating late in the night, which I'm probably going to still come back to. But what kind of, because some people don't eat late in the night. Some people are religiously following the 6 o'clock p.m. mark and not eat. I don't know how people do it though, but some people are doing it, and I'm very proud of you guys. We that we are not doing it, I'm proud of us too. So how does what we eat in the daytime affect our sleep pattern in the night?
Okay, so in the daytime, well, it might not necessarily affect it because your system has already digested it before. No. But it also doesn't mean that it won't affect, because like we've been talking about food, and if you don't have a good eating habit, you are going to be, not only are you going to be stressed, but you also could have different forms of illnesses, which leads to another issue entirely, and then nutrition now plays another key role. But then you're not more trying to manage your diet, you're not trying to treat a disease. So that's why, even though you say, okay, it might not affect, when it comes to sleeping, it might not affect it if you've eaten in the morning, like what you eat in the morning might not really affect it. But then I would say it does, because your meal is also your life. What you eat will tell you how you will be.
Okay,
so
that's true.
When you eat well in the morning, but like, look at this. We have 3 meals. We've been talking about how you should eat your breakfast, you should eat your lunch, you should eat your dinner. So imagine I take out my breakfast. Like, I don't want to eat breakfast. By the time I'm eating lunch, maybe around 12 when I'm hungry, I'm going to eat
the combination
of both breakfast and lunch, and then I'm going to eat more of it. And then by the time I'm hungry, maybe I'm hungry for dinner around 5, 6. I'll eat. And then I'm hungry again, and then I eat something. And instead of snacking on healthy stuffs, like you see, you can snack on fruits, you can snack on some teas. But you see yourself, you carry one big plate of food and put in front of you and eat.
Oh my God, that's true.
So yeah, it also affects how you eat.
Some people that eat eba in the morning now, people should be careful. No, actually, some people do.
Yeah, I know some people that eat.
Oh wow, okay, so not only me. I know somebody that can eat eba and okra early in the morning. I'm like, okay, how do you do it?
Like, how do you do it?
How do you do it? Like, it's so funny how some people say, I like to eat. Okay, I think Mr. Emmanuel is part of them. So I don't know, but some people do eat eba early in the morning, and it's very funny how you wake up in the morning, the first food that you want to eat early in the morning is eba. I don't think I even like to eat eba in the night, talk less of early in the morning. I love to sleep, and I think it's true, eba makes you sleep because it's heavy.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's not because it has any
not because
any drug, but just because it's heavy. Thank you very much. So people always say that, how would eba make me sleep? So it's quite funny. So now you spoke about nutrition the other time, but we are talking about the fact that sleep, stress, and nutrition is a triangle, and if one is removed, it will lose balance. So what I'm going to ask next is, what nutrition play the biggest role in promoting quality sleep? What are those nutrients?
Okay, so
nutrients rather.
We have different nutrients that play quality roles. You see, you have the minerals, you have the vitamins, you have even the amino acids that's found in protein. You know, when your protein is broken down, it gives you amino acids.
I don't know.
Okay, so that's those nutrients are important. And then you also have nutrients like your magnesium, where you need magnesium found in leafy green vegetables like your cabbage, all those green vegetables that you eat. Yeah, your spinach, your
lettuce, and
then also in some nuts,
almond
nuts, all those nuts, different nuts, you find them there. And this helps to boost sleep. Like, you find yourself, when you eat all these things, you're more rested, your muscles relax, so you can sleep better.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
And but then, it's not fun.
No, it's not fun to eat it. Yeah. That's why you should not eat it alone. Find something to incorporate.
That's true.
By the time you're eating it, you'll not even realize how it's food you're eating. You'll be like, it's nice. Yes.
Nice. Yeah.
Okay. So we also have, there's a particular amino acid that also helps with sleep.
Okay.
We call it the tryptophan. Yes. It's an amino acid that helps with sleep. It produces when you eat this meals that have this tryptophan, your turkey, your dairy products like your milk, they have this amino acid is present in it. So when you eat it, right, the tryptophan is released, and then it produces hormones. Two hormones are very important in the body. We have the melatonin.
Melatonin,
yes.
I think about that.
And the serotonin.
Yeah, that one is for sleeping.
Yes, and the serotonin. So these two hormones are the wake sleep hormone. That's what we call them. Yes.
One must not be awful. Now wake up.
Okay, so that's what we call them. And from the name, you should already know what it does. One wakes you up, one makes you sleep.
The one that wake me up, please, oh, wake me up, oh.
So when you eat these meals, they help boost this melatonin and the serotonin, and it helps you sleep and also helps you wake up. Okay. And not just wake up, but you also wake up and you feel like, okay, I'm rejuvenated, I'm healthy, I'm okay. You don't wake up and you're so tired, you're so drained.
That's me. Oh. I'm always tired. I don't know.
Yeah, so there are a lot of nutrients like that, but these are the two main that I should talk about.
Biology, science, oh my God, we don't understand what's going on. But I think it's always very nice to have somebody to buttress this particular point for us. And you mentioned food. We've mentioned foods that are good. And I think I'll recommend like chicken salad if you want to eat something healthy.
If you want to do salad, you can dice your chicken into it.
So that you will not feel it's boring. So yeah, I think I recommend that. So let's talk about some particular things that make us crave sweet things. And I think this one particularly is most likely women related. Women crave sweet things when probably they are like stressed, when they are annoyed, maybe you are like on your menstrual cycle, you just want to eat something sweet. So why does stress make you crave sweet things instead of healthier things?
Well, when it comes to menstrual cycle, I can't really talk on that because I feel like that's mainly a doctor's perspective. They are the ones that will explain to you why your cycle makes you crave. But then it doesn't mean that you should not take it just because you were craving it. But then you watch the amount you take. Like we've been talking about portion. We've been saying.
I think that's the thing people don't know how to moderate.
Like you should not just remove something from your diet. Like now, I've been taking something forever, and because I heard, oh, this is not good, I cannot just carry it and throw it out of my diet. It doesn't work like that. You have to do it, yes, in consistency. You realize that by the time days have gone, months have gone, it's no longer in your diet. But you didn't just carry it and remove it. It took time, it took process. So when it comes to stress and eating, you see that when people are stressed, there is a hormone that is released, the cortisol.
Cortisol.
Yes, it is the stress hormone, and that cortisol makes you hungry, makes you want to eat anything. And at that moment, you're not thinking, oh, let me go and cook food.
Oh wow!
Yes.
So now let me quickly throw this in. I don't know if you see TLC, my 600 LB life. Most of them will say because I lost somebody, I'm mourning. That's why I'm eating, and you are eating, and you are eating, and you are that big. So I now understand that it is actually an illness.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
So it doesn't make you, because at that moment you're not thinking, oh, I'm going to the kitchen to go and cook. You're hungry, you're irritated, you're tired, you're stressed. So it's the first thing you see, you pick or you eat. And it could be unhealthy snacks. It could be so many things. Even drink. You can carry 3 bowls of drink and put it in front of you and finish it. And you will not know that you've even finished it. You'll be like, I want more. So that cortisol makes you very hungry. Very hungry. And even when you're not hungry, it feels like you're hungry. At that moment. Because of the hormone. So you eat and you eat and you eat. Even when you're like, I should stop, you're still eating.
Because of the stress.
Yes, because of this.
Oh, wow.
So you're
I've never been that stressed. Stress, find me now.
Don't let stress find you.
Just one day, let me eat now.
Don't let stress find you. So you eat and you eat, and then you tend to grow bigger. That's when you realize that you're becoming obese, you're becoming overweight. Wow. And then different illnesses are setting in, and you need to go and be visiting the doctor almost every day.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's because of this hormone Or yeah.
So craving something sugary is not
It's
not exaggerate.
a bad thing. I
Mm.
won't say it's a bad thing too, because there are times you crave, but then you should watch the amount you eat. Because I'm craving a sugary substance today does not mean I'll carry one whole bottle and finish it. I can take small and then leave the rest for later.
Like I think I was discussed about craving before on the program, where we say most people don't believe that craving do exist. But
Craving
it is,
exists.
yeah, it is funny how you are craving something, and if you don't have that thing, it's as if the
word is
ending.
ending.
Like I'm like, but people don't believe that craving. People like.
Do you crave? Like,
No,
what's craving?
I think my mom always say, during my pregnancy women,
Yeah,
during my own time, nobody have craving.
wanted this.
Nobody does this. It's your husband it's you people's husband that is spoiling you. You're saying you're craving this. I'm like, are you like, I don't understand.
Pregnancy cravings are the worst, because you hear somebody's craving salt. Somebody's craving
clay. I don't understand.
Sand. I'm craving sand.
Chalk.
I'm craving chalk.
Like
I just want
is
to
it duster? Yeah, I don't understand. Oh my god.
Pregnancy craving is the worst.
So it's actually very funny how I think we do need to have a separate program
for cravings,
because it's so annoying when people say cravings are unrealistic. They are just you being.
You can stop it.
Yeah, you can stop it. You can just. Are you saying I can just pause my brain and then play pause
something else?
No, it's not possible. And so let's quickly move away from craving now to how poor sleep affects our hunger and appetite hormones the next day. Is it true that if you don't sleep well, you attend to it's actually going to probably affect your appetite and hormone?
Okay, so poor sleep. I think we spoke about how food affects sleeping. Yeah. So now we're going to talk about how sleep affects eating. Hey. Okay, so if I sleep, let's say I sleep by 2 a.m.
Okay.
And I'm to wake up for work by 5. I only had maybe
That's
3
hard.
hours of
Very
sleep.
hard.
I had 3 hours of sleep. By the time I wake up, I'm very angry.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Stress.
I'm very angry.
Yeah.
So you don't see me go into the kitchen and start making food. I'm looking for anything I can find to just pack and be going to where I'm going.
That's true.
So one, you might not even be packing a well-balanced diet. You might just, let's say it's chicken I saw here, I saw rice here, I threw the two of them together, I put it inside my lunch.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I don't have this
Let's
time
go. And then you see other people, they will not even they won't see anything in their house and they'll just go out and buy it. They don't know what process was used in cooking this food. They don't know what they used even in cooking. So they don't know how balanced their food is. They don't know how clean this food is. And that's why I say yes. Sleep affects food.
Oh wow. So you're likely to let's say when you wake up grumpier, the grumpier you had, the lack of
energy to
Like
cook.
I don't care at this point. I just want to go to work, come back to this house and
sleep again.
And I think that's very true because most of us that like to press our phone into the night, we know what we are talking about. So it's always funny how people just think even when you sleep early, I don't have energy to wake up and
there are
start
sometimes
cooking.
that when you sleep early, you're like, I can't cook
I just
today.
can't cook. I think people that said 8 hours of sleep is enough. They didn't think about it very well. Like, give me 12 hours. Why can't the night? You see, like you get
actually, why can't the night just keep going on?
Sometimes you wake up, you sleep by 9, you wake up by probably 7, and then you still feel tired.
So tired, like
so that means
slept enough.
Oh my God, we need to calculate the math. The math is not mathing. Anyways, let's go on a short break. When we get back, we'll continue into our conversation with Miss Tumininu Olufora on sleep, stress, and nutrition.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Welcome back from that break. This is Elder Living on ConsumerHallaTV. Thank you so much for still staying connected to us. And this morning we are talking about sleep, stress, and nutrition with Ms. Tumienu Olufora, a nutritionist in the house. We've been asking her questions, and she has explained how sleep, stress, and nutrition are all in a triangular form, and if one is being removed, it can cause a off-balance situations. Before we went on a break, I said we were going to continue into our question to have more knowledge into what role nutrition plays in sleep and stress. Yeah. So the first question is, I know this can be very unrealistic, but I think we should ask it. Can caffeine and alcohol ever be part of a healthy sleep routine, or should they be avoided completely? You know, some people will say, if I drink alcohol, I will sleep like never before.
Baby,
yeah, like a baby. Like alcohol is now like a medicine. I don't understand. And some people will say if I drink caffeine, I sleep more. But some people say if I drink caffeine, I won't be able to sleep. So what is it about?
Okay, so there are two questions I can pick out from this.
Yeah.
Number one is caffeine bad? Is alcohol bad? I will answer that. And then the second question, is it a healthy diet?
Yeah.
Okay, so when it comes to a healthy diet, there's a level of alcohol and a level of caffeine your body needs.
Really?
Yes. It's a thing. It's a thing. Yes.
Wow. So
there's a particular level that your body needs.
But wait, let me ask. Okay, continue. I'll ask it later.
But it doesn't mean I should go and carry.
Which is which you are now buttressing as scientifically. Sometimes, if it is really recommended, I think you should take a little. Nobody saying you should go and pour a glass of alcohol and start drinking. So somebody said no. We're not saying that here. We're just saying that sometimes just to boost a little bit, just maybe. And even traditionally, some people use alcohol in a form of just medicine, just a form of medicine. And she already mentioned that alcohol is in our fruits already. Some food that we eat, there is alcohol. It doesn't, but they are natural alcohol, not the one that if you take a little bit, you're dancing around. You feel fly. You know, I'm on top of the world. That's not the one we are talking about here. So I understand.
Okay, so and then coming to the second question is,
can it ever be a part of healthy food?
Okay, so for healthy foods, I mean, when it comes to caffeine, taking it in the night doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, that's true.
It's either you're trying to stay awake because
to read.
Caffeine is not going to make you sleep. I'm sorry, whoever told you caffeine is making you sleep, it's not.
Yeah, maybe your body
It's
just
not.
digest
And
it differently.
alcohol is not making you sleep. It is your tiredness. You've played too much because you were drunk and now you're tired.
Oh,
so you are sleeping. The
Because
alcohol
it's
is not what's
true.
making
If
you
you
sleep.
take alcohol, most people that take alcohol, they do their whatever
Everything
display,
they've done, and then as soon
feel
as
like,
they jump the bed, they are
I
off.
think that timeline is deleted from their brain, so they feel like once I take
They
alcohol,
it's just a few
come on,
minutes
I'm
that
sleeping.
No, it's not the alcohol, it's the tiredness. It's what you've done in between that time that is making you tired. So if you're going to take your caffeine, or take it in the morning time. In the morning is okay.
When you are working.
Yes, so that you would have worked it out.
Up, yeah.
Because your body even needs time to rest. And that time it's using to rest is during the night. So imagine if I take alcohol in the night when my body is meant to be resting. What time will I be resting? What time would the organs in my body that are meant to be asleep actually sleep?
That's true.
Overworking themselves, leading to extra health problems.
Issues, yeah.
So when you say, okay, I want to take it, make sure you're taking it before at least 3 hours before you're going to bed. You've finished anything you're doing.
That's true.
When I say anything, I don't mean the alcohol.
Yeah.
I mean your feeding, your food, anything you're doing. If you're taking alcohol at least 6 hours before you're going to bed, that should have been digested. So you're free to do it in the daytime, until at least 2, because even by 10, the thing would have finished from your body. So at least 2, you should have been done with your alcohol and your caffeine.
That doesn't mean that every day you wake up, you want to
You
take
want to
alcohol,
take-
and then by
no.
2 o'clock, I'm stopping it because yes, by 2, it's quite funny. You spoke about cortisol level. I think you said stress help release that particular hormone.
Yeah.
But what's the link, the connection between chronic stress, cortisol level, and weight gain?
So we've spoken about it. I don't know if we spoke about it together or we spoke about it, because we spoke about how binge eating will make you get more
Gain
weight.
Yeah.
Okay, so the hormone cortisol is a stress hormone. It's released when you're stressed.
Yeah.
So that hormone makes you hungry. You eat. I'm still hungry. I eat. I binge it. I eat this one. I eat that one. I bring everything together. I put it on a plate. I eat everything. I'm still hungry. I go and take juice from my fridge. I drink it. I'm still hungry. I go and take a snack from me. I eat it. This is what makes you gain weight. And it's not just one day weight, because I'm telling you, stress is not going to stop today. Just because you have been stressed today, I will not be stressed tomorrow.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not. It doesn't work like that.
I think God give human being everything apart from rest. So because God deprived us of rest, you can never ever be void of stress, which is very funny. That's true.
Okay, so.
But wait. Let me ask you a question. When we talk about stress, because I think I mentioned chronic stress now. It's funny how normally you eat, you get filled up. Is it because of this cortisol releasing in our body? That's why you don't feel full, or you're actually full, but your brain is playing a trick on you?
It could be either of the way. You're actually full and your brain is playing a trick on you because of the hormone.
Okay.
Or it could be the hormone that you've released.
That's what is making you eat.
Is not even making you eat like that, but then your body is too much. It's not even digesting it, but it's just storing it. It's not digesting it. So it's storing it, and then it has the capacity that it's meant to take. It's expanding. And by the time it expands, it gets to a point that you feel full. And then you stop. And then it has reached the expansion level. But it's open space because of that cortisol. And then you eat again.
That's more stress.
Yeah. So you eat until you are now no more hungry, or you are tired of eating. Because I hear people say, oh, they are tired of eating, that they've eaten. You hear cases like, you hear someone say, oh, I am so fat, I'm tired of eating. Like,
but I can't stop.
Today,
Yeah.
but I can't stop eating.
Yeah.
It's because of that.
And I think that's why people opt for gastric bypass, if that's the name, or of the surgery or
that
something,
makes them
they'll
stop
say you
eating.
should half your stomach or half it by 1/4, which I find very. You know, people always say I don't want to eat, but people don't believe them. People say it's a lie, you like food, but the people don't know that it's an illness. It's funny how we can quickly judge people without being in their shoe, without knowing them. But is it only stress that releases these cortisol hormones, or other things can actually release it?
Well, it's a stress hormone, so I don't know if other things could release it, but then I know stress releases it.
But there are other things that make you eat apart from you.
Yeah, oh, definitely. There are other things that make you eat apart from stress.
That's excellent.
But then we're talking about the cortisol, so it's stress related.
That's very good, and that's very sad. But at least we understand what is going on. So, but medically it can be treated.
By God's grace, it should be able to treat. Yes.
Because I think,
and even if you're in that category, they will tell you things that will help you. Like some people will tell you, oh, when you're feeling like eating, just take a fruit, eat the fruit. By the time you finish eating, because fruits make you feel full, you will not even realize that I am actually filled up right now. Not all fruits though, because some fruits are hungry fruits.
I would say I agree, because it's not nice to just keep on eating food.
Yeah,
I'm tired of eating, so your brain will like, I'm full already, you know. It's just like when I say I eat food that are sweet. Like people will say I don't have appetite, but if you see a food that you really like,
you will have the appetite.
But then because
for
you
that
don't like
food.
it, you don't like fruits. Obviously, your brain will be like, I'm full already. So I get
full.
the
Let's leave it.
It's so funny, but let's move away from that particular question. Are there specific foods or drinks that can naturally calm the body and reduce stress before bedtime?
Okay, so there are things that you can use to calm yourself if you're feeling stressed. Like now, you know when you want to go to bed and you see yourself taking tea. When I mean tea, I don't mean your caffeinated tea like your coffee and your. I mean tea milk? As in, yeah, you could take
milk
a warm glass of milk. Because you see, abroad people
don't like
outside,
milk.
that's what I was about to say. You hear people outside saying, "Oh, I'm drinking a warm glass of milk," and then your Nigerians are like, "Why?
No, like, it's even warm. Why is milk warm?"
So,
but
then it actually helps to calm your body. But then if you don't,
do you like warm milk?
Of course not. That's why I would not drink it. I'd rather go for my Milo or my Bonvita.
Thank you.
It's doing the same thing the milk is meant to do for me.
So, I can understand
you could do your Milo.
It's even the fact that the milk is not cold. It is warm. Why is the milk warm? Oh, no, that's disgusting.
I mean, babies take milk, so...
That's baby. That's not a baby. Like I said earlier, we always discuss diets. Nigerian dietary way is actually completely different. You can't tell in Nigeria you wake up in the night, oh yeah, take warm milk.
I take warm milk.
You know,
let me bring a glass of
before
milk.
you go to school as a like maybe like a teenager or maybe like your very young age, come and carry a cup of milk. And I would like carry a cup of milk and be drinking it. I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah.
Oh wow. So milk.
You can take your warm milk if you want to. You can take Milo, Bonvita. There are also some teas, like your chamomile tea, your hibiscus tea.
Your hibiscus.
Yes,
zobo.
The one you make zobo. I don't mean go and take the zobo and drink. I need it leaf.
Okay, let's
put it inside hot water and boil it as tea.
People also put lemon. I think
You can do all those ones. You also have moringa.
Is it true that it makes you smell fresh if you continuously take it?
Everything is too much things are bad for the
because
health.
Just I think the logic is right, because just like fish or other food, you probably smell like that.
I mean,
because
it's a mineral and it should be good for your health.
Yeah,
it's good.
But
then overdoing it is what causes the harm. So you could take your chamomile, your hibiscus. You see other leaves, your moringa, other teas that also help with it.
Green tea, is it good?
Green tea is okay.
Okay. That's very beautiful. I don't know. Every other thing I love. Warm milk, I don't know about it. But let me ask you a question real quick. Like you always say, you're not a doctor, but I feel like probably you should have a knowledge about it. Do you think it's advisable for you to take sleeping pills?
Okay. So unless you've been prescribed sleeping pills by a doctor, I repeat, by a doctor, you should not be taking them.
You know, some people say if I don't take them,
I won't be able to sleep. Go and get a warm glass of something for yourself.
One glass of milk.
A warm glass of something for yourself. You will sleep. Or there's another thing we do in Nigeria. It's not okay. Well, I will say it, but do you know that your Bible makes you sleep?
Read it.
Your Bible.
No,
read it. The devil doesn't want you reading the Bible.
That's true.
You will sleep.
I think I
really does not want you reading. You will sleep.
That's very true. I completely agree.
That sleep that you want, you will force it.
You feel like this is not a storybook. What's going on here? That's actually very true. I agree. So please, if you know you cannot sleep, read the Bible. Or you take 1 glass of milk. Me, I sleep, so I don't need a 1 glass of milk. So let's quickly move away from that now. I'm really enjoying myself on the program today. I don't even know why. How can meal timing, maybe eating late at night impact? We've mentioned it. You've mentioned eating in the afternoon, daytime. Some people wake up to eat in the middle of the night. Do you think it is advisable to wake up?
It's not. But there are sometimes when you're actually very hungry and you wake up and you're like, I am hungry, I need to eat something. Go and take a fruit. Go and take when I say snack,
we don't have fruit
that's what I was about to say. When I say snack, I don't mean you should go and carry 1 plate of everything.
Or maybe like cheese balls.
Or cheese ball and say, oh, this is a snack.
No.
You could look for something small, something light that you know that you're going to be able to digest in 1 hour. Because by God's grace, there's something you'll be able to digest in 1 hour.
Can you digest probably spag or rice in 1 hour?
No.
I still ate spag in the middle of the night.
You cannot digest such in 1 hour. You cannot digest that in 1 hour.
Really?
No.
God, okay. You're Nigerians. What can we digest in 1 hour?
That's the main question. Now, what can we digest in
so
1 hour? I mean, look at all our meals. What is there that can be digested in 1 hour?
Let me just don't wake up and eat.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our Consumer Hala brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Welcome back from that break. We're sorry you had a little bit of breaking transmission. Mr. Minino, before we go this morning, I think we have to leave right now. What simple nutrition habits can help break the cycle of stress, poor sleep, and unhealthy eating?
Okay, so when it comes to nutrition habits, I'll be taking it's also in nighttime because you can do this not only in the day, but also in the night.
Yeah.
The meals you eat as a meal, not as snack, should be balanced. You should make sure that you're eating your balanced diet. Your breakfast, your lunch, and your dinner are balanced. When I say dinner, make sure you're eating dinner before at least 8 o'clock. You should have eaten your dinner. You should have eaten your dinner.
Yeah.
Because you see somebody tell you, oh, eat dinner at 7. You're like, but I'm hungry later.
It's not kind of not realistic.
Yeah, but I'm hungry later. So that's why I said 8.
Yeah.
Because it's not too late and your body can still digest it
before you go to bed.
You go to bed. So yeah, you eating that at that time. And then also like we talked about the teas, you could also drink them to calm yourself before you go to bed.
Okay.
Then consistency is something that is very important.
Yeah.
Your body will get used to something you do every time.
That's true.
Yes. So by the time you do this consistently, you've built it, and then before you know it, oh, that's what you're doing the next day. The following day, it's something you're doing. So yeah, consistency is important.
It's a choice.
When you start it, you lose all the bad habits you follow in food.
Bad habits.
You follow in food, and you come out well.
You know, we always talk about the fact that, oh, during the daytime, the body is working. During the nighttime, the body is resting. What do you think about naps during the daytime? Do you think they are important? Do you think they are necessary? Do you think you can do away with them?
You know, when we say you should take 8 hours of sleep, we don't mean at once.
Hey.
We don't mean at once.
Okay.
You can break it. It doesn't have to be at once. You can break it where you take maybe 2 hours in the afternoon and then the remaining 6 hours later on.
Okay.
But then it
Throughout
doesn't.
the day, it must just be 8 hours.
Should be around that.
Can you exit 8 hours?
I mean, everybody exceeds once in a while. You exceed the 8 hours.
But your body just
feel
good once you take the 8 hours.
That's the time frame for it.
That's very interesting and that's very beautiful. Sleep, stress, and nutrition is something that I really do enjoy on the program. I don't think I've ever laughed this much because of the amount of new information that we get to find out every time we have Mr. Nulifora in the house, and I'm very excited for our next program. It might be it may not be you know, sometimes she'll come for like 3 programs straight and maybe like we have to give her a break, you know. Trust me, it's not easy to always have someone sitting here and every time they're addressing us, but we are always grateful for her. We're always very happy whenever we have her on the program. Thank you so much for joining us on the program this morning. And this is LD Living on ConsumerHallaTV. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, please do so at ConsumerHallaTV. Subscription is absolutely free. Follow us across all our social media platform, Instagram, Facebook, X account at ConsumerHallaTV, where you can drop opinions on what conversation you would like us to talk about. And if you have other questions regarding you having a sleeping pattern that you don't like, or you want to be able to, you know, talk about your nutrition habits a little bit, how you can build a beautiful routine for yourself to have a better future when it comes to your health, please let us know in the comment section, or you go to our DM on Instagram, Facebook, wherever, to actually ask us this question, and we'll be here to answer it for you next week Monday by 11 a.m. when LD Living comes to air. Thank you so much for joining us once again. I'm Kikelomo Ajibola. Bye.
Hello and welcome to another edition of your #1 entertainment show on ConsumerHallaTV. Screen time where you enjoy premium entertainment, and not just entertainment, you get to get informed and, you know, get to know about happenings in the entertainment industry. On this show we have celebrity of the week, interviews, top 5 countdown, and, you know, everything spicy. I am Iremofe Kofoworola, the man clothed in wealth and honor. And if you're a regular viewer of this show, you get to know that I'm not always alone, because definitely a king has to have a queen. So today on the show, as usual, is with the ever amazing, the one and only Kikelomo Ajibola.
Good afternoon, Iremofe.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm good. I mean,
good to have you here.
I guess he forgot to mention movie release update because that's my favorite section. So he doesn't want to talk about it because he doesn't want to talk about it in that aspect because he doesn't want me to feel special. But I am special, and this is the Screen Time on ConsumerHallaTV. Thank you so much for joining us on another beautiful episode of Screen Time on ConsumerHallaTV. I'm Kike Lomo Ajibola, and like he said, whenever it's screen time, it is that time that we have fun and make a lot of noise in the studio.
I mean, it's so interesting. I'm always looking forward to coming on the show. I mean, because I know viewers just have to get entertained. Entertainment is part of life. But today it's different. Very different. Yeah, because I mean, everybody takes pictures. Everybody tries to document moments, and away from the fact that pictures or photographs, they are used for aesthetics and all that. Yes. They create memories. Yeah, documentation. Yes, that you ordinarily might forget sometimes, but when you hold onto that picture, I'm like, oh,
I took this picture these days, like that, and I think Facebook is very good at reminding you of what you look like in 2015, 2010, what you posted. So
and sometimes, it reminds you of growth. Yeah, you understand. This was the way you looked in 2015, in 2025, 10 years now.
Yeah, exactly. You've seen a lot of all those trends on TikTok actually, and even on Instagram. You see people saying, oh, my glow up, just what they look like 10 years ago and now what they look like now. So it's always beautiful to look back at where you've come from, and always also gives a sort of motivation and the fact that you were a resilient human being, you were full of strength, and you were brave and beautiful to the extent that you had to grow to this particular level that you are in today. So documentation of photograph is a very beautiful thing actually. I really agree with it. Not everybody likes to take photographs. Yeah, sure. I'm not a fan of taking photographs, but once now I'm like, okay, let me just take this photograph. I'm like, oh, I took this picture, I took this picture, that. So if you're not a fan of it, that's not an issue, but I know once a while, you will definitely take photographs.
And away from that, it evokes emotion sometimes, probably like we said, it helps to create memories, and probably there was something remarkable about that event or that day. You get to like, oh, so things happened and all that. So photography is a beautiful industry, and it's becoming more competitive and very lucrative. People are making money,
making a lot of money.
Now in Nigeria today and across the globe, we have several photographers and all that. But away from all that, one striking thing about it is that we have those who we can call set photographers, or behind the scene photographers, people who went on movie sets or music video
to
production.
Capture those moments that are really, really essential to the production.
Yeah, and have you ever seen any picture before a movie is released? I'm like, oh,
yeah,
I'm
a lot of
this
them.
movie.
Yeah, a lot of them. We've seen pictures from T-Cam, we've seen pictures from Tribe Called Judah. We've seen pictures of a lot of movies that you'd be like, oh my god. There's one guy, Akim Effect, that did a photograph of Brian Chatter with a buns on his face. People were like, it evoked a lot of emotion. People were anticipating that particular movie. So we've seen a lot of pictures like that. I'm like, okay, I really want to see this movie now because of this kind of picture that I saw from the movie set. So yeah, we've seen a lot of them.
Interesting. And today we have a photographer with us in the studio who is going to do more justice to what it feels like to be a behind the scene photographer and to be a photographer generally. So you want to know who he is. He's no other person than Olanrewaju Olubokola Abimbola, fondly known as Ozone, who is a Lagos-based photographer whose creative journey started in 2017 after several years of pursuing photography as his passion. His lens has captured moments on acclaimed movie and music video sets. Interesting one, I mean.
Very interesting.
So guys, join us as we welcome our guest for today.
Exactly.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, he is no other person than the one and only Olubukola Olanrewaju Abimbola, known as Ozone. You are welcome to the show today.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
And I mean, like you said, you love being behind the scene, and I quite understand that with some photographers that I've known and others. So I would want to ask then, what really motivated you to choose photography as a profession or as a career, that you know that you just wanted to invest so much into it? Because at the time you began, it might not have been so probably as lucrative as now.
No, it wasn't.
And probably less competitive. But now, you know, we have many photographers and all that. So what really like gave you that knack for storytelling through the world of photography?
I think it's my big brother. My big brother was a photographer, or is a photographer, because a photographer is always a photographer. He is not actively doing photography anymore, so that's why I used to was. So he was always shooting, and I always loved it. The idea of him, you know, just capturing moments through his camera. So I had a small camera in secondary school, so it was just for passion. I was always shooting inter-house sports and social nights and all that, so I was always just shooting. And then after my school, I started doing paid employment, like I got a job. But you know, when you're just not happy doing something, it's just not there. Like I wasn't feeling it. So I had to resign at some point, and I decided to go into photography. So all I needed was just to get a professional camera. So, and you know, I decided to seek for help from people. Yeah, so I was able to get my first camera basically. And then
What was your first camera?
It's Canon 60D. That was my first camera. And then the talent was there already, because I feel like every other form of art, you need to have, you can learn photography, but storytelling is a talent. You know, so I think I had the talent for storytelling, and moments that people would always overlook or miss, I would just see like, oh, this thing is going to be very great if I captured it. And then so it helped me that right from my very first shot, I started going viral. Like right from my very first shot, like people started liking my photos and everything. Just like, oh, I love what this thing is saying. You know, I could take a picture of a lizard on a fence and then it will, you know, still go viral and everything. So people just always loved, and then it motivated me to go into it professionally. Yeah, so basically.
you know that it's always good to kind of get into the background of what exactly prompted somebody to want to choose the profession they are in. Yeah, passion is there. You also, I think you mentioned that it may not have been as lucrative.
Yes.
And did you ever even think that it was going to be this lucrative?
No.
It's so funny.
No, to be very honest, like I just felt like, what was that thing I could do, you know, that would be easy on me while I'm still making money. You get what I'm saying? Because I liked it anyway. So and I had you get what I'm saying? So I felt like, oh, let me go into it. And I could remember my first models, I paid them for the photo shoot.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Like I begged for money. Like, hey, I want to get like 5 models. We went to the beach, and then you know I give them 5,000 there.
And that must have been
That was like 2017.
It's
2017. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's actually very nice. And which beach? Is it like the beach?
No, was it? I think it was Takwa Bay.
Takwa Bay. So you took.
We took.
Oh my god! You must have loved photography.
For passion,
I can't. Oh my god!
You know?
I think you spoke about the fact that there's some things that you see that maybe some ordinary people, ordinary eyes. Let me not say ordinary people. You all are special. Like maybe ordinary eyes would say, let me just overlook it, but you look deep into like, okay, this would actually make a good photography. So what actually makes those kind of pictures very unique to you? How do you determine that, okay, this is exactly what, like a lizard on the fence, everybody can see this? So how do you take those pictures?
Your inner eyes.
Like what? Like, you must be an oracle for you to know this picture is going to be nice, and then from the first picture you were going viral, so you must actually know your onions.
Yeah, I think there are
three things that always make photographs exceptional. And I think apart from the authenticity, which comes along with training, I think emotions should actually be a part of your photographs. Like when you look at somebody and then you feel like if you shoot this moment, if someone sees it, how are they going to interpret it in the next 20 years? Are they still going to get the story behind it? Because like if it's a smile, if it's a cry, if it's a frown, like you just want to take it and then make sure that it is, you know, that emotion is visible for anybody that is looking at it. And then the third thing, like I said, talent. You get it? Like there is people that learn, like 3 people can learn under you, and at the end of the day they are taking different shots, and then you know different stories. They are just telling it differently. I could say to tomorrow, I could talk to tomorrow about this particular thing, but because of
you always say ability and ability is kind of different. Very something like it is inbuilt. That's a talent, but something you can learn, like your ability to be able to actually learn this thing and just shoot it. So I get where he's saying that your skill and also your talent has to come together for you to be able to be a good photographer that tells a story behind every photo that they click. Very beautiful.
I mean, photography is a beautiful form of art. It's a powerful storytelling that you know
evokes a lot of
I mean, you are seeing these pictures and it reminds you of so many things. Now let's now relate that to movie sets. Because we are trying to look at it, because not every photographer is a still set photographer. Not everybody can not everybody because not everybody can actually take moments on during movie production or music video. You have captured moments during music video production, movie sets and all that. So what role does a BTS photographer play in the promotion of movies?
Very important role, and it's very good for PR and for promotion basically. And then you need to tell the story of the movie's journey. You get what I'm saying? Like the viewers would see the finished product, but the directors and the producers, they want to see the BTS. Like they love it. So usually the BTS is more for the people on the set than the viewers or the
what they've gone
you get what I'm saying? So it's about we are on this project, but we also need somebody to document our journey on this project, and then it is left for the producer to either let you see the BTS or not, and when you get to see the BTS, so it is left to them, to be very honest.
I think BTS is a powerful,
I mean, it should be a department on it.
It is.
Because I do love to see BTS. Chinaya Inebe, she actually do documentaries. She's a vlogger. As part of that, she's an actress. She actually does vlog on our channel. So, and I feel like vlog is actually BTS of your life, behind the scene of what people cannot see.
But just emotion.
Yeah, just emotion. But she actually does do BTS of almost every scene, almost every YouTube scene. You know, she does more of YouTube videos. Now she's crossing into cinema movies, which I'm very proud of her for that. But when she actually does this, it might be as long as the movie, but most people watch even the BTS
more than the movie.
People like
I enjoy it.
You see a lot of
because I want to see that creative process.
Are you serious? It's always very beautiful. So I think it's not only for people that are
not just produce that. I enjoy it because
sometimes
To Kill a Monkey. It was one of those pictures that I saw, of it, that I was like, okay, I'm interested in several movies, even before you came on board. Now we are talking about how sometimes you see these pictures and we are motivated to see the movie, like what's going to happen in this movie, because normally it's evoking emotion in us. Please let us see.
Please, I think I love the fact that Uchenna Obunabo now is now shooting BTS of scenes that didn't make it into the movie.
Exactly.
He's putting it out now. Okay, scenes that didn't make it. So it's another form of making money, another way of making people say, I want to go and see. Why did these people do this? It's like a form of controversy.
And people are drawn to vulnerabilities. The thing is, people want to see the mistakes that you made. Like for instance, now if you say a multi-billionaire who is always prim and proper, and then one day the person just shows himself in a bathrobe, just slippers, and then you are just like, so you can be like this.
Exactly.
So you would pictures like that and videos like that, you see them having series of views and countless of like
it's form of promotion.
Exactly.
You don't actually need to create a bunch of promotion. Your BTS alone is a powerful storytelling for the audience. I really love BTS. It's not for you alone. Please drop that BTS. Drop it for her.
Interesting. So you worked on a movie set that, I mean, the movie is not out anyway. You don't know if it's going to be a movie or series or anything.
You cannot say the name of the movie.
I mean, we can. I think we can even.
No, you can.
We can. Find him is Oscar Iman.
Yeah.
Kemi Adetiba's husband produced the movie, and in fact, when I saw some of those, pictures, because the trailer is out, I watched it and I'm like, okay, this thing, we really need to see behind the story of how this masterpiece was created and all that. So how was it like for you working on that huge project? Because I mean, if I would just come and I'm ready. It's such a big set. So how was the experience like for you?
I feel like that particular project was a life-changing experience, and the reason I called it life-changing is in terms of what I was able to learn on set. You get like I always knew whatever I knew, you get what I'm saying, but on that set the cinematographer was actually even teaching me more about how I could get the best out of my BTS photography. You get, and he was just doing it without even thinking about it, and I'm like, yeah, I always knew this. It's a South African, and I always knew this, but I didn't know it. No, Motio. I think Motio. Yeah. So it was like, just take it this way. When I'm shooting, you stay here, and then whenever you're working with somebody on a project like this, do this and do that. So basically, it was a life-changing experience for me in terms of what I know about BTS photography. But that aside, on a project like that, you want to actually the director and the Oscar was the director and producer basically, and then you want to go into their mind to know what they would want for. So working with somebody that brilliant was challenging because I was always falling short. You get what I'm saying? Like you would think, oh God, I've done this. This is great, and then you show Oscar. Oscar was just like, no, you should do it this way, and I'm like, God. And then I'll go back to the drawing board, the art director. So basically, it kept me on my toes. It was more challenging than fun for me. Like I was almost crying at some point. Like, who sent me?
I wanted to just ask the emotional part too. We see movies, and some movies evoke a lot of emotions.
Yeah.
Is it the same with you people too on set? If you are shooting some particular scene?
Yeah. Basically, you need to be professional enough to not get too caught up in the emotional aspect of it, because you're there to work. Yeah. It's like you're on a set, and then it's a comedy show, and then you're laughing. You can't laugh.
Oh my God.
Even if you want to, like, you just can't. Like, you need to be able to separate yourself from whatever is going on set, and then just make sure you are delivering your work as much as possible. And it can be very challenging because, first of all, lighting can be an issue because the mood of the scene has to be intact, and then you as a photographer need to find a way to take it without using a speed light or whatever, and still make very good photos. And then you need to be able to move around without making any sound, because mics can pick the smallest of noise. They don't even put on air conditions. You get what I'm saying? Because they want that silence. So you as a photographer, BTS photographer, you want to get all the scenes. Why not distracting anybody and not making any noise? So it can be very tasking and interesting.
I love that. It's very interesting. I would always love to be on a movie set. I don't want to be in front of the camera, even though I'm actually here in front of the camera. I think when it comes to movie, I would love to enjoy whatever is going on behind
the scene.
It's always very beautiful to see it from afar than you being in it, because I feel like people that have seen it from afar enjoy it even more than you, because they can see a lot of what you guys are doing. And I want to ask a very, very important question. You are there as a photographer, but maybe some little errors go wrong, and you can see it. Maybe the director or somebody, it was like an oversight for them. It's not like they are not professional, but I think everybody is bound to make mistakes. Do you think you could make an input? Is it normal for you to make an input and say, oh, this is what you guys are actually missing here?
No.
You can't make an input.
Capital no.
Why?
The reason is, when you're trying to make a movie, it's not only the director that is in charge. There is a script, and then the script is in the hands of the continuity people. Now I think that's the job of the continuity people, and then the continuity people can easily, they are looking at what is going on, and then correlating it with what is in front of them. If you make any mistakes, they are the ones to, hey, yeah, you made a mistake here. If it is wardrobe, they are going to call the wardrobe department, go and fix it. If it is makeup, they will call it. So I think they are professional enough to always call that, but not you as a photographer.
I know. I'm just, do you know what I'm saying? Because we see a lot of errors in movies. I feel like if somebody, maybe another person has cited, because you said like the capital no, that you don't interfere, which I understand just because of check and balances, you should not interfere. But I feel like if you are, as a normal person, I'm on a set and I'm seeing probably maybe the cup is different from the way they placed it and the continuity missed it.
You could tell the continuity.
Exactly what I'm saying.
You could tell the continuity.
Please tell. Oh my god.
So I feel like if you saw that, the continuity is like all of you are like
together.
Together.
Like, okay,
you could easily like if
sorry sir, something is missing, and like they should be able to reason because we're seeing a lot of it. I'm like, okay, maybe you should not just leave everything into the hands of the continuity. Everybody's bound to make mistakes. We're all human. It may be a subtle mistake, but it could distract the whole agenda of the movie.
Exactly.
So somebody else is actually seeing it. Why not just call you and say, sorry sir, I think
the point I'm just trying to make is that you cannot tell the director.
No.
You can tell the continuity and be like, oh, I think you missed this. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. And you get what I'm saying? The way the continuity can easily say, oh, that moment, don't miss it. You get what I'm saying? So we can actually communicate to ourselves about what we should do as crew members. I think,
think if we tell director now, make director be like, continuity, you don't know what you're doing.
No.
I mean, this is really interesting. So you've worked with many brands, with celebrities. I've seen pictures taken by sometimes. I mean, I've always told myself one day Ozone is going to pay. When I have that money, So, what has been the most remarkable experience you've had with any brand or any set you've been on? Which one has been the most remarkable for you?
Easily finding Messiah, to be very honest. Easily finding Messiah. And then Brian Okora and Tacha.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Because I have had the longest working relationship with Brian.
Yeah, I know.
I started photography professionally in 2017. I started working with Brian in 2018. Up until now. You get what I'm saying? And he has introduced me to a lot of his friends, and I've worked with a lot of people from there. So Brian, one corner first. You get what I'm saying? And then finding Messiah too, because of what it was able to teach me for that couple of months. And then with Tacha is a whole different experience, because with Tacha it taught me how to bring the international storytelling into what the local people also want. Like I worked with Moet and Chandon and then gave them what they wanted, and I'm working with No Leave No Transfer brand of Tacha, and then I'm still trying to what I did for Moet and Chandon, how can I do it for Tacha in a smaller scale or in a scale that befits our brand?
So
you know what I'm saying?
Tacha is doing a Guinness World Record very soon.
Yeah.
Are you going to be the one to take the picture?
I don't know. There is no comment about that.
That is interesting. Now let's look at it. You're a man of many parts. You're a father, husband, and a professional photographer. So how are you able to juggle all of these things to strike a balance without one affecting the other?
Yeah, for me, I think you need to go back to what your motivation is in the first place. When you remember that, you would always know where your alliances and your allegiance should be. And my motivation is my family. I work because of them. So basically, when I'm not on the system editing, I'm trying to spend as much time as possible with my kid and, at home. You get, so when I'm not working, I'm always at home. Like my friends hardly see me. You get, I hardly go anywhere at all, because I want to just see me as much as possible. You get, I think for me, I just always remember that I do everything for them. You get,
that's
so that's just it.
So there's no, that is just work, family. Social life is
a little bit. I'm lucky because my job takes me to places, and I'm while working I'm still social at the same time. You get what I'm saying? So
that's true. You talk a little bit about lucrativeness of the business. I know most people will not want to answer how much or how you people,
especially someone that's looking for Oscar.
I understand. Exactly, I understand. I'm not going to put you on the boss. So let's just say, on a scale of 1 to 10, rate the lucrativeness of photography right now, like presently in Nigeria?
It's dicey. Do you know why?
Why?
Because it's not a black and white answer.
Okay.
The photography itself is very lucrative. I'm not going to lie.
Nice.
On a scale of 1 to 10, I could say 8. Yeah. But the thing is, photography money goes back into photography because of the gadgets.
Okay.
You know, so a lot of times you see a lot of photographers doing a lot and making a lot, but not still having a lot. Okay. Because
you have to upgrade.
You get what I'm saying? Apart from upgrading, if anything has issues, to even fix it, you are thinking in the thousands or hundreds of thousands to get them fixed. And then you're like, oh, yesterday I had like almost $1 million, and then today 80K or maybe 200K. You get what I'm saying? So it's lucrative on its own, but I wish that maybe, you know, the gadgets could, you know, something could happen and then the gadgets would just, so to now make the profit margin a little wider, you know, so that's just all I can say. But if you are talking about what clients are ready to pay for photography, it can be huge.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Now, Nigerian photography, people take pictures in Paris, people take pictures on runways and every other thing. Very short and precise. What do you think the future of photography in Nigeria is going to look like, or is looking up to?
Yeah, this is why I always say that, you know, talent would excel at the end of the day. And do you know why? We have AI doing a lot of things now, and then whenever people come to me and be like, yeah, photography doesn't have a future, oh, AI, it's like, I'm like, yeah, photography itself is going to advance with technology. You get what I'm saying? Because what photography is now is not what it used to be before the internet. Now the internet came, cameras started having Wi-Fi and everything. What makers of cameras are doing is to integrate AI into photography. And then whatever AI is able to do on its own, a photographer can do more with a camera and AI. You get what I'm saying? Because now the human what can I call it, interference, you can't take it away from photography because of that storytelling that has to be authentic, and it has to have the human integration. You get, so you are the one to tell the, even if you want to get the best out of AI, a photographer will get better out of AI than a normal person.
That's very
so
interesting.
that's just,
we've been having beautiful discussions, and I know I've learned a lot. Fair has learned a lot, and people watching us also, they've probably picked one or two things. For anyone that wants to go into photography, I know you hearing him speak, you already know the kind of angle and how you're going to be able to make the work, and also the money you are making is probably going to go back into the gadget. So, but then before we leave, because we have to leave right now, it's already time up, we play games on the program. Game of, in 3 words, give us 3 words that describe yourself. Just 3 words.
Meticulous.
Okay.
Hardworking.
Oh, I expected that.
Happy.
Oh,
yes.
Always smiling. Thank you so much.
I really
welcome.
had a very happy moment today.
Yeah.
Making me smile too, and I'm quite sure if you'd want you back on the show, you definitely come back.
I got you.
And thank you for
I would.
for everything you showed up for us. Just really mean a lot to us. Okay, guys, this is that point where we go on a quick break, but don't go anywhere because screen time continues.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHallaTV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. In case you are just joining us, this is Screen Time, your entertainment show on ConsumerHallaTV. And earlier before the break, we had award-winning photographer Ozone, who was on the show today, Olanrewaju Olubukola. And I mean, it was quite interesting speaking with him.
Exactly.
Yeah, because he shed more light on what it means to be a photographer in the real sense and how pictures of photographs can capture moments, that it can always be memorable to us and all that. So that was really insightful.
Very, very insightful. It shed a lot of light into what photography is and how also it can impact promotion in the lives of
when it comes to movies.
When it comes to movies, especially with people seeing the behind the scene pictures and how it can captivate them into watching the movie. And like I said earlier on, that some pictures that you will see online and you'll be like, oh, what's going on? Like, how exactly do you achieve this picture? Especially that one of Ibrahim Chatta, with him having a burnt mark created by Akim Effect. It was a really beautiful picture that created a lot of controversy, especially on Facebook. People were saying all sort of things. His house got burnt, he was burnt, like very unrealistic. I'm like, okay, this is just a movie. And for a picture to create that much of a controversy, then it is very, very important in whatever they are doing when it comes to production and creating memories for movie. And he said it earlier on that even it may not necessarily be for the fans, but it is very beautiful for the producers, for the directors, and for the cast to see the kind of journey they've been through to make that masterpiece. I can see T-Cam, even though we didn't get a lot of BTS, a lot of pictures from T-Cam when T-Cam was being produced. After T-Cam was dropped and these celebrities started posting their behind the scenes on the post, I could remember Omeche's post, I was talking about the fact that she was so happy to be on the set. Sunshine Razman's post about whatever was going on, Michael Ejo, Bimbo Akintola's post, all of their posts were really beautiful, and it even made people want to actually see what the movie is actually all about. So even after production, even after everything, even after the post-production, the after effect of a photograph is a very powerful one for the fact that for T-Cam it played a key role for when the celebrities started posting the pictures. You can kind of like, oh wow, this was all the makeup, everything, all the hairs that she did. Oh, Sunshine. There was a lot of BTS from mine. It was very, very beautiful. I didn't know who took those pictures, whether it was other people, whether it was from our own phone. Regardless, they were very beautiful.
Interesting one, and also it even makes you who appreciates art, you as a fan, it makes you appreciate what they've done more, because when you see the behind the scene, because sometimes even if it's as videos, then you can get to sometimes when what we see on screen and we criticize, it's a lot deeper, a lot of sweat, blood, that a lot has really gone into that production. So it's a whole lot, and kudos to all photographers out there who is doing something beautiful that we can always hold on to. Also, in the light of celebrating photographers, we are looking at our top 5 countdown for the week. We are looking at photographers that, like we said earlier on, the industry is now competitive. Very competitive. And many people are coming up, and we have seasoned photographers who over the years they've really captured images that you can always say these things for years you are still going to be talking about it. But generally we are looking at top 5 photographers whose works have really spanned across television, documentary, film, and we've seen that behind the scenes. We've seen even photographs they've captured through their lenses that we know that they're very beautiful. So coming on number 5 spot today is no other person than Adiola Olagunchu. An amazing photographer, visual storyteller. Pictures are always amazing. Very beautiful. They are very memorable. They are documentary, historical. Very historical to the essence that you can just look at a picture you took probably like 20 years ago, like, oh wow, this picture. In fact, we've seen a lot of people comparing their mom picture with themselves and how much they look alike in their teens, and they're also in their teens. A lot of beautiful things to be able to compare what your family look like and what you look like at the current moment because of photography, which is a very, very beautiful one. And number 2, we have Prince Mason. I think it's very interesting to be able to just capture picture, but it is more beautiful to be able to capture picture and also tell stories
through these pictures, you know. It's not just about picking your phone, capturing your picture. You could see a lot of people who say, oh, if your picture is looking like this, if you think you're not photogenic, that means you're not taking the pictures right. So how do these celebrities and photographers get these pictures, angles really beautiful, and how do they make it so convincingly nice for people to love it regardless of whatever they're actually taking? It's very beautiful. We're talking about him just taking a picture from like of a lizard on a fence. I'm like, what's so special about like is the way I would take that picture. That's how it's going to resonate with you in the next 20 years, which I find very fascinating.
Interesting one. I mean, it just makes me remember when I wanted to consider photography. Maybe I wasn't called to be a photographer, you know. But I mean, when I was talking about, I mean, and after the when it was on the show, he was talking about the aperture. I remember aperture, ISO. I mean, I can't remember what their functions are. But I mean, it's not easy. It's not easy. Then coming on number 3 spot is Emmanuel Oyeleke. This is another amazing photographer whose pictures you see, it's like somebody has breathed life into a form of static. Yeah, you understand, and you're like, wow, this is beautiful. You know, there's some pictures you see and like, what? It looks so heavenly. It looks so magnificent. It looks so whatever word you want to use. So I mean, that's another amazing photographer.
I think it's very funny if we don't call this particular name in the list of photographers in
Let me adjust.
Nigeria. It's quite funny how we wouldn't actually call this person's name. I don't know how this person ended up as our number 2. It has to be Mufe's work, not mine. T.Y. Bello. Oh my god. I think
the man is great.
His name is Bell.
Her name is just like everywhere.
Like very beautiful. Like, you know, when we talk about, it's different for, what would I say? Let's say, you know, gender plays a very key role in whatever we are doing in life. And when it comes to audio, photography, you know, music production is a very gender-based dominated area. And to see a particular gender doing a lot of work in that aspect, I don't think I could give this particular person credit enough for what exactly she's doing. Very beautiful, very fantastic.
I mean, Bello, with all due respect, ma, she's so amazing. She has been in the game, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I think her husband also is a photographer.
Well, the funniest thing, her husband is not even known. That is so.
I don't know if she's one. I don't know if I'm mixing it, but there was a time I saw 2 photographers. They were also popular. I don't know if she's the one, so I don't want to be better.
Yeah, T.Y. Bello, you know, with her afro, I mean, she has a signature over the past years, and it has not changed a bit. Her afro, her rings, her way of dressing, and she's so beautiful. She was the one that discovered Jumoke, the bread seller.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, during her shoot then, and you know, it's just the picture till tomorrow will be like, wow, this is beautiful. And you know, she's doing so well, and she's also a musician. She sings.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, she sings. I mean, she has done so well for herself. T.Y. Bello is an amazing photographer, and it's also interesting to know that this woman has also nurtured. She has also groomed younger photographers who look up to her. Yeah, I mean, being in the industry for like 2 days. When it comes to BTS, I think there was a time I can't remember the particular movie for Muabudu, Ebony Life. She captured the behind the scene photograph, behind the scene moments for Ebony Life, and the pictures were, I can't remember that particular movie. So she's doing, when it comes to behind the scene, when it comes to photography generally. So, and she was the official photographer for the then president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan. She was the official photographer then. I mean, she's doing well.
So number 1, I think I'll leave it to you.
Number 1 also is, I mean, he's a man of when it comes to photography itself. I mean, if there was a word like evolution of photography in Nigeria, Kelechi Amadiobi is one photographer that, I mean, this man is a legend. The same way we have legends when it comes to movies, music. In Nigeria, Kelechi Amadi is I mean, is there any celebrity that he has not captured? I mean, he has captured many celebrities, and just like T.Y. Bello too, he has been in the game for years, and he has also nurtured younger photographers who look up to him. I mean, he's doing quite well, and there was the time he captured Omotola Jolade Kehinde. You know, I mean, his pictures are
very beautiful.
Beautiful.
Now, I think this is one of my most favorable section in the program, and I really, really love it. It's that time of the day, celebrity of the week. And you know how we did on the program. I don't think we need to do any drum roll today because you know how we do it. Whenever we have a guest in the studio, somebody that took their time to come to our studio, that person has to be given all the accolades. Like this particular human being was a breath of fresh air. Like he said, I love to smile a lot.
Yeah. He's a happy person.
He's a happy soul.
Very happy.
His smile was very contagious. I think all through our interview with him, we're all like our teeth were like shining. This man just brought this kind of happiness in the studio and it was really beautiful. So I will let you do the honor.
So I mean, so I'll go to that one now. All right, it's not that person than Olarewaju Olubukola, fondly known as Ozone. Ozone Lens. You know, I love that name. And it's someone that I said it to him earlier on. I can't wait for him to capture. I mean, when I was sitting in the studio and he captures me, because I mean, his pictures are always.
Do you know one thing? The ozone makes me want to remember ozone layer. Beautiful.
You know, ozone normally when anything that is related to that is always breathtaking.
Yeah, breathtaking.
You know, when you see a picture and it's breathtaking, like, what?
This is it.
I mean, I remember
your heart will drop into your stomach.
I remember the first time I saw his pictures. I mean, his work of art, and it was really nice. And this is general. I want to say that people, when they take your pictures, try to pay them. Anything that has to do with work of art, generally. It could be music, it could be anything.
Just take a picture. You could have given your friend your phone to take a picture. Especially me, if you give me.
If
you give me your phone to take a picture, I'm gonna take rubbish. Just trust me.
Seriously, it's not easy to be a photographer. Talk less of being a professional photographer.
The one that actually has the highs for it.
You understand, and you know they come on your sets, they take BTS, whatever it is, and someone was arguing one time that if, for instance, you are a photographer, I'm your client, and I come to you, I pose, and I do all of that, and the pictures were taken. At the end of the day, who is original owner, or who are we going to attribute copyright or owner to? Is it me that I'm your client?
If I'm paying you, if I'm paying you, I think I'm the owner of the picture, because a movie producer doesn't do too much. I'm just paying you, but I'm the owner of the movie because it's my money that's making you do the work. So I'm paying you for the service. You didn't just snap me for free.
Yeah, so you are saying it's me, not the photographer.
That's you are rendering a service to me.
But in the long run, it's just like music too. It's like, it's art. Even if somebody is paying you, at the end of the day, the copyright attribution is to the person who created the work, because I'm used my intellect. Intellectual.
I don't think it's an intellectual property that I already bought. You didn't give it to me for free. If I pick your intellectual property without your consent, that's another thing entirely. You don't understand? If probably Davido is buying a music, nobody's going to come and claim it. Only if they have an agreement that the agreement is that the song later on in the future you can claim it as yours.
But you know that if you take pictures now, you can always attribute that work of art to that particular photographer, because in the long run, even if you pay for it, I mean, the attributions to the copyright still remains the fact that it is the intellectual property of that photographer, not you.
Nobody is saying that, but the person cannot claim copyright. Can say intellectual property, but the person cannot claim copyright. I'm not the one that took my picture now, so definitely it's your own creativeness. But as long as I am paying you for that service, you are giving that service to me totally. It's like you saying, oh, my great grandfathers are the owner of this land now, and then I came to, yes, the name your grandfather are the owners is in your lineage to say, oh, I sold this land to this person. Does that mean that after I've paid you, you come and claim the land? I mean, I've gotten it from you. That doesn't mean that you forever be the owner of the land. That's what I'm trying to say. That if you actually are rendering a service to somebody, you are already selling that service out. You can see, if I choose, that is why you see that sometimes you might take a picture from a photographer and they will not attribute the picture to the photographer. Do you know why? Because the agreement was like, I pay you, you go your way, I go my way. The pictures are mine. No photographers can ever come and say, give me back my picture. I paid you. It's only when I don't pay you that you can come and tell me that this is my picture because you didn't pay for it, you didn't pay for the service. But if I feel like, okay, I want to, you see most of them will say collaborations, let me collaborate with you, I will tag you. Why do you think some of them will take picture and they will not tag? Because do you think the person doesn't want to be known? Because the agreement was like, I'm paying you off totally. You cannot come and claim. There are a lot of celebrities that they are writing music for. Who else? Who can come? You can only say I wrote this song. You cannot say I am the owner. Now you wrote a song for the video. You wrote a song for probably Whiskey and Star. Who, if the song start making money, what are they going to be paying the money for? To not you that wrote the song. It's the person that sang the song because they already paid you. Assuming you guys have a contract that said, or a legal binding that said that once the song is out, our deal is going to be for both of us. There was a story that actually broke out. Thank you for this particular conversation that you just brought. The story broke out recently about a Disney character, a black American guy, I guess. I don't know if it's UK or black American, I think it was related to Disney. When they came with the idea of the boy was going to be like a voice singer, I think is it Ariel? I can't remember the name of this. I don't want to mix it up. So when they told the mother that they're going to pay, I think $200 million, like forever. Like once they pay her that $200 million, she doesn't have a claim. Her son that is, but he was young then. Her son doesn't have a claim to the movie. Doesn't have anything. The woman declined it. $2 million. Sorry, $2 million is a lot of money then, even till now. But to say, she said no, she doesn't want.
No.
She doesn't want it. That she only wants that any money they make. She collected $100,000 US dollars then for the first work. She now said them her son will forever have a royalty.
Yeah.
To the song for the rest, to the movie for the rest. So every cent. Lion King, even this that's the name of the movie. Even the movie now came out to now be a blockbuster movie.
Mm-hmm.
So assuming she has signed that contract to say that okay, it's your son that actually did this voiceover, but we already paid you off. Do you think it's not intentional? It's not her son's intentional property because she know the law that if I've already gotten paid off, my son doesn't have any royal dues. But now till the rest of the boy's life, no matter the cent they make on the movie, the boy must collect an allowance.
That's the place of royalty on all of these things. I just want the fact that when it comes to copyright laws, when it comes to copyright infringement, when it comes to a lot of these things, okay, I paid for you, you work for me, or when it comes to the work of art generally, there needs to be protection for the creatives generally in every sector. Creatives are going through a whole lot that they don't come out to say. You understand? Be it photographers, producers, songwriter, anything. I mean, but today you just specifically to say that we see your works, and we appreciate all that you do.
I think you should just go for whatever is best for you. If you want to forever be attributed to that particular thing, sign a contract. If you want to get paid off, if the money is enough for you, get paid. Don't come also to come and, because some of them can come and say, it's my song, it's my this, my that. You already rendered the service. It's your intellectual property, but they paid for that intellectual property. It wasn't gotten for free. So I think that's one. Let's make it. But when it comes to abuse, insult, creatives really do go through a lot. So we need to step aside and think of what will pay us in the long run. You know, if you don't do that, you're going to just get mixed up in whatever we are doing. And people will call you and say, I want collaborations, I'm not going to pay for it. If it works for you, if you feel like you need the attention from other people, because the person already has the platform, go for it. But if you know that it's not going to work out for you in the long run, don't even try to start it, because there's a lot of hassle that comes with working with big people in any society. You know, most of them feel like I have a immunity because I am this particular person. You should be able to do it for me. You're not indented to anybody. You are indented to how you want to take your work in progress and how you want to take your work forward, actually. So I think we already mentioned our celebrity of the week, which is Ozone Lens, and we're very appreciative of the fact that he came, even with the amount of circumstances surrounding everything, he was still able to come to the studio to actually answer to us, which we are very grateful for. Now let's move to my favorite part of the program.
Yeah.
New movie release updates. This week, oh my god. Remember, you thought you were overwhelmed with movies.
You say?
You thought you were overwhelmed with movies before.
before.
Yeah.
This week was a whole lot of new. Oh, what? Everybody was just dropping back to back to beautiful stories that you be like, what is going on? And I really, really did enjoy myself, and I'm so happy that these movies came on, and there were a lot of beautiful stories that was here. Number one, we have Across the Borders by Ruth Kadri 247 featuring Desert the Great, Syrian Martins. I feel like that really was in almost every movie this week.
Yeah. On the matter
earlier
during Best Weekend and when talking about the movies, there's how I was like, is that
season? It was just his week. It was just his week. Like, it was in
that is
almost
nice
every movie. I'm like, what is going on? I love me a little bit of that, but it wasn't. I'm like, okay, can we just move away from this? But I'm very happy that we got to play key significant roles in all of these particular movies. Across the Borders by Ruth Kadri 247 featuring Desert the Great, Syrian Martins. The movie is a beautiful story. Very, I married wife for you from village. It did not go well. The love late. It was just a beautiful story. You want to watch it, please go. And you know when Syrian is playing this particular roles, it is a very, very beautiful one. Another one is Recipe for Trouble on Sonia Uche TV. If Sonia is playing the role of a maid, of a girl that doesn't know how to speak English, you know that you are in for a laugh. This girl is so funny, I'm telling you.
She's amazing.
Very amazing lady, beautiful, I'm telling you. Featuring Sonia Uche and also Deza the Great. I'm like, what's going on?
Sonia is even an amazing actress. I haven't watched her in Arike.
Yeah.
And I know that.
We've spoken about Arike before, so if you haven't seen Arike, please go see Arike. A very beautiful one like that. Another one that we have here is Love on the Street on Morisam TV, starring Teniola Aladeshe Morisam. And this particular story is a very beautiful one, talking about the fact that if you actually don't value yourself, a man will probably not value you. It kind of took a while for us to understand that I don't think this man really loves me. Let me give him the space to rethink whatever he was thinking. And some men can actually be confused. So I think giving them space will also make them realize that they're about to do something. I'm very happy that this movie came to a very beautiful point, and Morisam was able to understand what was going on in his life. You could love somebody and always let them go for your own sanity, but it's a very beautiful story. Please go watch Love on the Street on Morisam TV. Teniola Aladeshe did a very fantastic one here. Now, can you imagine seeing Lateef Adedimeji on Uchenna Obunabo TV? Can you imagine that? It was so beautiful. I'm like, when I first saw it, I'm like, okay. But he played a role of a Igbo man, because you know he's very good with his Igbo nation. He can make you laugh. No Vacancy, that's the name of the movie, on Uchenna Obunabo TV, featuring Lateef Adedimeji and Oyin Alex. If it's Oyin Alex is my babe, my girl. She's so good. I love her so much. No Vacancy on Uchenna Obunabo TV, featuring Lateef Adedimeji and Oyin Alex. Very beautiful love stories, but families almost tore them apart. Where Forever Begins, another one on Omoni Oboli TV. Where I would review movies. I recommend a movie for
as in the queen, the queen of YouTube. One of the reigning queens of YouTube.
I don't know why I want to put Ruth Kadri, because Kadri.
Yeah, that was I said, one of the reigning queens
so like exactly
YouTube, you know.
Where Forever Begins on Omoni Oboli TV, featuring Daniel Etim Effiong and Cynthia Clark.
Amazing actors together.
This movie is emotional. It is love infused, family oriented, very beautiful story. Where Forever Begins on Omoni Oboli TV on YouTube. Go check that out quickly. Another one is Unspoken Scars on Biodun Stephen TV, featuring Michael Zappa. And Sophie Alakija, my two favorite human beings.
I mean,
I love.
If they were a couple, I mean.
I love this story. I love the way this story ended. I love the way Biodun Stephen writes her stories. Like, you cannot probably predict the ending of this story, because you'll be like, you already know what's. But I feel like you may not likely predict
the ending of this particular story. Unspoken Scars on the other Stephen TV. It ended the way I wanted it to end, and I was so happy I got my ending. The way I already imagined it in my head, it ended.
The other Stephen is really amazing. Yeah.
Another one is Street Babes on Oni Alex TV, featuring Oni Alex and Sonia Uche. You know, Liar Liar Pant on Fire. It's a very beautiful one. And then If Silence Speaks on Mercy Johnson Okoji TV, starring the very great Mercy Johnson and Yvonne Jegede. This story compares the life of what the man has lived before and what he's currently living, and how karma never misses an address. Karma is gonna come for you regardless of wherever you are. Very beautiful one. And lastly, Visa on Arrival is still showing. Please go watch Visa on Arrival. It's a very beautiful one on Accelerate TV. Please go watch it. If Silence Speaks on Mr. Johnson TV once again, please go and watch it on YouTube. You are going to enjoy yourself.
See, dear, I'm just like, okay,
Yeah,
she just giving us all the movies, and I mean, do also enjoy all of these movies. They're just for your premium enjoyment, entertainment at its peak. And I mean, but while you are watching it, do not just forget screen time.
So
do not forget to subscribe, like, share,
and all over our social media platforms.
I mean,
YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. We now have a TikTok account, ConsumerHallaTV TikTok account. Can you imagine? Now we have TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and X account. Please go and follow us across all of our social media platforms as ConsumerHallaTV. And in case we didn't do justice to some of the movies that you wanted us to review, comment down below and say, Kike, you didn't do it. I thought you said you love movies. Why have you not reviewed this one? I may not have seen it. I'm waiting for you also to recommend movies for me. Thank you so much for joining us on this particular edition of Screen Time on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Kike Ajibola.
Interesting one, the one and only Kike Ajibola. My co-host like no other. So I mean, I remain my humble self. I'm always humble. At least I mean, I'm just humble. I am Irimufe Kofurola, the man clothed in wealth and strength.
Thank you
so much for coming.
For joining us today.
I said coming.
They have come. Now you can go to your house, but like, comment, and subscribe, and also watch other programs on this particular platform, ConsumerHallaTV. Thank you so much. We love you. See you next time on the program. Welcome to the news highlights on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Kike Ajibola. The first highlight this evening is the National Insurance Commission, as they have revealed that about $2 billion leaves the shores of Nigerian capital flights as multinationals provide health insurance for their employees. This was disclosed by the Deputy Commissioner for Insurance, Finance and Administration, Ekerete Gam-Ikon, during a panel discussion at the Insurance Meet Tech 4.0 conference held in Lagos. Now, the latest data from the Central Bank of Nigeria on about last week Friday that indicates that Nigeria's external reserve stood at $42.03 billion, climbing to their strongest level in 6 years. Now in Abuja, where several Nigerian filling stations and the Federal Capital Territory have remained shut for more than 4 days over the delayed rollout of Dangote Refinery's free fuel distribution scheme. Reporters says the partners in the 650,000 barrel per day refinery fuel distribution initiatives, including MRS and corn oil filling stations, are experiencing dry tanks, causing supply disruptions for Nigerians in the last 4 days. Let's talk about the NPC, as the National Pension Commission now issue a new guidelines shareholding in multiple licensed pension fund operators in the guidelines issued on Friday over the weekend and which became effective immediately. The regulator stated that the move would promote transparency and good governance while protecting pension assets. In a drive to further expand its business capacity, Lafarge Africa plc has formally commissioned its new cement manufacturing named Freedom Plant, a state-of-the-art ready-mix facility located in Lekki, Lagos. The facility is equipped with a fully automated batching system that enables seamless remote data transfer and modification, with the capability to manage and operate the plant from any location worldwide via secure internet access. Here in Lagos State, where a news development says over 60% of Lagos residents are compelled to live in informal settlements, reflecting the city's deepening housing crisis and the widening gap between available affordable housing and the need for its growing population. A report by the State of Lagos Housing Markets, Volume 3, has stated this. Still in Lagos State, the Managing Director of the Lagos State Waste Management Authority, Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegeshin, has said nearly half of the 13,000 tons of waste generated daily in the state was organic, adding that roughly 6,500 tons pose a serious environmental risk. On another report, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria has launched an investigation into an allegation of examination malpractice. In a viral video, a man and a woman were caught writing an examination on behalf of a public office holder. The ICANN's registrar, Mr. Lanre Olasukomi, in a statement condemned the act, emphasizing that the institute has zero tolerance for examination malpractice. Mr. Lanre Olasukomi said this. Let's talk about education now. The accredited secondary schools in Nigeria are projected to spend about 1.6 trillion naira on computers to meet the West African Examination Council's requirement for mandatory computer-based testing, approval of centers for the West African Senior Schools Certificates Examination. WAEC mandated that every school should have at least 250 functional computer systems, a robust server, and a local area network, CCTV cameras, and other essential infrastructure to qualify as a CBT center for WAEC in 2025. In a statement, explained that this requirement was part of its comprehensive migration to a CBT format for candidates with a timeline for full implementation. FM Nexamont Company Limited has acquired a 21.4% equity stake in Royal Exchange PLC in a corporate disclosure from the company's secretary OOT nominees, which was filed on the Nigerian Exchange Limited Nexamont, and acquired the stakes via the second market. And now we've come to the end of the news highlights this evening on ConsumerHallaTV. Don't forget that ConsumerHallaTV comes here every 8 o'clock a.m. weekdays to 6 p.m. every weekdays for more fresh news updates and also programs. To stay connected with us, please follow us on our social media platforms: Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, YouTube at ConsumerHallaTV. Subscription is free. Thank you so much for staying connected to us all through today. We appreciate it. I'm Kike Lomo Ajibola. See you tomorrow morning by 8 o'clock a.m. Good night.